So this was unavoidable yesterday, and even the food problem also. ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ವಿಷಾದ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ನನಗೆ. ಯಾರಿಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ಮಾಡಿದೀವೋ, ಯಾರಿಂದ ಈ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನಕ್ಕೆ ಜೀವ ಬಂದಿತ್ತೋ NSS ಇಂದ, ಅವರನ್ನೇ ಹೊರಗಿಟ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂತು ನಮಗೆ. ಆದರೂ ನೀವಿದ್ರಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾಳ್ಮೆ ಭಾಳ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪ್ಲರಿ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಥರ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಒಂದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಹಿರಿಯರು ಬಂದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನೆನ್ನೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ದಿ ಸೇಮ್ ಮ್ಯಾನರ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಕೋಆಪ್ರೇಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಅಸ್. ಬಂದಾಗ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಕೋಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್. ಆಲ್ ಎಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅರೈವ್ಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. Yesterday everybody has appreciated. Even media coverage is also extremely good. They covered our Chief Minister's speech so well in all papers, and even Tushar Gandhi's speech also was highlighted, and all great persons' speech also highlighted yesterday. They came all the way from different parts of our country on the request, on the actually advice of the Central Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. They responded properly. I am grateful to all. Raijji is also arriving very soon. He is just entered the hall. We will start, but in the beginning, I request Srimati Pratima B. Ora, Gandhi Ashram, Ahmedabad. She wants to sing a song. I request her to sing a song.
Namaskar sabko. So I'm actually from Sabarmati Ashram, and recently I shifted to Bengaluru. तो मुझे भी अवसर मिला यहाँ पार्टिसिपेट करने का, और बहुत अच्छा रहा कल का भी सेशन. सो सर्वधर्म प्रार्थना जो गांधी जी हर रोज़ शाम को और सुबह में करते थे, उसका एक पार्ट है. यूनिवर्सल ब्रदरहुड के ऊपर एक गीत है, मैत्री भावनु पवित्र झरनु. सो आई वांट टू सिंग दैट. ठीक है. मैत्री भावनु पवित्र झरनु मुझ हैया मावया करे. शुभ थाओ आ सकल विश्वनु एवी भावना नित्य रहे. गुणति भरेला गुणी जन देखी हयू मारू नृत्य करे. ए संतोना चरण कमल मा मुझ जीवन नु अर्घ्य रहे. दीन क्रूर ने धर्म विहोणा देखी दिल मां दर्द रहे. करुणा भीनी आँखों माती अश्रुनो शुभ स्रोत्र वहे. मार्ग भूलेला जीवन पथिक ने मार्ग चिंधवा उभो रहूं. करे उपेक्षाए मार्गनी तो ए समता चित धरूं. वीर प्रभुनी धर्म भावना हइये सौ मानव लावे. वैर झेर ना पाप तजीने मंगल गीतो ए गावे. प्रभु मंगल गीतो ए गावे. नमस्कार.
ಶುಭೋದಯ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ತಲುಪ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿ 77ನೇ ವರ್ಷದ ಸಂಸ್ಕರಣೆಗಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವ ಈ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. 2ನೇ ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ, ಗಾಂಧಿವಾದಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೆ ವಂದಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಈ ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. Good morning everybody. Welcome to International Seminar to commemorate 75th year of Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. I welcome each one of you here for the sessions for day 2. We are starting this day with a very interesting session on Gandhian values and the revolutionary power of technology. Is a synthesis possible? It's a question that we need to ask. And today we have with us some prominent speakers who are capable of answering this question and helping us enlighten ourselves about Gandhian values and the revolutionary power of technology. Today we have with us Mr. Sudhindra Kulkarni, columnist and author of The Music of the Spinning Wheel. We also have an online presence of Mr. Sam Pitroda, internationally respected telecom inventor, information and communication technologist. I request all the speakers to come on stage. We also have Mr. Karl Manamat, technologist and advocate of public domain, public.resource.org. He is also the co-founder of Servants of Knowledge initiative, with which we are digitizing various books here in Gandhi Bhavan. We also have Mr. Kolegala Sharma, senior science communicator and former chief scientist in CSIR, Central Food Technology Research Institute, Mysore. Gandhi values and revolutionary power of technology. Synthesis possible. So, ಗಾಂಧಿಯ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅದರ ಸಾಮ್ಯತೆ, ಅದರ ಸಿಂಥಸಿಸ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ನಾವೇ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಈ ಒಂದು 21ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಉದ್ದೇಶವೇ 21ನೇ ಶತಮಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಚರ್ಚಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಸುಧೀಂದ್ರ ಕುಲಕರ್ಣಿ, ಕಾಲಮ್ನಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಥರ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಪಿನ್ನಿಂಗ್ wheel. Sudhindra Kulkarni is a prominent Indian political activist, writer, and public intellectual known for his deep commitment to secularism and Gandhian principles. A former aide to Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Kulkarni has been an influential voice in Indian politics, advocating for inclusive governance and interfaith harmony. He played a key role in policy formulation and communication strategies during his tenure in the Prime Minister's office. He is a strong proponent of dialogue between India and Pakistan, often championing the cause of peace and reconciliation between the two nations. An author of several books and a regular columnist, one of his well-known book is Music of Spinning Wheel, Mahatma Gandhi's Manifesto for the Internet Age. This book reflects on how Gandhi's principles can be applied in the contemporary digital world, advocating a synthesis of traditional value with modern technology to create a more equitable and just society. I request Mr. Sudhindra Kulkarni to give a speech. Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, 1 minute, please. Dear friends, our seminar was a grand success yesterday because of all your cooperation and wishes. I just had to mention a special note about this seminar. Our great Sudhindra Kulkarni is a son of Karnataka. He is from native of Belgaum. He is the main person for our all seminar concept, and he has bring lot of international speakers, especially Ban Ki-moon. He was a Secretary General, former Secretary General, and it is very difficult to get him. Because of Sudhindra Kulkarni, you could get Ban Ki-moon's speech. Like that only, all Akbar Ahmad, he is a contemporary Islamic literature leader, I say. Sudhindra Kulkarni has introduced Akbar Ahmed to us, and he has given a very good speech. And one Mr. Kyang Shang from China, he is also a friend of Sudhindra Kulkarni. He could make his recorded speech for us. And like that, Sam Pitroda and Felix Machado, these are all their good friends. Because of his connection, international connection, this seminar was this standard. I personally congratulate and my sincere thanks from all Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi and all our Gandhi fraternity. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Shri Ramchandra Rahiji, Dr. Uday Krishna ji, Vishwakumar ji, all the other dignitaries, and my very, very dear students and children. At the outset, I convey my best wishes to Gandhi Smarak Nidhi for having completed 75 years of dedication, commitment to Gandhian values. My heartfelt thanks, friends, to the organizers of this seminar, Dr. Uday Krishna ji, Vishwakumar ji, others, for inviting me to participate in it. As we all know, the overall theme of this seminar is Mahatma Gandhi for the 21st century. The values that Gandhiji stood for actually go well beyond the 21st century. They are timeless. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅವರ ಜನ್ಮ ಅದು 19ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವರು ಈ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಹೋದದ್ದು 20ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೆ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಮೂಲ್ಯಗಳು ಅವು ಕಾಲಾತೀತ. Truth, non-violence, universal brotherhood, universal justice, mutual cooperation, mutual compassion and love. These are as old as human species. But Gandhiji himself has written that truth and non-violence, satya, ahimsa, are as old as hills. They're timeless. And these will last as long as the human species lasts, and perhaps beyond, because ours is not the last species in the evolution of life. We should not be under the illusion that today's human beings, this is the pinnacle, the last point of evolution of human species. There is something far better, far superior that's going to succeed us. And even then, Gandhiji's values will be relevant, and they'll continue to guide the next species that will follow human species. The theme of this session, friends, is Gandhian values and the revolutionary power of technology. Is a synthesis possible? ನಾವು ಈ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಇದು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ತವರೂರು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಇದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ. My thoughts on this subject are based on my book, which was mentioned in the introduction, Music of the Spinning Wheel, Mahatma Gandhi's Manifesto for the Internet Age. I should explain briefly why I wrote this book. There is a widespread misconception that Gandhiji was opposed to science, technology, industrialization, and modernity in general. This perception of Gandhiji stems largely from the fact that his personality and his philosophy are associated with the spinning wheel. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅವರನ್ನ ನೆನಪಿಸಿದರೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಚಿತ್ರ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣೆದುರಿಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಅವರ ಚರಕ. ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಂಜೀವ್ ಅವನು ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನೇ ನೂಲಿನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದವರಿಗೆ ಇದು ಚರಕ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಆಧುನಿಕ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ? ಹೌ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಬಿ ರೆಲೆವೆಂಟ್ in today's age of science and technology? This is the question that several people ask. We all know what Winston Churchill, the arrogant leader of the empire, said about Gandhiji. He called him a half-naked fakir, ardha nagna fakir. What he meant was, how can this half-naked fakir belonging to the Middle Ages claim to be leading the independence movement of a nation which the British regarded as the crown of their empire? Friends, being a student of technology myself, a serious question confronted me. How can a man, howsoever great in his own time, be relevant in our technological age if he was opposed to modern science and technology? Our age, as we all know, is uniquely defined by the mighty advances in science and technology. And if Gandhiji was indeed opposed to modern science and technology, it means that in some crucial ways, he belongs to the past and not to the present, and much less to the future of humanity. In other words, in this age of the internet, in the age of revolutionary advances in artificial intelligence, Gandhiji with his spinning wheel, Gandhiji who advocated revival of village industries, is certainly anachronistic, indisputably outdated. But is this really true? How can Gandhiji be relevant to our age as an apostle of peace, non-violence and religious harmony, and yet be irrelevant on the parameter of science and technology which distinguishes our age from all the previous eras in human history? This is the question that confronted me. The more I studied this subject, the more I got convinced that Gandhiji was far from being an opponent of science, technology, and modernity. Indeed, my second discovery in my study of Gandhiji led me to another interesting, even amazing understanding, that the philosophy of the spinning wheel has something close to the revolutionary power of the internet. You might wonder, what kinship can there possibly be between the modest spinning wheel, which occupies the primitive end of the technological spectrum, and the internet, which occupies the most advanced technological offering of the human mind? So before I proceed further with my talk, friends, I would like to show you a short film that encapsulates the main theme of my book. It's only 6 minutes. May I request our friends there to show it to us, please, and if possible, kindly dim the lights. A just, peaceful and beautiful new world is being born. A world that Mahatma Gandhi has envisioned. A vision that will be realized by the internet. And how far it is. both spiritual perspective and scientific perspective. He was a saintly man, but he had deep faith in the power of science, technology, and machinery. Where he differed from others was this revolutionary power of modern science, modern machinery, modern technology. It should be used not for violence, not for waging wars, not for exploitation of the weak by strong, or of weak countries by strong countries, not for promoting greed and unnecessary wants, and not for colonization and exploitation of Mother Nature. Rather, Gandhiji believed that science and technology should be used to fulfill the basic needs of all human beings on earth. They should be used to eradicate poverty, hunger, and disease. They should be used to reduce human drudgery. They should be used to spread knowledge of both the external world and also of the internal world of the human heart, mind, and soul. Indeed, Gandhiji had a romantic attachment to all those discoveries and inventions of science and technology which had the potential to serve humanity. You might have noticed a very interesting line in the film where Gandhiji says that everything in life can be converted into science and romance. Science and romance. The use of the word romance here is deliberate. For Gandhiji, romance meant love of humanity, love of anything and everything that brought happiness to humanity. In a sense, Gandhiji was a romantic and spiritually guided scientist. He redefined the meaning of romance and love to embrace love for everybody on earth, not just human beings, but also all living beings on earth. For him, God, truth, non-violence, and love meant one and the same thing. Gandhiji believed that everything in human life should be guided by the same truth or the same set of fundamental ethical and harmony-creating principles, be it politics, economics, business, education, relations between nations and religious communities, and also relations between man and nature. In practical terms, service of truth and non-violence meant first and foremost service of the poor and the needy, care and compassion and cooperation. He encapsulated this value, this ideal in just two words: Sarvodaya, Antyodaya. Sarvodaya, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಉದಯ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅಂತ್ಯೋದಯ, ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಿಮ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರ ಉದಯ ಮೊದಲಾಗಬೇಕು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಉಪಯೋಗವಾಗಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ವಿಚಾರ. And Gandhiji conducted amazing scientific experiments in the communes or ashrams that he established. Two in South Africa, where he spent 20 transformative years of his life between 1894 and 1915, and two later in India. His communes, his ashrams, were indeed R&D centers for research and development, where he researched into both matters of man's outer world and the mysteries of man's inner world. I can say without any fear of being contradicted that Gandhiji is the only political leader in modern times who attached least importance to politics. Friends, he was the leader of our freedom movement, which was a political movement, but he attached the least importance to politics. He spent more time turning his spinning wheel and popularizing khadi, which he projected as a non-violent weapon against colonial exploitation. He He spent more time nursing the sick. He spent more time conducting experiments in health and nature cure. He spent more time exhorting the Indian people to remove the scourge of untouchability. He was a great social reformer. He spent more time conducting experiments in children's education. Nayi Talim. He spent more time championing the cause of women's empowerment, since he believed that the law of the future evolution of the human species is not survival of the fittest. The law of the future evolution of human life is not survival of the fittest, but survival of the kindest. It was his firm conviction that the womanly qualities of care, compassion, nurturing and motherly love alone would save mankind and take it to a higher level of evolution. In his own words, I quote, "If non-violence is the law of our being, the future is with women." Unquote. And Gandhiji spent more time preaching and practicing inter-religious harmony. And ultimately, he became a martyr to the dark forces which did not believe in inter-religious harmony. The Godse. Friends, there is also no other leader in modern history of mankind who philosophically linked all these ideals: decolonization of nations, end of exploitation, end to wars and violence, elimination of poverty, sustainable or green development, women's empowerment, development of science and technology, social reform, religious harmony, and man's inner purification and transformation. He linked all these to one supreme ideal, and that ideal is pursuit of truth and non-violence. For Gandhiji, Satyagraha was not only a non-violent method of struggle for India's independence. ಅದು ಕೇವಲ ಭಾರತದ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಿದ ಅದು ವಿಧಾನವಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹ ಅಂದರೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹ was a call for establishing a new human civilization based on universal brotherhood, cooperation, and a new ethics of life based on honesty, trust, truthfulness. And Gandhiji wanted that the world should adopt such science and technology and machinery that would promote these age-old ethical values for creating a new human civilization. Friends, it is my belief that science and technology are shaping the world in such a way that the future of humanity will be more Gandhian than it is today. ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. There are many people today who somehow lack confidence and faith in the power of science and technology. I appeal to all Gandhians that we should have faith in the power of science and technology, because this is the greatest force of transformation that mankind has discovered and invented. We are soon going to enter, or perhaps we have already entered, the era of artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is going to transform the world in ways that we cannot imagine. I have with me a book. It is by Ray Kurzweil, whose quote you saw in the film. And Ray Kurzweil is one of the world's foremost technological futurists. And he says about Gandhiji that Gandhi is a prophet for the age of communication revolution. This is someone who is today considered the foremost authority on artificial intelligence. And Ray Kurzweil says that today we have entered an era when we merge with AI. Human bodies are going to merge with artificial intelligence. In the coming decades, the intelligence, the non-biological intelligence, that is the intelligence of machines, will exceed the intelligence of the human brain million times. And artificial intelligence nanotechnology are going to realize the ideals of Gandhiji. Decentralization, conservation of material resources, care for nature, all these are going to become possible provided we use the power of science and technology with wisdom, with sadbuddhi, with sanmati. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, and this is especially addressed to our dear children here, because they are going to enter a world full of possibilities. As Gandhiji himself said, and it's truly a prophetic statement. Gandhiji has written, "We are constantly being astonished by the amazing discoveries in the field of violence. We are constantly being astonished at the amazing discovery in the field of violence." But then he predicted, "But I maintain that far more undreamt of and seemingly impossible discoveries will be made in the field of non-violence." So the future belongs to non-violence. The future belongs to love. The future belongs to compassion. The future belongs to non-cooperation. So let's leave such a wonderful new future, bright future for our children, for children of India, for the children of the entire world. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Jagat.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. 21ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಂಧಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಚರಕದಿಂದ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದರು, ಅದು ಇಂದಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ದಾರಿದೀಪವಾಗಬಲ್ಲದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸ್ಪಿನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ವೀಲ್ ಚಿತ್ರಣದ ಮೂಲಕವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಸುಧೀಂದ್ರ ಕುಲಕರ್ಣಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ತಲುಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಬಲ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ the way you actually explained how Gandhi values can actually help our students and the next generation take the message forward. So now we have a pre-recorded video of Mr. Sam Pitroda, an internationally renowned telecom inventor and information and communication technologist. I'll give a quick brief on his bio and then we'll have the video. Sam Pitroda is a globally recognized inventor, entrepreneur, and technology visionary who has made significant contributions to Indian telecommunications and IT sectors. Often referred to as the father of Indian information technology revolution, Pitroda played a pivotal role in transforming India's telecommunication landscape in the 1980s and 1990s. As the advisor to the Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, Pitroda spearheaded the establishment of the Center of Development of Telematics, CDOT, and the creation of India's first indigenous digital switching systems. His efforts significantly expanded rural telephony, bridging the communication gap in the country. He served as the chairman for National Knowledge Commission, advising the Indian government on various issues related to education, innovation, and the application of technology to improve governance. In addition to his contributions to India, Pitroda has been active on global stage, advocating for technology-driven development and innovation. He continues to be a thought leader in areas such as digital inclusion, sustainable development, and democratization of information. ಇಂದಿನ ದಿನ ಭಾರತದ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಟೆಲಿಫೋನ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕಂತಂದರೆ ಸ್ಯಾಮ್ ಪಿಟ್ರೋಡಾ ಅವರ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಟೆಲಿಕಾಮ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಐ ಟಿ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತಹ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೆನೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೀ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡೆಡ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ತಮ್ಮ ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರು ಗಾಂಧಿಯ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಏಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಅವರ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
Greetings from Chicago. It is indeed a special privilege and honor for me to be here with you to say a few words on Gandhi and technology. To me, Gandhi was a great role model, inspiration, especially at a time when I went to school. I was born in 1942 in British Raj. In the boarding school I went to was totally Gandhian. I believe Gandhi is more relevant today than ever before in the history. Of course, Gandhi means many things to many people. He was a father of a nation. He was a leader, fakir. He was an idea. He was a concept. And he was a phenomenon. He was a decolonizer of the British Raj. He promoted non-violence, but commanded no armies, held no government positions, and led the biggest independence movement in the history, which ultimately resulted in decolonizing the entire world. He was a great communicator. To me, simplicity, sense of sacrifice, service to people, unconditional love for all, truth and absolute truth, single standard of conduct in public and private life really defined Gandhi in many ways. Gandhi was not against technology. But Gandhi was against technology that was misused, like everything else. Gandhi was for technology benefiting people at the bottom of the economic pyramid. Technology that could not divide people, but unite people. Technology that could create opportunities for a large number of people in rural areas. I'm confident that Gandhiji would have been excited about internet, social media, because it is all about openness, accessibility, connectivity, networking, democratization, decentralization, and ultimately social transformation and economic opportunities. Gandhi believed in decentralization. Small is beautiful. Local talent, local capabilities, local needs, an opportunity to create local jobs. Unfortunately, very few people really go into deeper understanding of Gandhi and his ways and means to really bring development to a large number of people. I have studied Gandhi a little bit. I believe his thoughts and actions related to environment, Dandi March, salt, song like Vaishnava Janto, Kenere Kaye, his prayers, his charkha, his dhoti, all were symbols of communicating a great message. His life was his message, loud and clear. When I started my work on telecom, I took inspiration from Gandhi. The digital technology must reach all the villages. This was in early 1980s when I met Mrs. Indira Gandhi and talked about transforming India through telecom and IT, which was quite a new concept in those days. Mrs. Gandhi understood it, supported me. Then Rajiv Gandhi gave me political will to implement. But the idea then was exactly opposite to Western concept. Western world wanted big switches, big manufacturing, increasing telephone density. And Gandhian thought said, it is all about connecting villages, smaller exchanges, rural communication, distributed architecture, indigenous talent, local manufacturing, local ancillary industries, and building human capacity. What we started then, when we had only 2 million telephones in India, has now mushroomed into a country of connected billion. We have 1.5 billion phones, and we generate $200 billion worth of software service export every year, year after year. It was possible only because we took Gandhian approach. If we had taken the Western approach of importing telephone exchanges, importing software for it, we wouldn't be where we are. Very few people understand the contribution of Gandhian thought in our approach to telecom development, IT development. To me, Gandhi comes at 3 different levels. One, at a personal level, people level, which to me emphasize truth, trust, love, courage, and conviction. Gandhi always talked about courage. Courage was the key to Gandhian activity on sacrifice, simplicity. Then at a planet level, Gandhi meant environment, needs of the people, bottom-up development, and dedicating your life to the service. At a platform level, Gandhi was a true believer in democracy, human rights, freedom, inclusion, diversity, non-violence. And Gandhi would have used social media very effectively to promote all of these. It is unfortunate that few people are using social media to malign Gandhi with misinformation. I feel sorry for all of them. I wish they would take a little more time to understand the power of this Indian mind, committed to larger public good. If world had followed Gandhi in 1940s while restructuring the global equation with World Bank, IMF, WTO, WHO, UN, and focused on Gandhian ideas, I tell you, world would be very different today. Gandhian ideas would have included decentralization, sustainability, non-violence. These are very powerful things. Gandhi was a man of technology. Gandhi was a man of ideas and innovations. And I'm delighted that we are remembering Gandhi once again at this event. We need millions and millions of people all over the world to think about Gandhi, promote Gandhi, and make Gandhi relevant today. In the day of technology, Gandhi is more relevant, especially in social media. So I wish you all the best. I want to compliment you for taking this initiative. And thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Insight into how Gandhi would have loved the technology that we have today. At the same time, he also objected how we are misusing the technology in this internet era. He also spoke about decentralization. He also spoke about social transformation. So, from yesterday, we have been hearing how technology has been transforming ourselves, how Gandhian values can actually make a difference in our lives. And we are continuing this journey with our next speaker, Mr. Karl Malamuth. I'm very happy to have started the initiative Servants of Knowledge, which is digitizing a lot of books here in Gandhi Bhavan. Karl Malamuth is an American technologist, author, and public domain advocate known for his foundation public.resource.org, headquartered in California. He is also a co-founder of the Servants of Knowledge here in India. He is a pioneering advocate to open access to government information. He has dedicated his career to making public domain materials, particularly legal documents and government publications, freely accessible to anyone. Malamuth's efforts have included scanning and releasing vast amount of government data, legal codes, and court rulings, challenging the barriers that restrict public access to this information. His work has been instrumental in promoting transparency and accountability in government, earning him widespread recognition as a leader in the open access movement. I welcome you, sir, for your speech.
Thank you very much. My friend Om Shiva Prakash, my friend and colleague and co-founder of the Servants of Knowledge. I wish to thank the Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, the Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi New Delhi for inviting me. I especially want to thank Dr. Vure Krishna, Mr. Vishu Kumar, Honorary Secretary Narendra for giving the Servants of Knowledge such a nice home here at the Gandhi Bhavan. It's been a real pleasure and an honor to partake of the activities. My friend and colleague, Koleja Sharma, science educator par excellence, Mr. Kulkarni, a public servant and Gandhian, and of course, our spinners for this wonderful technology demo that they are giving. So Sam's comments were inspiring, but let me tell you a little backstory that he didn't mention. He said he asked to see Indira Gandhi. He wanted to put a telephone in every village. It was pretty presumptuous to ask to see the prime minister. He wasn't connected, he wasn't a politician or anything. And so the prime minister's office finally came back and said he could have 10 minutes. And Sam said, no, I must have 1 hour. And the secretary was a little bit taken aback and went back to the prime minister's office, the PMO, and he said he'd check. And a month later they called and they said he could have the full hour. And that was real chutzpah, but that's Sam Petroda. He doesn't take no for an answer. Sam talked about how the internet was a decentralized architecture, was Gandhian. I want to expand on that to talk about how there were actually 2 internets in the early days, and there are 2 internets today. I started working on computers in the late 1960s when I was a little boy. My father used to bring me to the laboratory to help him boot up the computers. In those days, you had to flip switches before the computers would wake up and say hello. And by the late 1970s, it was clear that something was happening with both communications and computers. They were converging. They were becoming the same thing. I dropped out of my PhD program in economics to work for the Computing Center at Indiana University. I went to Washington, D.C., and I helped change how computers were used at the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, our central bank. And in the 1980s, I wrote a series of books about computer networks. By about 1985, those of us in the field knew there was going to be a global internet. We had no idea how big it was going to be, and we were all shocked and amazed at how big it ended up being today. But back then, only those of us working in the field had the hubris to believe this was actually happening. But it was happening. In those days, all communications was the province of centralized telecommunications companies. We called them telcos. In the US, it was AT&T, and then it was broken up into a series of regional telcos, but it was still, you had one choice. And in India, it was ITI, India Telephone Industries. Those big companies and big government thought they were going to build the internet. It was what I would call the Raj internet, or perhaps an East India Company internet, or perhaps a bit of both, but it wasn't your internet. The telcos owned all the equipment. They told you what you could connect to the telephone network. It was totally top-down, totally centralized, and this was the case all over the world. The telcos banded together with governments like the European Commission and the US Department of Defense, and they dreamed up an internet they called the Open Systems Interconnection, or OSI. It was coordinated by the International Standards Organization. Everybody spent billions of dollars on the Raj internet. Tens of thousands of people worked on it. In their vision, the telcos would operate the entire internet, and they tell you exactly what you could do. It was a black box. They'd have a menu of services you could purchase, like text messaging or email, and you paid per message and per email. All of them would cost money. You bought your internet a la carte, and it was not cheap. This was not an all-you-can-eat buffet. They called this Raj internet a so-called smart network, by which they meant all the smarts were in the middle. The telco was smart, you were dumb. To understand how the net worked, you had to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to buy the standards, and the net was encumbered by all sorts of patents. There was another internet, though. Meanwhile, a few hundred people all over the world working in research labs and universities and small companies, a few for government, many of them, like me, self-employed consultants, were banding together in an informal group called the Internet Engineering Task Force. Our network was totally decentralized. To us, the telcos were dumb. The smarts were all on the edges in the computers. All the telco was supposed to do was push bits from one place to another. No fancy services that you bought or anything like that. Our internet was based on open source software and open protocols and no patents. Any computer could be a server. Anybody could invent a new service, like my friend Tim Berners-Lee, who created the World Wide Web. This was a Gandhian internet. Gandhi said the future of India was in the villages, not the corporate and government centers like Mumbai and Delhi. We believed the future of the internet was in the laptops and desktops and phones, not vested in the corporate towers of the telcos. Gokhale told Gandhi to go to the villages. We went to the desktops. We weren't supposed to win. The Raj internet was destined to be the one and only internet, but it's gone today. We won that war. The internet is, in fact, a Gandhian net. So the title of this session asks if a synthesis is possible between, on the one hand, Gandhian values, and on the other hand, the revolutionary power of technology. And many people assume on the one hand you have Gandhi, and on the other hand you have technology and science. And I think this is totally wrong. Gandhi has always believed in the revolutionary power of technology. The question was, to what aims did you practice the revolution? Was it to enrich the rich, to enrich yourself, to cement the power of the central government, to enforce communal divides by misinformation, to keep down the poor? He opposed that. Or would technology be used to bring up the people, to level the playing field, to work for all of us, no matter what our means. He embraced that kind of technology. For him, technology was not a magic bullet. The future was in the people. It wasn't in some magic thing. It isn't AI or singularities that will save the world. It is people and how they use the technology that will make the difference. Now, a perfect illustration of why characterizing Gandhi as anti-science is totally wrong comes from my friend Ram Guha, who writes about Gandhi's views on medicine. Many think that Gandhi was against scientific medicine and only believed in natural cures and herbal medicines. And that may have been true when he was younger, but Gandhi was always open to learn. And he learned about Western medicine, and by 1919, he believed enough that he asked for surgery to cure his piles and was so impressed that he recommended it to anybody else who had that issue. In 1921, Gandhi opened a medical college in Delhi, the Tibia College. He paid tribute to the spirit of research that fires the modern scientists. But then he issued a stern warning. He said, "My quarrel is not against that spirit. My complaint is against the direction that spirit has taken. It has chiefly concerned itself with the exploration of laws and methods conducing to the merely material advancement of its clientele." One of my favorite Gandhi stories is a few years later. In 1925 in Calcutta, he was asked to lay the foundation for a new Ayurvedic university, the Ashtanga Ayurveda Vidyalaya. All the dignitaries present spoke about the bright future and the mission of this new enterprise. What a great occasion it was to be there. And then it came Gandhi's turn to speak. He trashed the joint. He criticized the whole enterprise. He started out talking about medicine in general, expressed his usual reticence about medicine, what a difficult patient he was. But then he focused in specifically on Ayurvedic medicine. He called the Ayurvedic doctors arrogant. They lacked humility. They promised that they could cure all diseases. He said the industry was selling humbug medicines only to make money, that magazines were full of advertisements that catered to the basest passions of humanity only to make money. He said the advertisements were alluring and no doubt profitable, but were cutting deep into the vitals of the suffering humanity. He totally trashed the joint. The committee asked him to withdraw his comments, and he refused. He said what he believed, and he was sticking with it. He believed in Ayurveda, properly applied. He didn't like how it was being applied. Now, I take two lessons from this. The first, of course, was that if you invited Gandhiji to speak, you should be prepared for him to speak his mind and not assume he would sing your praises. He spoke truth to power. The other, of course, is that Gandhi, I believe, would have been a huge user of technology today. And as Mr. Kulkarni and Sam Petroda both said, if Gandhi, for example, were asked by Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, the owner of Twitter, to speak at Twitter, I think the same thing would happen. Gandhi would, with a twinkle in his eye, say, "Of course, I'd be happy to speak." And then he would totally trash the joint. I don't know what Gandhi would say, but I'll tell you what I would say about Twitter. It's a cesspool of misinformation. It's a haven for extremists. It is untransparent, biased, manipulated. It has become the sewer of social media, has the morals and dedication to public service of the East India Company. We went from the Raj internet, governments were going to control your internet. We now have the East India Company internet. For Mark Zuckerberg and Meta and Elon Musk and Twitter, you are the product to manipulate and exploit. You are there to make profits for their companies located in the West. You are there to be manipulated in elections, to be manipulated with misinformation and disinformation and bias. This is the Raj internet. There is a Raj internet, right? The Sarkar. There is the East India Company internet, the Bazaar. There is a third path, Samaj, civil society. This is Rohini Nilekani's wonderful three-part explanation of the world. So in the Gandhian internet, there's a world out there of open source and open protocol and open science and open access to knowledge. And the question is not technology or Gandhi. This is not a revolution. It is the path that Gandhi followed his whole life, and we simply follow in the footsteps of the Mahatma. If you're in the technology business, the question is not the magic bullets of technology, it's how will you use those magic bullets. Thank you very much.
ಮುಕ್ತ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ, ಮುಕ್ತ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ, ಮುಕ್ತ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಲಭ್ಯತೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ 21ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ವಿಟರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕರೆದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಮತ್ತು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಲೂ ಟ್ವಿಟರ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ತುಂಬ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಲಮದ್ದು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಿಸ್ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನನ್ನು ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋಂಥ ಏನು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇದೆ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಲೂ ನಮಗೆ ಬೆಂಬಲ ನೀಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕಾಲ್ ತುಂಬ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಸ್ಪೀಚಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎನ್ಲೈಟನಿಂಗ್ ಅಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಆನ್ ಓಪನ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್, ಓಪನ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಸಸ್, ಓಪನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇನ್ ದ ವ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್ Mahatma Gandhi ji. Now I would like to request Shri Kollegala Sharma to give his next speech. Shri Kollegala Sharma is a prominent senior science communicator and popular science writer in Kannada. Many of us might know Kutuhali and Jana Suddhi podcasts. And I forgot to mention that Carl also invented internet radio. Today we actually are going to talk about podcasting, so he invented that on the internet first. So, formerly, Kollegala Sharma was formerly a chief scientist at CSIR, Central for Technology Research Institute, CFTRI in Mysore. He has authored over 3,500 popular science articles and scripted 200 science radio dramas for All India Radio and community radios. In the past 5 years, he has pioneered a Kannada science podcast, Jana Suddhi, was a finalist for Janani's Breaking Walls competition, producing over 800 episodes with significant reach via WhatsApp and community radios. As a trainer and resource person, he has contributed to science translation, writing, and scripting of science plays. From 2001 to 2023, he has served as the state coordinator for Kutuhali, a science communication program, and he currently edits the monthly Kannada science magazine Kutuhali. He has been honored with the Best Science Communicator Award by the Vision Group on Science and Technology, Govt of Karnataka, and the Best Writer Award by the Karnataka Science and Technology Academy Award. ಕುತೂಹಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಗಝಿನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಜಾಣಸುದ್ದಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮೂಲೆ ಮೂಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ದೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಯಾಪ್ ಮೂಲಕ, ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಮೂಲಕ ತಲುಪ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅವರ ಮಾತುಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ 21ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೋಣ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಓಂ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಳಗದವರಿಗೂ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ ಕುಲಕರ್ಣಿಯವರಿಗೂ, ಕಾಲ್ ಮಲಮುಡ್ಡವರಿಗೂ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಸಭಿಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಗೆಳೆಯರಾದಂಥ ಜಯದೇವ್ ಅವರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸರಿನೋ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ I start this. Before coming here, I was very hesitant because I belong to a generation which I call as a Trishanku generation. Trishanku generation mainly because we never fought for independence, we never started building this nation, but we were very, very vocal in criticizing whatever was happening. So we started that. And standing right next to people like Sudhindra Kulkarni, or speaking after Kal Malamud, or our technologist
Sam Petroda, it's very difficult because I still believe, or remember, in 1983, when I started my career as a telephone operator, it was very difficult to connect Mysore to just Kumbakonam. I have spent 5 nights on those days to connect one call. That was the day we were there. It was later that the RAX came, what Sam Petroda was mentioning. The idea was, of course, to take technology and science to everyone in India. And this was because Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru believed that science and technology is the only tool that can provide solutions to the problems that India faced and the world faced. In fact, it's so much, science and technology is so much, every scientist that I have come across who speaks about using science and technology for development usually quotes Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and his quotes are so famous. But what I wonder is, a disciple of Gandhi, about whom we were taught that Gandhi is a technology averse person, or who didn't like the technology at that time. And could he think of science and technology as the tool for the development of this nation? And when we look back at that, I'm not going to talk about the Gandhian values and the science and technology in present world or in the future world. That has been discussed threadbare by previous speakers. What I will be talking about is, as the third generation citizen of this country, post-independence, have we used the science and technology to build that future India which Gandhi dreamt about? And Gandhi had specific dreams about India. In 1931, in Chatham House, when he gave a lecture, he outlined what the future India should be. And remember, in 1931, we didn't have these kind of technologies that we have today, neither in health, nor in irrigation, nor in agriculture. We just had, the chemical fertilizers being used in Germany, but otherwise, we didn't have any of those available to any other country in the world. And at that time, Gandhi had spoken about what kind of a India we need. And 3 core principles that he spoke about were this. It has already been discussed. One is that decentralized villages he wanted. The villages should be Gram Swaraj. If we add another word to that, villages should be self-sufficient in everything that we do. And of course, the image that he gave, or a metaphor that he used, was the charka. I still feel the charka not as a tool, but as a metaphor, as an image of what we should be doing to the villages. He said, when he was discussing the role of science and technology, he specifically said that we should, whatever we do in future, consider the Antyodaya, 80% of the people who live in villages and who need help from every others. And this was in 1931, when we were only 300 million population. Today we are 120 million population. And in spite of that, we have 120 crores. And again, we still have those 80% people needing science and technology or any help that they can get. And so we have not progressed much if we take the science and technology or other progress that we have made, we still have a lot to do to make our villages independent, make our villages self-sufficient. And like Carl said, in this area of technology, decentralization is very important. Whenever I go around Mysore, I see a picture of a families on the roadside. These are blacksmiths, Kumar. They sell knives, katti, kudgolu, and other agricultural implements, and they make it on the roadside. When I see that, there is a contrast in the enterprise. They come from villages to urban areas and they want to sell their ware here. Could they not have done it by sitting in their villages? Could we not provide in this technology's day a means for them to do that from their houses? This is one question. The second question is, I see them using, like Sam Petroda said, we wanted to take technology to the rural areas. They use a solar panel on their whatever, wherever they are, a solar panel will be there and they'll be using electricity produced by this solar panel. Fantastic technology, the future technology. But then for what do they use that? They use that technology to power their mobile phones, not for the core activity that they are doing. And this is what surprises me. Could we not have provided a means for them to do whatever they are good at, the smithy work, Kammaran kelsa madodಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ, to run their furnace, a technology which is portable, and if that could have happened, the Gandhi's vision of providing tools to this 80% population that gives them an occupation in their places and retains the character of Indian villages as it is, would have been realized. But that has not happened. Similarly, the other vision that Gandhiji had was about education. And education is something that many of us discuss very frequently, because it forms the, I should say, the steps on which we can reach out to a higher level. And in this education, he says, we want education for everyone, a school in every village, a headmaster in every village. We now have all those things. But he also said that this education should not be costly. But so we have schools in every village, but not affordable education to everyone. So this is something that worries. And this development is recent. When I was young, when people started using Gandhi as a derogatory term, we had free education. But today, when I have to send my children to school, I have to really pay high. And if you do a survey around the villages, almost 30 to 40% of their earnings are spent on children's education. And this is something that we need to be very cautious about. How can we use science and technology to provide education to all equally? And it's not difficult. I was discussing with Carl, and we have open source technology. We have distributed networks which we can use. We have tried during COVID online teaching methods. We only have to tweak a little bit, make ourselves comfortable with the technology, and use that to reach even those unreached. And that is something that I look forward in the future, so that a person in a village, like in Chamarajnagar, what Mr. Jaydev is doing, It's a tremendous work. But that is only one pocket. Can we have similar exercises or similar systems throughout the country where everybody will have a good education? We need Jaydevs everywhere, not just one place. Or we don't need Jaydev, the system should take care of it. So this is what, can technology help? Technology can definitely help. This is what we need. For if you want an example, the other one is the solar lighting that we talked about. Selco is a NGO which provided solar lighting to several villages so that the electrification became easier. My issue is we provide this, but what Gandhi wanted was, besides providing these tools, we should also make the people self-reliant in developing the tools, the products, and sell them. That we are not doing. So the technology over the past 30-40 years, as I have seen, has helped the urban areas to develop, has made the rural areas look towards the urban areas for everything, from toothbrush to even now the mats that we sleep on. I'm not talking about cots, mats, plastic mats. And we are also importing the problems of urban pollution to villages through this. So can we not reverse this? If you go to Mysore, early morning 9 to maybe 7 to 9 o'clock, you will see a huge traffic from outside Mysore into the city. And these are people coming to city looking for a daily occupation. So they are not regular, wage earners. They come here, they stand in, there are several places in Mysore where they stand and look for someone to give them a job for that day. That's one of the pictures that you get in the cities. Can we not stop this traffic? The technology is there. There are several technologies that we have. Let's take e-commerce, for example. E-commerce could be leveraged very well to take the rural technology to the urban areas. There have been efforts for doing that, but the rural products also have to match the versatility of the urban large-scale products. So in that, the future, the technologists, the engineers and scientists should be looking at. Have we not done something like this? One example that comes to my mind is from CFTRA, where we did this long back. And of course, I didn't do it. The previous generation did it. So they developed small tools that could be used in rural areas or in different places for a distributed production of, for example, lichet puppet or the environmental friendly leaf plates. These were small devices which were taken up by lakhs of people and were used across India. And this is what I think Gandhi had in his mind. And even in internet age, we can have technologies. We have some technologies, like there are call centers which are cheating people in some village areas, not in urban areas. But that is not what we want. We want call centers that provide information, education to the rural areas in their place, in their language, and what they need. And I think, saying this, I say that Gandhi is being discussed today, even after 90 years, which means that he will be relevant always. His values are eternal. But then how do we match those values by our actions? That's where I think we have to think, brood, introspect, and act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for beautifully articulating how we should be adopting technology in this era. With 120 million population, how decentralization can actually make an impact with respect to the need for technology, use of technology, and how we can actually like continue to dream about Gram Swaraj. So 120 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಜನರಿರುವ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಂಧಿ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ನೀಡಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೊಳ್ಳೇಗಾಲ ಶರ್ಮ ಅವರು ತುಂಬ ಭಾಳ ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ನ ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿದಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿಬಂದಂತಹ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪದಗಳೇನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯ, ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಉಪಯೋಗ, ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯ, ರೈಟ್. ಸೊ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಕ್ತ ತಂತ್ರಾಂಶ, ಮುಕ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ, ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಮಂಥನ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಸುಧೀಂದ್ರ ಕುಲಕರ್ಣಿ ಅವರು ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ಗಳೇನಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತು ಅವರು ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಪಿನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ದ ವೀಲ್, ಚರಕದಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ನವರೆಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಆನಂತರ ಸ್ಯಾಮ್ ಪಿಟ್ರೋಡಾ ಅವರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಉತ್ತಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯನ್ನು ತಲುಪಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ ಹೇಗೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಗಾಂಧಿಯ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಗಳನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನದಲ್ಲೇ ಸರ್ವೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ನ್ಯೂ ಸ್ಪಿನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮದು ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ಲೈನ್. ಅದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮುಕ್ತ ತಂತ್ರಾಂಶ ಅಥವಾ ಮುಕ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಯಾಗಿಯೂ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಮಾತುಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮಗೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೊಳ್ಳೇಗಾಲ ಶರ್ಮ ಅವರು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಮೂಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಲುಪಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ತಲುಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. So now I request, we will be presenting mementos for all the guests here. So I request Shri Umesh Baligar, member of Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, to present the memento to Mr. Sudhindra Kulkarni. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sanjoy Singha, Secretary, Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, Delhi, to present the memento to Mr. Kal Malamat. Dr. Sanjoy Singha, Secretary, Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, Delhi. ಇವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಲಮದ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮೊಮೆಂಟೋ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri Senthil Kumar, Trustee, Tamil Nadu Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, to present the memento to Mr. ಕೊಳ್ಳೇಗಾಲ Sharma. For all the viewers online, so this event is being broadcasted live on Book Brahma, Facebook, as well as Gandhi Bhavan Facebook and YouTube channels, which is also being streamed on edina.com. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining the session. So now we have a tea break for next 15 minutes, and we will come back here for the next session at 11:45. We'll have dialogue among religions for peace and harmony session.
ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ಸೂಚನೆ, ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲು ಆದ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಗಿವ್ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟಿ ಟು ಎಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್. ನೀವು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ. ಮೊದಲು ಅವರಿಗೆ ನೀವೇ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸರ್ವ್ ದಿ ಎಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್.
I regard myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace. I know the value of discipline and truth. I regard myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace. I know the value of discipline and truth.
No, absolutely. Well, Sam certainly talked about that. Sam, sure. No, you have to have your
Request everyone to kindly take your seats. We are going to start now.
I regard myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace. I know the value of discipline and truth.
We have with us Karthikeyan from Telangana state. He's going to present a song about the constructive work of Mahatma Gandhi.
Please take a video of this.
I will tell somebody.
From there.
From there? Okay. Want to take in your phone?
Good morning, everyone. Even this song is also written by my father, G. Muralidhar Rao. Basically, this song explains the all constructive works of Gandhi. I hope you people can understand in Telugu. స్ఫూర్తిదాత మన గాంధీ, స్వరాజ్య ప్రదాత గాంధీ. స్ఫూర్తిదాత మన గాంధీ, స్వరాజ్య ప్రదాత గాంధీ. తన జీవితమే సందేశమని ఘనతకెక్కిన మహాత్మా గాంధీ, జగతి కొలిచిన మన గాంధీ, స్ఫూర్తిదాత మన గాంధీ, స్వరాజ్య ప్రదాత గాంధీ. సత్యం అహింస సాధనములుగా, సత్యాగ్రహమే ఆయుధంబుగా, సత్యం అహింస సాధములుగా, సత్యాగ్రహమే ఆయుధంబుగా, సమరం చేసి స్వాతంత్ర్యాన్ని సాధించిన సాధుజీవి, శాంతి మంత్రముతో ఏకం చేసి జనసంద్రంతో ఉద్యమించి జాతిపితై చేసే జాగృతి, పరపాలనకు కలిగే నిష్కృతి, స్ఫూర్తిదాత మన గాంధీ, స్వరాజ్య ప్రదాత గాంధీ, స్ఫూర్తిదాత మన గాంధీ, స్వరాజ్య ప్రదాత గాంధీ. ఉప్పును ఉప్పెన చేసిన ఘనుడు, సత్యాగ్రహమును తెలిపిన నరుడు, రాట్న చక్రముతో చేసెను రణము, నూలు పోగుతో సలిపెను పోరు, స్వదేశీయతకు నిత్య చేయూత కద్దరను ఉద్ధరించిన నేత, పరమత సహనపు ఆవిష్కర్త, అందరొకటన్న సంఘ సంస్కర్త, స్ఫూర్తిదాత మన గాంధీ, స్వరాజ్య ప్రదాత గాంధీ. మత్తు పానీయమొద్దన్న గురుడు, మహిళల శక్తిని ఎరిగిన విపుడు, స్వచ్ఛ భారత్కు నడుము బిగించి పరిశుభ్రతకు పరిశ్రమించిన, గ్రామ స్వరాజ్యమే గమ్యమని, సర్వోదయమే సకలహితమని, సత్యశోధనకు క్షోభను కూర్చి అవనిన యుద్ధ రీతిని మార్చిన, స్ఫూర్తిదాత మన గాంధీ, స్వరాజ్య ప్రదాత గాంధీ. తన జీవితమే సందేశమని జగతికెక్కిన మహాత్మా గాంధీ, జగతి కొలిచిన మన గాంధీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you, Karthikeyan. We will now commence our session. Eldrigu Namaskara. I would like to welcome you all to our next session for today. Dialogue among Religions for Peace and Harmony. I would first like to welcome all our speakers to the stage. Swami Nityastanandaji, President of Ramakrishna Mutt, Bengaluru. Swamiji, request you to kindly come to the stage. Our next speaker, Archbishop Reverend Felix Machado, Archbishop of Vasai. Sir, request you kindly to come to the stage. And we have with us Dr. Kezvino Aram, President, Shanti Ashram and co-moderator, Religions for Peace. Madam, kindly come to the stage. Our first speaker for today, Pujya Swami Nityastanandaji, is the esteemed President of Ramakrishna Mutt, Bengaluru. As a prominent spiritual leader, he plays a crucial role in guiding and inspiring the community through the teachings and practices of the Ramakrishna order. Known for his deep spiritual insight and commitment to humanitarian and educational initiatives, Swami Nityastanandaji has significantly contributed to the growth and development of Mutt's program and outreach. His leadership continues to foster spiritual growth and service-oriented activities, making a meaningful impact on the lives of many. ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಿತ್ಯಸ್ಥಾನಂದಜಿ ಅವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಠದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು ಆಳವಾದ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಒಳನೋಟ ಹಾಗೂ ಮಾನವೀಯ ಮತ್ತು ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಅನೇಕರ ಜೀವನದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೀರಿದೆ. I request Swamiji to deliver his lecture on the topic.
ॐ सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यङ्करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. All the dignitaries gathered here and friends, as you all know, Mahatma Gandhi's life and message prominently reflect two important ideas. One is Satya, another is Ahimsa. It's all very obvious to all of us. Satya represents the moral integrity, morality as a whole. Without the basic truthfulness, Satya, morality cannot be practiced of its various dimensions. And Ahimsa, non-violence, basically represents the humanity, humane consideration. These are the most important points. One is the moral integrity, morality, and humanity. And as you all know, Mahatma Gandhi was also deeply spiritual, though he was involved in politics. So spirituality also consists one of the important component of his life. These are the most essential aspects of religion, as we all know. One is spirituality, another is morality, another is humanity. And spirituality constitutes the basic foundation of religion. Without spirituality, morality also cannot sustain. And without spirituality and morality, the humanity also cannot sustain. So these are the most important. If you hold on to these three most important aspects of religion, and there is no doubt religious harmony is assured. There are other aspects of religion are there. There are temples are there, rituals are there, different modes of worships are there, books are there, so many festivals are there, so many things are, rituals are there, so many things, many things are there. As Swami Vivekananda says, these are all the secondary details of religion. Religion is realization, the spirituality. Religion is the manifestation of divinity, as Swami Vivekananda puts it. The spiritual aspect must be emphasized. When we are able to emphasize the spiritual aspect, there will be completely, without any doubt, religious harmony can be assured. That is the basic. If that spirituality is completely lost, and morality also cannot sustain. If you take up an example to illustrate this one, a tree is there. Tree consists of the roots also, and the trunk also, and also flowers and fruits and all that. And around the tree, huge tree, there will be so many thorny bushes should be there, creepers should be there, so many other things should be there. So religion constitutes the root of the religious tree. Root of the religious tree. And the trunk and other branches constitute the morality of the religious tree. And fruits and flowers constitute the humanity Without that humanitarian consideration, religion has no value at all. So this is the important. And other things are there, all the creepers and thorny bushes and so many other things are there. They constitute the secondary details of religion. What we make mistake, we give so much of importance to secondary details of religion. That becomes the important aspect of religion. You hold on to that so doggedly. And because of that, so much of communal disharmony takes place. What is important is you have to hold on to the spiritual aspect of it and morality aspect of it. If you take Sri Ramakrishna's example, Sri Ramakrishna practiced all the different religions, all the different sects of the Hinduism, and different religions also he practiced. And after practicing all these different denominations, then he come to the conclusion that all the religions, all the different denominations of religion, all the practices of religion lead to the one and the same goal, that is ultimate reality, God. What is important is Vyakulata, he says. Vyakulata, yearning for God. The spiritual aspiration, deep spiritual aspiration is most important. When that is there, then everything is okay. Everybody can reach that ultimate goal. So this is from Sri Ramakrishna's idea. Sri Ramakrishna was like, most ambitious mountaineer. The mountain is there. Climbing the mountain in one direction, he reaches the zenith of the mountain, peak of the mountain. And he is not satisfied with that. He wants to climb the mountain in other directions also, some other directions also, in the difficult path also. He wants to climb that mountain. And in the bottom level, there will be so much of differences would be there in the as far as the path towards the summit of the mountain is concerned. When person reaches the closer to the summit, then what happens, everybody went closer and closer and closer. And after reaching the summit, everybody becomes one. That is oneness. This oneness is most important. Every path of every religious path, every spiritual path, according to Sri Ramakrishna, is the path towards that ultimate reality. So we have to have that spiritual aspiration. When you have that spiritual aspirations and moral considerations, etc., and humanitarian consideration, etc., then only you will be able to attain the peace and harmony among the religion. See, Swami Vivekananda is, used to say, so much of good is also done through religion. So much of humanitarian activities are done. Any service activities you see, it is always somehow or the other related to some religious personality. And at the same time, in the name of religion, so much of bloodshed also is done. So much of violence also is done. In the name of religion, in the name of compassionate God. It's still going on also. Unless we hold on to the spirituality, and this is essential aspect of this spiritual life, religious life, that is spirituality, morality, and humanity, these communal violences cannot be stopped. Because we are more interested in the peripheral aspect of the religion only. The secondary details of the religions only. In secondary details, there will be differences, is very obvious, it cannot be avoided at all. So because of the differences, naturally there will be conflict within. So that is why most important aspect of religion we have to hold on to. And if you are able to hold on to that one and pursue our spiritual life, giving more importance to the spiritual insights, spiritual practices, spiritual evolution, then naturally morality will get strengthened. Normally, what happens, I give the example of the tree. We neglect the root of the tree. We don't manure it properly. We don't water it properly. Then what happens, the tree will collapse. The morality also cannot stand. If the morality also goes, the trunk also get weakened, then humanity also will suffer. So that is what if you neglect spirituality in religion, the morality also cannot sustain. If the morality is not there, of course, you know the result of it. So there will be so much of violence and conflicts, etc. So that is why we have to hold on to spirituality. So Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda and all other great personalities, Mahatma Gandhi, all great personalities are holding on to this spirituality. Even though Mahatma Gandhi was deeply involved in politics, he was deeply spiritual. So that is the message of Mahatma Gandhi. We have to hold on to the spirituality. With the help of the spirituality, with firmly standing on spirituality, then only we can involve ourselves in different kinds of activities related to the different aspects of the human life. So I am very happy to be here, participating in this August assembly and speaking few words on the peace and harmony related to the different religions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Swamiji, for enlightening us on the significance of spirituality, morality, and humanitarian aspects of religion, citing examples from lives of Swami Vivekananda and Shri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. I am honored to introduce our next speaker, Archbishop Most Reverend Felix Machado of Vasai. He's a distinguished leader within the Catholic Church. His leadership extends beyond the church as he actively engages in community service, interfaith dialogue, and social development initiatives. His contributions to both the church and the broader community reflect his dedication to promoting peace, understanding, and to charitable work. Archbishop Machado served as Undersecretary at the Pontifical Council of Interreligious Dialogue at the Vatican. He has been the Archbishop of Vasai since December 2009. In July 2020, he was appointed a member of the Pontifical Society for Interreligious Dialogue by Pope Francis. ವಾಸಾಯ್ನ ಆರ್ಚ್ಬಿಷಪ್ ಪರಮಪೂಜ್ಯ ಫೆಲಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಚಾಡೋ ಅವರು ಕ್ಯಾಥಲಿಕ್ ಚರ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ ನಾಯಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು ಚರ್ಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಸೇವೆ, ಅಂತರ್ಧರ್ಮ ಸಂವಾದ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಕ್ರಿಯವಾಗಿ ನೇತೃತ್ವ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. I request Reverend Sir to kindly come and deliver his lecture.
Namaste. Dear friends, dear brothers and sisters, I would like to, at the very beginning, lest I forget, express my gratitude for the Mahatma Gandhi, Smaraka, Nidhi, Udayji, Kumarji, your team, all your collaborators, but I would especially, since yesterday I observed the active part that the young people here have taken. I would like to take another as a compliment to what Swamiji was saying, the essence of religion. And I move into how religions need to come together, because the fact is, unless there is peace among religions, the world will never see peace. This is a fact. I don't want to go into details, but speak about interreligious dialogue. Interreligious dialogue is basically a network of interpersonal relationships. Dialogue is heavily loaded Greek word. It talks of philosophy, so therefore I like to use the word relationships. One must learn to relate to the other with respect and esteem for the dignity of the other. Through dialogue, through these relationships, one can enter into the very depth of the lives of people who profess and adhere to their respective religious traditions. Interreligious dialogue is not intended to enter into polemics and debates between religions. It is not even meant to change the essential teachings of religions. It is not a question of cerebral discussion across the table. It is not even negotiations between persons in order to strike the least common denominator. The art of listening intensively to the other plays an important role in interreligious relations. When conflicts, disagreements, or disputes arise among believers of religions, and Swamiji said, as much as good there is also worst that religions are accused of. And so therefore, when such conflicts arise, dialogue remains the only alternative. But dialogue will achieve very little if it has not been initiated during good times, peaceful times. Don't be self-complacent, thinking that, India is very interreligious, we are all brothers, sisters here. No, I think we should never be complacent. But what one can do when these good times are there, peaceful times are there, we have to initiate interreligious dialogue, live in relationships, good relationships of respect and esteem. Because interreligious dialogue is not a fire brigade or an ambulance that you can call when there is an emergency. Too late. I have gone through this in 2006 in Mumbai. Sleepless nights, because I have seen outside the seminary where I was formator of young minds who are trying to become Catholic priests. The whole of Mumbai was in flames, literally. And so, that is the time when I was called, where is your interreligious dialogue? I said, it is not an ambulance. We should have been taking care before. And so, cultivating friendly and fraternal relations during good and peaceful times is the best practice. Interreligious dialogue concerns all of us, of every religion. Nobody should be excluded, no one should be left behind. A vast field lies open for us to do dialogue, because sometimes my own friends tell me, you are a little bit more studied, so you can do this. No, I said, everyone can play an important role, because there are different forms and expressions in service of peace, justice, fraternity, and sustainable development. There is the so-called dialogue of life, through which, between different religions, the believers bear gentle and non-imposing witness to their own human and spiritual values before each other in daily life, and help each other concretely to build a more just and fraternal society. There can also be an exchange between experts of their respective religions. two people, me, let us say from Christianity, Swamiji, from Swami Vivekananda, the Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, we would need to meet, and we do on different occasions to kind of discuss, what do we mean by this? What is the real meaning? How should we live? Swamiji was very well giving that in short speech. He gave us the essence. Then there is dialogue of cooperation for integral development of every human person and all people. This is much needed. This dialogue can be done by so many of us, and safeguarding religious values and patrimony of all, which can be put at the service of caring for our planet. Pope Francis calls it our home, thereby achieving integral development of each person and all people. There is also dialogue in which believers of different religions share their deeper spiritual experiences and enrich the religious patrimony, for example, of our Mother India. Mahatma Gandhi may not have done a formal interreligious dialogue, but nonetheless, for me, even though I am a post-independent child of India, Mother India, but Mahatma Gandhi has sustained me till today in much of my spirituality. The theme of peace is central to all religions. This is why Mahatma Gandhi undertook the task of making every effort to make humanity one family of God, in which all people live in harmony and peace. This is not utopia for me. I have seen over the years, I myself have grown in my relationships. I call her Akka. She's younger than me, but she is my Akka. In public, I have called her Akka. Sudhin Kulkarni this morning, he is my brother, not only a friend. And I mean this. We live like that. We share when difficult moments come and go ahead, not for ourselves, but for all of us, for the whole world. And so one family of God. This is what Mahatma Gandhi wished. He saw the theme of peace in a wider context of the problems in the world. For example, the dehumanizing poverty. He was moved, he was compassionate. Exploitation of weaker people in society, like children, women, especially those who are victims of war, of broken families, and of abuse. There is ecological disaster, discrimination on the basis of caste and religious affinity, oppression of minorities, problems related to disillusioned youth, unequal distribution of the world's resources, and one can go on and on and on. Mahatma Gandhi, I would like to come to the theme that is given to me. What has it got to do with 21st century? I loved all the sessions since yesterday, since the inauguration of the program. I particularly liked also this previous session we had, because yes, what is Mahatma Gandhi's relevance to not only today but future? Mahatma Gandhi always dreamt of peace in the hearts of people, peace among people, and peace for our country, so that it can be light to the nations. Yes, we want to become Vishwa Guru, but let's not be pretentious. Others must call us Vishwa Guru. We cannot impose them ourselves as Vishwa Gurus. And so Gandhiji was not a wishful thinker, but his feet were grounded in the grassroots of reality. Mahatma Gandhi left a legacy of peace for the future generations, because Peace is not built in one instant, but everyone is challenged to keep on building it and without abandoning it in the face of difficulties, always beginning anew. Dear sisters and brothers, the progress of the nation, any nation in the world, cannot be measured by the number of nuclear weapons it has in stockpiles. The real criteria of success are to be seen in the miserable and destitute who are still above the poverty, below poverty line. We see increasing literacy among all sections of society, but eradicating child marriages and reducing child deaths, stopping completely the starvation deaths, improving the condition of women, constantly making our democracy strong and robust. This is how we will find out the health and success of our nation, Mother India. Indian constitutional setup has withstood the complications that an independent democratic society with diverse castes, linguistic groups, and religious communities faces. This is thanks to the Mahatma. He taught me, saying that religion cannot be separated from politics and politics cannot be separated from religion. Because if anyone who does that knows neither religion nor politics. So India succeeded, unlike its neighbors, for example, in bringing substantial democracy to its polity as opposed to other nations where only procedural democracy was established. Indian society has faithfully imbibed the democratic spirit of its constitutional order. Independent India has built successful, robust welfare delivery mechanisms such as the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee scheme and the public distribution system, constituted affirmative action program to overcome historical inequalities of the caste system of the Indian subcontinent, succeeded in the partial devolution of governance to local institutions such as the Panchayat Raj systems, given economic freedom to the masses with free trade. I come from a little place, Vasai, where cooperatives are the biggest strength of our people, in which all religions, people of all religions are involved, of all castes, of all color and language are involved. Obviously, as I end, I must say, new challenges await India. For example, widening economic inequality, religious caste-based identity, polarization, corruption, and subsequent apathy among the youth towards our democratic values. And there are many other things. Mahatma Ji can still inspire peace. He is an inspiration for me. He did in his time what was needed to be done. He said what was to be said. Where am I? What am I saying? What am I doing? That is the self-examination I have. Harmony and parity will come if we reframe our national ethos to replace the culture of silence with a culture of transparency, the culture of hatred and discrimination with the culture of dialogue and respect, the culture of violence with the culture of peace, and the culture of exclusion with the culture of inclusion of those who have been still left behind. Even the 21st century, in this century, peace in the world has been threatened by the same old forces which generate conflicts and wars. Sadly, India is not exempt from these. Among these forces are intolerance and marginalization of all kinds. Social marginalization, cultural, political, as well as religious. Day by day, fresh violence is inflicted upon individuals and even peoples, and the cultures of death spread by unjustifiable resource to violence to resolve tensions. While it is an innovation to be welcomed, we cannot ignore the potential danger of artificial intelligence, which can deteriorate the situation still further. Mark my words, I don't want to enter any controversy. I fully agree with the speakers of the previous session and the applause that the audience gave. Artificial intelligence is a welcome thing that we need. But we cannot ignore the potential dangers, such as even as internet. We have said enough on this, quoting Mahatma Ji, that Mahatma Gandhi, was for science, was for technology, but not for the abuse of science and technology. And what I said is quoted by M.K. Narayanan, who was former Director of Intelligence Bureau and former National Security Advisor and former Governor of West Bengal. This is what I quote him: awareness of the growing danger of digital threats is but the first step. Awareness is the first step in the battle of cyber and artificial intelligence directed threats. There is hence every need to counter digital surveillance, disillusionment, bullying, and manipulation for our survival. Given the appalling situation of wars and conflict in so many parts of the world, the memory of Mahatma Gandhi stands as light and guiding star, who deeply involved in international and interreligious efforts to bring about peace, justice, and reconciliation. Before World War II, wherever he could, he made efforts. He even came to Rome, saw Mussolini. He wanted to see the Pope. Unfortunately, for reasons that I know, he could not meet the Holy Father, because Gandhiji had come from Round Table Conference in London on his way to take ship from Genoa, Italy, to go to India. He had only one day, and in one day, unannounced, he appears, but he never felt bitter or sad for what happened. But my point is this: he wanted to see every political leader, he wanted to see every religious leader and convince them that the path the West was taking, path of weapons and war, will not be only destroying the people of that time, but it will be precedence for world to kind of go on the path of violence. He wanted to stop that, and that is why I say that he is a guiding star, he is the light. He continued to insist on the negotiated and non-military resolution of conflicts and looked for the day when nations will abandon war as a way of vindicating claims, as a means of resolving differences. Mahatma Gandhi was convinced that war creates more problems than it ever resolves, that dialogue is the only just and noble path to mutual agreement and reconciliation, and that patient and wise art of peacemaking is especially blessed by God Almighty. And I end by this. To achieve this, we must never lose sight of the human person. The human person, the people are the center of everybody. Politicians, religious leaders, everybody. The person who must be the center of every social project. This is the legacy of Mahatma Gandhi, who proposed the path of building a world community based on mutual trust, mutual support, and sincere mutual respect. Jai Hind, Jai Jagat. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Father, for sharing with us the importance of interreligious dialogue, especially at times of peace, to ensure relationship is strengthened in daily lives, and relating to Mahatma Gandhi from his own life experiences. I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Kezivino Aram. She is the president of Shanti Ashram, Coimbatore, and is a co-moderator of Religions for Peace. With a deep commitment to fostering interfaith dialogue and social justice, Dr. Aram has been instrumental in advancing the mission of Shanti Ashram, an organization dedicated to empowering marginalized communities and promoting peace. Her leadership in this role is focused on addressing the needs of the underserved and facilitating transformative social change. In her capacity as co-moderator for Religions for Peace, Dr. Aram collaborates with diverse religious and spiritual leaders from around the globe. Together, they work to tackle pressing global issues and build bridges of understanding among different faiths. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೆಸಿವಿನೋ ಆರಂ ಅವರು ಕೊಯಂಬತ್ತೂರಿನ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಆಶ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು ರಿಲಿಜನ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪೀಸ್ ಎನ್ನುವ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಸಹ ಮಾಡರೇಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು, ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಾದ್ಯಂತ ವಿವಿಧ ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ನಾಯಕರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸಂವಾದ ನಡೆಸಲು ಸಹಕರಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಐ ನೌ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆರಂ ಟು ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ದ ಗ್ಯಾದರಿಂಗ್.
I've been sitting since morning, witness to the leaders of the next generation. Please join me in acknowledging Pavan and Ashutosh who are here. And Pavan and Ashutosh, thank you. Thank you for being the witness. And Dr. Kulkarni, thank you for being their mentor. I was so moved to hear that you're mentoring children in the spinning of the... Nalla, you can clap your hands loudly for the next generation. With your heart and with your hands. You know why I say this? Because it reminded me of my childhood in Nagaland. When I was being introduced as Kezivino Aram, Kezivino is a Naga name. A name that my parents gave me in the midst of their work in the Nagaland peace movement. And there, many times, it was not sitting in the table hearing what was happening, but it was being in the vicinity of some wonderful leaders that the Gandhian movement gave this country. J. Prakash Narayan, Vinoba Bhave, Shobana Tai, so many people were there, and there was always the place for a child. So will you again please clap your hands and bless Pavan and Ashutosh? They are absorbing what we are doing. And they will carry forward not just what we say, but they will carry forward, I am sure, what we do, what we aspire for this wonderful nation. I'm very grateful, Dr. Krishna, to you and the Karnataka Gandhi Smarak Nidhi, to you, Rahi Saab, and the wonderful team at the National Gandhi Smarak Nidhi, but to Annamalai Anna, I don't know where Anna is sitting, Annamalai Anna, for bringing me back for this gathering of the Sarvodaya Gandhian family. Big round of applause again. It's I think these are moments where celebrations mark coming together. Celebrations creates the time and the space to listen to one another. And therefore, I have only 3 points to add to what Swamiji, Your Grace, you have added. One is from Swami Vivekananda's thought of how the underlying spirituality that religion provides, humanity can be developed. And without that, there will be no order in this society. And when there is no order, violence can prey on these structures that are often unequal. Your Grace, you also spoke to us so beautifully about that generation that was born after independence. In fact, Mr. Sharma, you said, I don't belong to the generation of freedom fighters. I think of myself always as to where do I belong in this Sarvodaya Gandhian family. I don't belong to the generation like you that won independence. I don't belong, Your Grace, to the generation that was born before independence. But I belong to that group of people who are proud to call themselves Indians, who want peace for every brother and sister in this society. Sarva Udaya, the progress of every man and woman as one's own. This is where I want to look around a little bit. Mr. Sam Petroda did that. Professor Kulkarni did that in the morning. I want to look around. 3 or 4 pieces of statistics that will tell you why our meeting, Dr. Krishna, is so important. This year, 2024, the highest and the greatest number of children around the world after World War II are experiencing violence. Violence in the form of hunger, violence in the form of displacement because of conflicts, violence in the way of being separated from their natural settings of being cared for by their families, violence in the form of poverty. And we know, Your Grace, child poverty is very different from adult poverty. The scars of child poverty are irreversible. University after university, whether it is in India, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, or Stanford or Oxford or Harvard, Dr. Krishna, they tell us if a child lives in poverty, the dissonance in the brain continues through life. So there is an incapacitation that happens in childhood that leaves them scarred for their adult life. And therefore, this one piece of statistics compounded by 3 little other pieces of statistics that I may bring to your attention. Highest number of conflicts in the world after World War II has been recorded in 2024. The greatest number of national elections. Some of these devastating problems may not have their attention. I say this data and this statistic only to remind you how precious this gathering is of coming together, listening together, and resolving, Mr. Sharma, to do more of what we can do ourselves, but also together. And therefore, I go back to Nagaland, that reminded me of looking at Pawan and Ashutosh in a little closer way. I was a young girl growing up there, and in the Nagaland Peace Center, Mr. Menon is here, in the Nagaland Peace Center, just like in Gandhi Bhavan, they had meetings after meetings after meetings as to how people can come together, how the different tribes of Nagaland would come together to decide, Your Grace, not to take it for granted, but to decide whether they were part of India. What was the method that the Gandhian movement chose? Namakrishna Chaudhary, the first Chief Minister of Orissa, Marjorie Sykes, who worked with Mahatma Gandhi on basic education and translated the work of Tagore, or Michael Scott, who represented the Quaker movement from England. They all decided the only way to do it was to respect one another's opinions and to meet and meet and meet till a resolution came. Just like Gandhi Bhavan is next to this seat of power, the Nagaland Peace Center had a hotline to the Prime Minister's office and a hotline to the heart of the Chief Minister of Nagaland. After 20 long years of hard work, Swamiji, after 20 long years of hard work, the Nagaland Peace Accord was signed. Still the lasting peace accord that the Naga people recognize as their own. And you can give them a big round of applause because it did not come out of more violence. It came out of repeated conversations and mutual respect. But I saw one more thing. Annamalai Anna has an exhibition downstairs, and you will see the work of the Gandhian movement in Nagaland. And I always proudly carry my Naga name. It means peace be with you. Keze means peace be with you. I carry that because as a young girl like Pavan and Ashutosh, I saw that peace can be won. And peace can be won non-violently, not to be read only in the books, but to be seen. Many years later, Rahi Sahab, I had the honor of being the chief consultant on behalf of the UN to do the Human Development Report, the first ever Human Development Report for Nagaland. And when I was asked to find a thread for it, I said, peace building will be the main focus of this Human Development Report that looks at the Human Development Index that Professor Amartya Sen and Mahbubul Haq said. But I will not forget again the moment when I was in the Nagaland Assembly. I was not introduced as a Harvard graduate. I was not introduced, Dr. Kulkarni, as a doctor and a public health expert. I was not introduced even as the chief editor of the Human Development Report. You know how I was introduced? I was introduced as a second generation peacemaker because I was writing the story of the people. I hope together when we meet, we remember the legacy continues in each one of us. And therefore, as Swamiji says, that humanity will only be realized or lived or believed in if we see ourselves as part of the tradition. In Professor Kulkarni's session, we said Gandhiji was open. He would praise when praise was required, and he would reprimand when reprimand was required. Let that be the culture that we have. And therefore, I echo the gratitude of Swamiji and of Archbishop Machado to you, Dr. Krishna, that half this audience are young people. They will know, like we knew as young people, that peace is possible. And that dialogue that Archbishop Machado spoke about, the different ways we can dialogue, the dialogue of the mind, the dialogue of life, the dialogue of working together. I just want to draw 3 examples that I often remind young people are gifts of Mahatma Gandhi and his generation in finding not just metaphors, but finding very simple symbols of interreligious harmony. The Sarva Dharma Prarthana. The interreligious prayer was in many ways a research, a finding, a discovery of Mahatma Gandhi's generation. That when people of faith come together, Swamiji, when faith is central to their life, can we in respect, in accord, pray besides each other? To every young person here, I know 25,000 of you are there in the different campuses. May you remember, this is a symbolic representation, but a meaningful testimony every day that India is home to the greatest number of religions in the world. Not only that, it is a living testimony that religions can coexist in peace. To every young person, that is the badge of honor that you want to take. Not to be told you don't have a place here, but to be told we all call it our home. The other beautiful symbol of the Sarvodaya Gandhian family, Annamalai Anna, I know Sendil Anna is somewhere here, is something that required no degrees. But it required a tremendous search within your heart, which is Shramadan. I have seen leaders after leaders together cleaning their premises. At Shanti Ashram, I must say one of my favorite moments, Dr. Krishna, is every Friday with my staff to clean for 30 minutes together our campus, where about 100,000 children come every year. This Shramadan was deeply understood by Mahatma Gandhi, that in an unequal society, in a stratified society, by gender and by caste, something had to bring us together. And we do it every time. We do it every time because boundaries break, humility augments, and that little ego that comes up is always told everybody has to be part of the story. This is the second example from the Sarvodaya Gandhian family. If this is one thing that we can bring back, it will bring intergenerational dialogue in a very different way. We don't have to be scanning. We don't have to be spinning. We will actually be building bridges between hearts, because a young child will see we can go and talk when there are informal moments together. And the third thing, Your Grace, that I'm very fond of in the Sarvodaya Gandhian family is this sense of mentoring and care. When my mother, as a young mother, had 2 children within a gap of 3 years in Nagaland, Shobana Tai, who was part, Annamale, you shared the news of her passing away. Shobana Tai was in Digboy at that time. Her husband was part of the petroleum industry. She came and she said, come along, Minoti, come and rest in my house. I saw that in my mother's generation. They would ask people to come and rest in their homes. The homes need not be big. Today, I see 99-year-old Krishnamalamma in Gandhigram, Krishnama Jagannathan, saying, Vinu, come when you feel your head and your heart is walking too fast. May all Gandhian organizations, including this wonderful Gandhi Smarak Nidhi in Karnataka, be that safe space where we can experience what Subramanya Bharati, the famous poet from Tamil Nadu, said, Periya Kudumbam, the Vasudeva Kudumbakam that we speak. The Gandhian movement lived it. There are 3 very simple things that I have said. Standing beside each other in prayer, finding 30 to 40 minutes a week, not every day, a week, to clear the place that you do. The old forms of discrimination still exist. Caste, gender. Or else, why would we see rape going on like this? Why else will we see the poor being invisible in great and big moments? Not just being called Vishwaguru, but when big leaders come, pushing our poor to the periphery. But there are new forms, Dr. Krishna Rahi Sahab, of discrimination. Exclusion is valued more than inclusion. There are new forms. Where you study, what you drive, who you work with, which language you speak. In all this eternal example of Gandhiji matters. So what I want to present to you, just as 2 closing thoughts, is that peace in all its dimensions is something that the Gandhian movement can give to the world. Personal peace, Swamiji, that you spoke about, which is inseparable from the moral compass, the ethos, the ethics of a person, but also the bigger picture that Gandhiji spoke about. Beautifully he said, and I read it in my father's book, The Apostle of Peace. Gandhiji says, if one person rises spiritually, the entire society stands to gain. And if one person falls, society must believe they are falling with him or her. That imminent, that deep sense of connectivity is what technology can re-energize in a deeper way. We don't have to be afraid of technology. Good news can spread, good things can spread. But to all young people, I want to say one more thing that Gandhiji said. And it is in my office, I have it in front of me in the health center, in the Children's Health Center that we have, the International Center. What you do today will determine your tomorrow. That was the magic of Mahatma Gandhi. That was the magic of his generation. Every leader that I met along in my father's generation were preoccupied by bringing their talent into fruition for the well-being of people, Your Grace, as you said. Let's do something. They were never analyzing. They analyzed to do something. Rahi Sahab, that's something that I hope we can give our younger people. At a time when universities in India, Your Grace, Professor Kulkarni, Dr. Krishna, I'm so happy they're giving time to young people in Maharashtra. 1 month in a year, they're going back for field work. I know, Dr. Krishna, in your institution, how you bring children into NSS. Let Gandhian institutions be that societal laboratory where they can come back and study and do more. That bias of Gandhiji's generation, of the Sarvodaya Gandhian family, not to gaze at a problem, but to understand it, own it, and solve it together. May that be our closing thought. When you walk across from Annamale Anna's National Museum, there is the Rajghat. May every Indian, young or old doesn't matter, man or woman doesn't matter, whether you speak Bengali or Hindi, it shouldn't matter. When they walk in, let them look to the right, Annamalayana, where the talisman is written. May we make it our own. May we make it our own. That every time we do something, we recall the face of the last and the least. That's the talisman. But the words after moves me even more. It was a personal calling to every Indian. In fact, to every citizen of the world. He says, think whether what you are going to do will change the life of the last and the least a little better. Will it ease their life a little better? So on this wonderful day when we are celebrating 75 years of the Gandhi Samarak Nidhi, which had illustrious leaders, beginning with the President of India and the Prime Minister, and the legacy of illustrious leaders now in front of us who have taken the time to bring us together as a family, may we always remember this talisman begins with us. That each of us who are empowered with love, with knowledge, with leadership, with the power to serve, may we always ask us, is this something that will make our society better? And in the words of D.K. Pattamal, a language that my father called his own Tamil, but I learned Tamil only as an 11, 12-year-old. Vinoba ji made a request to my parents, since my mother was Bengali. She came from the Gandhian movement, mentored by Marjorie Sykes, and my father was Tamil. Vinoba ji called my mother and said, Minoti, Aram, you have to speak a common language so that you can work and serve anywhere in India. Please teach the children Hindi. And they will learn their father's and their mother's language because they have loving grandparents. This also was an expression of the leaders of that time, creating practical skills to do. But when I came back to Tamil Nadu, I discovered Bharati, I discovered Carnatic music as well. And the song that resonated on All India Radio when Gandhiji took his last breath is the song, the 2 lines from the song that I want to leave you with. To the younger people and to the wonderful leaders in the first 3-4 rows, may we always remember that cry for peace, that call for peace and active peace building that can only truly be built if we speak. I don't even use the word dialogue. We speak to one another. We listen, as Archbishop Machado said, to each other deeply. Archbishop Machado taught me one day in Rome, deep listening is the beginning of healing, he told me. He's my teacher. He calls me Akka, but he's my teacher. I hope you will, yes. I hope you will hear in these words the continuing vision, not just of Gandhiji. Onga vendum ulagile shanti nilava vendum. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you, Doctor, for speaking so beautifully about the peace process you witnessed in Nagaland, and for addressing the young people about Mahatma Gandhi's symbols of interreligious peace, Sarv Dharma Prarthana, Shramadan, and caring and mentoring. Thank you so much. We could now present the mementos to our speakers. I would like to call upon Shri H.B. Dinesh, Treasurer, Karnataka Gandhi Samarak Nidhi, to please come and present the memento to Swamiji. Thank you so much, Dinesh ji. I would now request Professor Shivraj, Director, Karnataka Gandhi Smarak Nidhi, to please come and present the memento to Archbishop. Thank you, Shivraj sir. I would request Dr. Abida Begum, member Karnataka Gandhi Smarak Nidhi, to kindly come over and present the memento to Dr. Kesavino Aram. Just okay. Oh.
मन अभिमान नाड़े रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने
I regard myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace.
Please give this next generation a big round of applause.
Thank you, Abida.
Will you join us for a group photo as well? Swamiji is also there. Please come up here.
Just one wish.
Swamiji, will you join us too? We're ready for you.
One minute.
We'll take a picture together. This is rare.
ಬನ್ನಿ ಶಾರದಾ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಪ್ಪ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಸಂದಿಲ್ಲ
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank Abida also. I know video is there. I would like to thank all our speakers. Our last speaker for this session, Shri Kumar from Noakhali, Bangladesh. He is unable to come and be present here in person with us. So he has shared a pre-recorded video of his speech. I would request all our guests on the stage to kindly take your seats, so you can also watch the video with everyone.
Honorable Chairman of Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, Dr. Uday Krishna ji, and all other organizers, on behalf of Gandhi Ashram Trust of Noakhali, Bangladesh, I congratulate you all to arrange such an important seminar on Mahatma Gandhi for 21st century, building a global future of peace, justice, fraternity, and sustainable development. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, due to the current situation of Bangladesh, I could not attend the seminar and I am missing you all and missed the opportunity to learn from you. I am not an academician, but I am a practitioner. I work at field level and can share my experiences with you. After a terrible communal riot, Mahatma Gandhi visited Noakhali from 7th November 1946 to 2nd March 1947. His mission was to restore peace and communal harmony among the Hindus and Muslims of the area. During Gandhiji's visit, a camp was opened at Ramganj Upazila under present Lakshmipur district, previously which was under Noakhali district, to coordinate Gandhiji's peace work at Noakhali. After leaving Gandhiji from Noakhali for Bihar, the camp was shifted to the present campus of Noakhali, which was donated by Barrister Hemanta Kumar Ghosh to Bangladesh. After partition of India and Pakistan, all the activities of peace mission were closed down due to lack of fund, manpower and security. Maximum Gandhians who came for peace mission activities left Noakhali after partition and especially after assassination of Mahatma Gandhi. Those who remained at Noakhali, such as Charu Chaudhuri, Vishwaneedam Sen, Reddy Polli Satyanarayan, Madan Mohan Chattopadhyay, and many more, forcefully occupied by some local land grabbers with the help of local administration. Other ashrams such as Abhay Ashram, Khadi Pratishthan were banned. Ashram were forcefully occupied by some grabbers with the help of local administration. Other ashrams such as Abhay Ashram, Khadi Pratishthan were burned and smashed to the ground in 1971. During liberation war of Bangladesh, 4 Gandhians were killed by the Pakistani army with their local collaborators when they were in prayer. After independence of Bangladesh, a law was promulgated by the government and a trustee board was formed and renamed as Gandhi Ashram Trust instead of Ambika Kaliganga Charitable Trust. After the formation of the board, it took a longer time to get the present shape of the organization. From early 80s, Gandhi Ashram Trust started rural development activities. Presently, it is working directly with 1.2 million families of 5 coastal districts of Bangladesh. More than the last 3 decades, Gandhi Ashram is working for peace, non-violence, communal harmony through promoting human rights and good governance at a grassroots level with other development programs. It is a very difficult job at the present context of Bangladesh. The Bangladeshi people faced many communal atrocities in many times in various forms. Especially, the minority community of Bangladesh faced communal violences in 1946 before the partition of India, in 1965 after India-Pakistan war, in 1971 during liberation war of Bangladesh, in 1975 after killing of Bangamandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, in 1992 after Babri Mosque issue in India, and even before and after every parliament election, the violences took places with ultimately. Honorable Chairman of Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, Dr. Uday Krishna ji, and all other organizers, on behalf of Gandhi Ashram Trust of Noakhali, Bangladesh, I congratulate you all to arrange such an important seminar on Mahatma Gandhi for 21st century, building a global future of peace, justice, fraternity, and sustainable development. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, due to the current situation of Bangladesh, I could not attend the seminar and I am missing you all and missed the opportunity to learn from you. I am not an academician, but I am a practitioner. I work at field level and can share my experiences with you. After a terrible communal riot, Mahatma Gandhi visited Noakhali from 7th November 1946 to 2nd March 1947. His mission was to restore peace and communal harmony among the Hindus and Muslims of the area. During Gandhiji's visit, a camp was opened at Ramganj Upazila under present Lakshmipur district, previously which was under Noakhali district, to coordinate Gandhiji's peace work at Noakhali. After leaving Gandhiji from Noakhali for Bihar, the camp was shifted to the present camp. Pass of Noakhali, which was donated by Barrister Hemanta Kumar Ghosh to carry out the activities of Gandhi Peace Mission, which was initiated by Mahatma. Presently, Gandhi Ashram Trust is a well-known humanitarian organization in Bangladesh. After partition of India and Pakistan, all the activities of Peace Mission were closed down due to lack of fund, manpower and security. Maximum Gandhians who came for peace mission activities left Noakhali after partition and especially after assassination of Mahatma Gandhi. Those who remained at Noakhali, such as Charu Chaudhuri, Vishwaneedam Sen, Reddy Polli Satyanarayan, Madan Mohan Chattopadhyay and many more, were under huge pressure to leave the country. When they refused to do this, they were kept in jail years after years. Honorable Chairman of Karnataka Gandhi Samarak Nidhi, Dr. Uday Krishna ji, and all other organizers, on behalf of Gandhi Ashram Trust of Noakhali, Bangladesh, I congratulate you all to arrange such an important seminar on Mahatma Gandhi for 21st century, building a global future. Different countries. Number 8, organizing International Youth Peace Camp, and last year 300 youth participants attended from 18 different countries and exchanged their views on religious harmony and the things what to do next. Number 9, meeting with the policymakers, civil society, think tanks, etc. Number 10, television shows, newspaper articles, etc. Ladies and gentlemen,
from abroad. Now I will take only 2-3 minutes before going for lunch. After discussing with our chairman, Nadaja Uday Krishna, I would like to mention the 2-3 activities which we have undertaken from Karnataka Gandhi Smarak Nidhi. We are conducting youth motivation camps for 7 days. Government has given grant only for conducting camps for 5 days. Now what we are doing, so after utilizing the same amount, we actually increased another 2 days, and we can see the drastic change among the youths. When they enter in the first day of the camp, they will be different. After completion of the 7 days camp, we have seen the most drastic change among the youths. And that's why we are keep on conducting the camps, national level camps. We are so fortunate and we are grateful to the government of Karnataka, particularly the NSS wing. See, when we started this conducting the camp in 2017, in the beginning, of course, we started it from a decade back. But recently, what we do, we are keep on conducting the camps, utilizing the services of the NSS officers and NSS wing, youths, and we go to the colleges, schools and colleges, and there only we are not spending money from Garni Bhavan previously. Now actually the government, after seeing our activity, it has keep on increasing lakhs and lakhs of rupees every year. First in 2017, they have given 10 lakhs after seeing the activities for conducting the camps and other programs. After that, next year only, NSS state officers, immediately they recommended the government, again they increased another 20 lakhs, another 10 lakhs, 20, from then 30 lakhs. Now from this year, they have increased it to 40 lakhs. Apart from that, one of the person who is very close to our chairman, who is in finance department, they have already given 1 crore for conducting the activities, and he has promised that we will give one more crore for your activities, because after seeing the activities of the Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. Apart from that, one day programs we conduct. Now from this year, what we planned, and we have already covered 4 universities. Let us concentrate on the teachers first, because they are the persons who inspire. See, after hearing the great inspiring speech from Aram Madam, Swamiji and our Archbishop Ji, and actually I would like to mention this, what we are doing. See, as Gandhi said, any good work will not suffer for want of money. That has been experienced. Only they will see the integrity of the persons, how they are using this. We are not at all finding any shortage of the funds. Even while conducting this is a world conference also, they came forward to help us. And that's why it is all depends on, here you are seeing the extremely good. You see and actually we are not allowing them inside because of the mad rush of the publics. Actually, that is not possible for us, and we are doing great injustice to the youth, particularly in this conference. And definitely, what we suggest, of course, because we may not find time in the last session, what we suggest, this seminar has given us confidence, and there are good dedicated persons from different parts of the country, particularly Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra, many from northern states also. At least not in this big way. Let us celebrate the 75th anniversary in our own way, our small way, because the message of Gandhi, this is the best platform to take Gandhi to the nook and corner of our states. This is very, very much needed, particularly if we did not reach the youngsters, whatever may be the activities we conduct, even the big buildings or the library, anything this is not going to useful. And that's why youths are extremely good. Because we have seen our experiments. Actually, one lady, she was about to commit suicide. After attending the camps, we have the letter. Our chairman has asked us to publish it in our magazine, but she has requested not to publish this, not to reveal to anybody. She was about to commit suicide. Those so many examples, success stories we are having in NSS, particularly in NSS. We are grateful and hats off. That's why I wanted to bring these developments, activities which we are undertaking in Gandhi Bhavan, and our president and secretary, Narendra. Actually, one more thing I would like to add here. See, in Arsikere, that is the, actually, Kasturiba Gandhi Center is there, 86 acres, Yashodarama Dasappa and H.C. Dasappa, in the railway minister in the Nehru cabinet. They brought Gandhi assets and kept there in a small pot. And actually, after requesting while our Narendra said, the present secretary, he volunteered to made a replica of Rajghat in Arsikere. Within 20 days, he made a replica of Rajghat. As I told yesterday, Anil Shastri has visited that, and even our Rajendra Singh stayed there for 2 days. And when we started one more, actually Sabarmati, replica of Sabarmati in Mysore University, after seeing that, our H.K. Patil ji has constructed one more actually replica of Sabarmati in Gadag. And this is how actually all the thing, the credit goes to our dedicated, committed, responsible NSS officers, plus the sincere volunteers. This is we are doing, sir. Thank you very much.
Professor Shivraj, please be here, Vishnu Kumar ji as well, in front of your chairman. I want to say 2 other pieces of data which will tell you why it's important. 1 out of every 4 young person in the world is growing up in India. 1 out of every 4 young person in the world is growing up here. What we invest in our young people will change the world. 1 out of every 5 children are growing up in India. I just wanted to say why it's so important that we focus on children, and delighted, Professor Shivraj. Thank you, Vishnu Kumarji.
Now it is break for lunch, sir. Again, we have to should be back here at 2:30 exactly. Now again, I requested ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗಿ.
ಗ್ರಾಣದೊಳಗೋ ಅಸಮಭವಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಕೇಶವರಾಯ, ಅಸಮಭವಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಕೇಶವರಾಯ. ಉಸುರಳೆನ್ನಳವಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನೊಳಗೋ, ಉಸುರಳೆನ್ನಳವಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನೊಳಗೋ, ನೀ ಮಾಯೆಯೊಳಗೋ ನಿನ್ನೊಳು ಮಾಯೆಯೋ, ನೀ ಮಾಯೆಯೊಳಗೋ ನಿನ್ನೊಳು ಮಾಯೆಯೋ, ನಿನ್ನೊಳು ಮಾಯೆಯೋ. ಹಾಡಿರಿ ರಾಗಗಳ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ತಾಳಗಳ, ಹಾಡಿರಿ ರಾಗಗಳ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ತಾಳಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ, ಹಾಡಿರಿ ರಾಗಗಳ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ತಾಳಗಳ, ಹಾಡಿರಿ ರಾಗಗಳ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ತಾಳಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ. ಮದೇವ್ನ ಕೊಂಡ ಬಾರಿ ಉದಂಡ ಗುರುವೆ ಮದಯ್ಯ ನೆಲೆಗೊಂಡ, ಮದೇವ್ನ ಕೊಂಡ ಬಾರಿ ಉದಂಡ ಗುರುವೆ ಮದಯ್ಯ ನೆಲೆಗೊಂಡ. ಬೆಳ್ಳಿ ಬೆಟ್ಟವ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಲ್ಲು ಕಣಿವೆಯ ಮಾಡಿ, ಬೆಳ್ಳಿ ಬೆಟ್ಟವ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಲ್ಲು ಕಣಿವೆಯ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಹೊರಟಾರು. ಹಾಡಿರಿ ರಾಗಗಳ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ತಾಳಗಳ, ಹಾಡಿರಿ ರಾಗಗಳ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ತಾಳಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ. ಅಪ್ಪ ಮದೇವನ ತೆಪ್ಪ ತೇರಿನ ಮೇಲೆ 77 ಶರಣಾರು, ಹೊಯ್ 77 ಶರಣಾರು, 77 ಶರಣಾರು ಬಂದು, 77 ಶರಣಾರು ಬಂದು ತುಪ್ಪದ ರತಿಯ ಬೆಳಗೀರೆ. ಹಾಡಿರಿ ರಾಗಗಳ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ತಾಳಗಳ, ಹಾಡಿರಿ ರಾಗಗಳ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ತಾಳಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ. ಹಳ್ಳ ಕೊಳ್ಳದ ನೀರು ಬೆಳ್ಳಿಯ ಕೈ ಚೆಂಬು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮದ್ಯಾವನ್ಗೆ ಘನ ಪೂಜೆ, ಹೈ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮದ್ಯಾವನ್ಗೆ ಘನ ಪೂಜೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮದ್ಯಾವನ್ಗೆ ಘನ ಪೂಜೆ ಆಗುವಾಗ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮದ್ಯಾವನ್ಗೆ ಘನ ಪೂಜೆ ಆಗುವಾಗ, ಆಕಾಶ ಗಂಟೆ ಗಳಿರೆಂದು ಹಾಡಿರಿ ರಾಗಗಳ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ತಾಳಗಳ, ಹಾಡಿರಿ ರಾಗಗಳ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ತಾಳಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ, ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ದೀಪಗಳ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ಧೂಪಗಳ. ಆಯ್ತು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಆಯಿತು, ಗುರುವಿನ ಆಜ್ಞೆ. ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಗಿಲು ಬಣ್ಣದ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದೋ ಬಾರಯ್ಯ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದೋ ಬಾರಯ್ಯ. ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಗಿಲು ಬಣ್ಣದ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ, ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಗಿಲು ಬಣ್ಣದ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದೋ ಬಾರಯ್ಯ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದೋ ಬಾರಯ್ಯ. ಕೂಗಿ ಕೂಗಿ ಕರೆದೇವಲ್ಲೋ ಕುಣಿಯುತ್ತ ಬಾರಯ್ಯ, ಕೂಗಿ ಕೂಗಿ ಕರೆದೇವಲ್ಲೋ ಕುಣಿಯುತ್ತ ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೂಗಿನ ದನಿಗೆ ನವಿಲುಹಿನಂಗೆ ನಲಿದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೂಗಿನ ದನಿಗೆ ನವಿಲಿನಂಗೆ ನಲಿದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ಬಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಂಚೊಳೆದಂಗೆ ಜಾಣ ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ಬಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಂಚೊಳೆದಂಗೆ ಜಾಣ ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ನೀ ಬಾರಿ ಬರಗನ ಏರಿಕೊಂಡು ಬ್ಯಾಗನೆ ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ನೀನು ಬಾರಿ ಬರಗನ ಏರಿಕೊಂಡು ಬ್ಯಾಗನೆ ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ಅಯ್ಯ ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಗಿಲು ಬಣ್ಣದ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಗಿಲು ಬಣ್ಣದ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ಕರಿಯ ಕಂಬಳಿ ಗದ್ದುಗೆಯಿಂದ ಎದ್ದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ಕರಿಯ ಕಂಬಳಿ ಗದ್ದುಗೆಯಿಂದ ಎದ್ದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ಬಾರಿ ಬರಗನ ಏರಿಕೊಂಡು ಬ್ಯಾಗನೆ ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ಉತ್ರಾಜಮ್ಮನ ಪುತ್ರ ನೀನು ಉತ್ತಮ ಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ಉತ್ರಾಜಮ್ಮನ ಪುತ್ರ ನೀನು ಉತ್ತಮ ಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ಆ ಲಿಂಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನೀನೆ ಆದಿಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ಆಹಾ ಲಿಂಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನೀನೆ ಆದಿಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ಅಯ್ಯ ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಗಿಲು ಬಣ್ಣ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಗಿಲು ಬಣ್ಣದ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ಕೆಂಡದೋ ಕುಳಿಗಂಡ ನೀನು ಕೆಂಡ ಗಣ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಕೆಂಡದೋ ಕುಳಿಗಂಡ ನೀನು ಕೆಂಡ ಗಣ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಕೆಂಡ ಕೊಂಡಕ್ಕೆ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ದುಂಡು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ಕೆಂಡ ಕೊಂಡಕ್ಕೆ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ದುಂಡು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ಕರಿಯ ಕಂಬಳಿ ಗದ್ದುಗೆಯಿಂದ ಎದ್ದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ಕರಿಯ ಕಂಬಳಿ ಗದ್ದುಗೆಯಿಂದ ಎದ್ದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ನೀ ಪಾಶುಪತಿ ಪಂಚು ಬಾಣ ತೊಟ್ಟು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ನೀನು ಪಶುಪತಿ ಪಂಚು ಬಾಣ ತೊಟ್ಟು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ಅಯ್ಯ ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಗಿಲು ಬಣ್ಣದ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಗಿಲು ಬಣ್ಣದ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಾಗರ ಜಾಡೆ ನಲದು ಬಾರಯ್ಯ ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ನೂರೊಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ನೂರೊಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲ್ ಹೂವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲ್ ಹೂವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ನೂರೊಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲ್ ಹೂವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲ್ ಹೂವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು ಆಲಂಬಾಡಿಂದ ವಲೂಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಆಲಂಬಾಡಿಂದ ವಲೂಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಜೊಲುತ್ತ ವಾಲುತ್ತ ಏಳು ಮಲೆಗೆ ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ಜೊಲುತ್ತ ವಾಲುತ್ತ ಏಳು ಮಲೆಗೆ ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ನೂರೊಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲ್ ಹೂವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲ್ ಹೂವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು ಆನದಿಂಬದಲ್ಲಿ ಆನಂದವೇನಯ್ಯ ಆನದಿಂಬದಲ್ಲಿ ಆನಂದವೇನಯ್ಯ ಆನಂದ ಕಾರಣ ಏಳು ಮಲೆಗೆ ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ಆನಂದ ಕಾರಣ ಏಳು ಮಲೆಗೆ ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ನೂರೊಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲ್ ಹೂವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲ್ ಹೂವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ಹಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು ತಾಳು ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಟೆಯ ಸದ್ದೇನು ತಾಳು ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಟೆಯ ಸದ್ದೇನು ತಮಟೆಯ ಸದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಏಳು ಮಲೆಗೆ ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು, ತಮಟೆಯ ಸದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಏಳು ಮಲೆಗೆ ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು, ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ನೂರೊಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು, ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲುವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು, ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲುವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು, ಹಾಲಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಿ ಜಲಾದ ಕೊಳ ತುಂಬಿ, ಹಾಲಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಿ ಜಲಾದ ಕೊಳ ತುಂಬಿ, ಜೋಲುತ್ತ ವಾಲುತ್ತ ಏಳು ಮಲೆಗೆ ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು, ಜೋಲುತ್ತ ವಾಲುತ್ತ ಏಳು ಮಲೆಗೆ ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು, ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು ನೂರೊಂದು ಹಾಲರವಿ ಬಂದು, ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲುವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು, ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲುವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು, ಹಾಲರವಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲುವಿನ ದಂಡೆ ವಾಲಾಡಿ ಬಂದು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿತರು, ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳು, ಭಾಗವಹಿಸೋರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬಂದು ಆಸೀನರಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನು 5 ನಿಮಿಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಲಿದೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ನಿಂತಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಿದ್ವಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ? I request everyone to be seated. We are waiting for just one speaker to arrive. As soon as he reaches, we will start the session.
राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome you all to the final session of this two-day international seminar. ಈ 2 ದಿನಗಳ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಅಂತಿಮ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. I would like to welcome our next speaker on stage, Shri Alagan Annamalai, who is the director of National Gandhi Museum, New Delhi.
पावन सीताराम 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 भज प्यारे तू.
Welcome, sir. We begin this session with Shri Alagan Annamalai. He has significantly contributed to promoting Gandhian ideologies through activities like cycle yatras, youth camps, and Gandhi in Tamil Nadu project. His acclaimed exhibitions on Gandhian themes showcase his dedication to preserving Gandhi's legacy. ಶ್ರೀ ಅಳಗನ್ ಅಣ್ಣಾಮಲೈ ದೆಹಲಿಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಯಂನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು ಗಾಂಧಿ ತತ್ವದ ಪ್ರಸಾರಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸೈಕಲ್ ಯಾತ್ರೆ, ಯುವ ಶಿಬಿರ ಮತ್ತು ತಮಿಳುನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಎಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗಾಂಧಿ ತತ್ವಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವರ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನಗಳು ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿವೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಮೀ ಇನ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಅಣ್ಣಾಮಲೈ.
Vanakkam. Namaskar to everybody. I am going to speak and my presentation will be on the screen. But I am not watching that screen, so there will be some difficulty. Maybe. Huh? Okay, we will try. Otherwise, if I get mic, I can go there. No, what is my lens? Screen card. Actually, our Kumar put me in big trouble. When we organized this seminar, we have planned many things. I am so happy. I was also part of it. But suddenly he called me and one day, and your name is also there in the panelist. You have to speak. Then I was surprised. And that too on a very big subject like globalization, Gandhi, global governance. I am a very small little man. And you are giving a very big topic like globalization. What can I do? Then I realized, suddenly it came to my mind. I also did my PhD on Gandhian economics. But I totally forget on that subject because I left the university long back. I didn't finish my PhD at all. When I started my PhD, I am about to submit my thesis on exactly on the employment and development. But suddenly I said, better, I quit the university. I left the university. I am a walkout from the university. But suddenly this Vishwakumar put me like this. When I have a two guide. One is from my own guide, Dr. Jayaprakasam, and another one guide from Canada, Dr. K.J. Charles. He's a great Gandhian economist. And I discussed with him. Whenever he came to India, I used to discuss with him. So he asked what to do, what you have done so far. And I said, I did my cycle yatra, I did this seminar, we have organized a dance program, drama, and whatnot. I have explained everything. And finally he asked, what about your research? I said, I didn't do anything. I did all these things. That's all. And he said, what you are doing is great than your PhD. So that is the great appreciation for me from my guide. Then I said, okay. Then I am so happy. And I left the university. I have given my resignation to my professor. He was shocked because about to submit my thesis, I can be a doctor anomaly. But I left. So my professor was so unhappy and he said, no. He asked our friends to persuade me to withdraw this resignation. And they also very sad and they came to me and persuade me. And I said, don't worry. So I am so happy. My heart is so light now. I left all my burden to the university. Why should I worry? So I am so happy. Even now I am so happy because even my own professor, last time, he called me a doctor anomaly. He knew that I didn't submit my thesis. I was not a doctor at all. But he called me doctor. And everybody, luckily here there is no mentioning of doctor. Therefore, knowledge is something that is different. The same professor, he visited Annamalai University and he had given a lecture. And after that, he came to me. He was my guide. And he came to me and he said, Annamalai, I referred you in my talk. Because he addressed to the PhD students. Why should he unnecessarily refer me? Maybe positively I know this PhD, how you should not do like Annamalai. But he said, research is one thing, you have to go on. The research finding is your aim. So therefore, you do a research. There is a byproduct. That is what we called doctorate. The research is finding the truth. Your byproduct is PhD. So there is one Annamalai, my student, he did research, but he didn't get that byproduct PhD. I am so happy. Knowledge is very, very essential, not the degree. Degree will get any time, but the knowledge you should get. Therefore, I try my level best, recollect all my studies in my PhD. Okay, I will come down. Yes. So in 1990s, everybody knows we all faced a very difficult situation and we are forced to take a decision. And the government of India took a very strong decision to liberalize our economy. It is called what we call LPG, liberalization, privatization and globalization. They said we have to connect with the people, with the world, we have to coordinate and we have to compete with the fast growing technology. Therefore, there is no other option, we have to go. And our crisis is a balance of payment, export, import, difference are there. Therefore, we have to find out foreign currencies. Therefore, we are compelled to go for privatization. And they said, it is not an option whether you opt for globalization or not. It is a necessity. It is a compulsory, inevitable, irrecoverable. Therefore, we have to go for. And they said the globalization, if you go for foreign investment, many people will come, they invest, the employment will grow, our technological side will grow, our GDP will grow, our income will grow. Everything they said, it will happen in the globalization. So after 1991, now we are in 2024. And what is the reality? After the globalization, after the liberalization, what is the reality? That we have to check, our fact checking. There are so many reports coming in. This is our Indian government report. The Indian economy, the GDP, that is the development, the growth number is also decreasing from 8.7 to 6.2. And now the prediction have come today, the prediction has come this year 2023 and 2024. It is going to be 6.7 and 6.4. Therefore, the further growth down is a possibility. Our income is also going down. When I say the income of our poor people is going down, but at the same time, income of the rich people is going up. We believed in trickle-down theory. That means if you have a growth, then that will penetrate to down. So the growth will benefit all the people. That is called trickle-down theory. But it is not happening. And the billionaire ranking, every year, the world billionaire ranking is coming. And our India is also competing with the United States, Europe. And there are more billionaires are coming. Income and wealth inequality report. While increasing the income, increasing the growth, the inequality is also growing day by day. That is the danger of our development model. When richer become richest, the poorer should also come as a richer. But here what happened? Richer become richest and poorer become the poorest, going down. It is a very dangerous situation, and the concentration of wealth should be broad-based. It should be spread to the whole of population. If the concentration of wealth and income concentrates on few, it will create a lot of problem. This is what this inequality report says. The inequality of India is currently at its highest since British rule. So we are coming from the colonial past to a democracy, and our democracy did not give the sufficient and equal dividend to the people at large. And many people, and including our Professor Divakar, mentioned about the 10% of the top 10. The top 10 controls the majority of wealth. You see, this is the bottom. This is the income and wealth inequality. This is the income of the bottom 50%. The bottom 50% of the population, we are getting this much of income, but only the 10% of our population, they are getting this much of income. Why I am using graph? Graph is easy to understand instead of the figure. And at the same time, the wealth is also accumulated in the 10% of the population. And you see from the table, income and inequality in India, wealth inequality in India, this is the bottom, 50%. And this is the top. You see the figures. It is like a pyramid at top to bottom. If bottom is very thin and the top is very heavy, it is not only good, it's not stable. It's not a stable. And wealth is also like bottom up. Therefore, this development model creates a few capitalists, crony capitalists, and the wealth of India is accumulated in a few people. You can go to the graph. Here you can, it is easy to understand. There's the top 10 and top 1. There are two categories. Even among the top 10, there is a top 1%. And this top 1% gap this is the gap. The top, it is bigger and here it is smaller. That means the top 1 wealth is accumulating very fast. Even among the top 10, the top 1 creates more and more wealth during this period. That is even more dangerous among the 10%. What will happen? We are experiencing what is happening today. If few people are controlling the whole economy, they will also try to influence our other institutions. Not only the political institutions, other institutions. Recently, the Hindenburg report has come, and how the SEBI was controlled by few people. And another Anil Ambani, today he was blacklisted in SEBI. And our political system is also controlled by this 10%. Therefore, yes, A1, A2. Here there is no ban, so we can use the name. So this A1 or A2 or B1 or B2, we don't mind. But if that income is distributed equally, then there is no problem. And where Gandhi comes, he is not against accumulation of wealth. Somebody went to Gandhi and they said, they asked me to work for this. I said, I will get, I don't want any money. I will do it free of cost. He thought Gandhi will appreciate because he is doing his service without taking any money. And Gandhi was very angry. And he said, why? Because you are serving to them. You have to get the money. You have to get the money, but after getting that money, you have to spend to the people. Therefore, he is not against getting money or accumulating wealth, but that wealth should be for the poor people, for the welfare of the downtrodden. That is what he stated. And the final findings of that report is there is a possibility of India slide towards plutocracy. The rich people, they control the whole democracy. There will not be any democracy, it is only plutocracy. Whatever they want, they will change all the rules and regulations. Even our own higher authority will drive down, fly down, okay, to our Sri Lanka to persuade the government to give the contract to somebody. And there are so many happenings around the world to get their contract in favor of their friends. If they are getting this type of favor, the government is also obliged to favor them. Therefore, the development model should be very, very people oriented, not the money oriented. Now this employment, it is very horrible. When we youngsters are there, luckily we have crossed our 60s, so we are not going to apply to any job. But see, in UP, there is a call for more than 93,000 people applied. 93,000 applied for 62 posts. That 62 posts for Pune. For Pune, 62 posts, 93,000 people applied. Their educational qualification is needed is only 5th standard. For that, PhDs are applied. Postgraduates are applied. Graduates are applied. And in UP SSC MTS recruitment exam, there are 55 lakhs of youths have applied. MTech, MBA, MSc, for the post of Pune, watchman and gardener. This is the state of affair. When they introduced this liberalization, globalization, they said employment will generate. We will take the highest technology. We are not against technology. We are not against science. But which science? That science for whom? That technology for whom? Whether that technology will help to the downtrodden people or that technology will help to the richest top. And these industries, they want to develop, they want to make more product. They are tempted to always go labor-intensive technology. The capital-intensive, labor-saving technology. They are not. Oh, 5 minutes are there. Still. So they are tempted to always labor-saving technology. And when they are going for labor-saving technology, how can you generate employment? It is not at all possible. When you have a limited resources, you can't have an unlimited growth. You have to limit your growth. Where you are to limit, how you are going to limit. That is very important. The unemployment is growing. In 2024 up to June, it is up to June. Therefore, the government are we the people, and we are the government. We have to note this very, very important development in our economy. The unemployment ratio is going up. And for the government, they said they never said it is because of globalization, because of privatization, but they have found some other reasons. For global financial crisis, 2008 and 2009 was one of the reasons. And demonetization of 2016, whether that will benefit the government, either the government nor the people. And the COVID, GST, COVID, and the inflationary pressures. And the policy adopted by the government. These are all the reasons for the unemployment problem. And now we are in a deep crisis. The poverty is increasing because of the unemployment. Employment is not just employment. It is a dignity of labor. It gives a dignity. It's not something giving something by the government. That dignity we have to respect. And growth without employment is always disastrous. That many economists also saying. Growth without employment is very disastrous. And instability of political system we are facing in and around us. In Sri Lanka, democracy has gone. In Pakistan, democracy has gone. In Bangladesh, democracy has gone. In Afghanistan, democracy has gone. We are alone. We have to be very careful. It is not the economics alone. It also involves the politics. Therefore, we have to be very careful. And unleashed and unprecedented attack on the diversity of social and cultural thing. And even diversity, they thought it's an aberration. So when they come, the foreigners, they should also feel that they feel at home. So, what is that? That KFC. Yeah, KFC. The KFC is a standard thing. When you are going to New York or Malaysia or Singapore or anywhere, you can find the same thing. So that the uniformity they are propagating not only on product, even for the culture. This culture of one is always danger. Whether it is one nation, one election, or one nation, one religion. Everything is one. One family, one globe. Yes, one globe is okay. Everywhere. Somebody is one, single. Doesn't matter that everybody should be single. We have to be careful. Therefore, one is not working. Even in their own party, one is not working, only two is working. Therefore, multilateral, multicultural, multilingual states like India, you have to respect each and every culture, each and every language. If the speciality of India, if you travel through, every 300 kilometers, you can find a different culture, different language, different food, different dress. If you suppress the feelings and the proud of these minorities, it will be very, very dangerous. Therefore, we have to respect this uniformity. The uniform, now this uniform, previously it was, they said it is uniform civil code. Now they said it is a secular civil code. I don't know what is the difference, but they are telling. So this uniformity will not work. Each and every individual, even they are very minority, they have a place. Like she said, it is one Muslim MP from Tamil Nadu. Yes, I have to complete. He said, I end up with that statement. When India was partitioned, we had an option. And my grandfather opted to be here in India. We opted to be here in India as a citizen of India. Therefore, we have all the right. We fought together. We lived together. We got together freedom. Therefore, we have to live together here in India. That is the India Gandhi wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request you to please be seated on the stage during the next talk. Yes. I now request Professor Chandan Gowda to come on stage. Yeah. Professor Chandan Gowda is Ramakrishna Hegde Chair Professor of Decentralization and Development, Institute of Social and Economic Change, Bengaluru. Professor Gowda's research interests include social theory, sociology of development, decentralization, Indian normative thought, Kannada literature, and cinema. He's keen to explore the significance of decentralization for institutional design in the era of climate change. He recently wrote a book titled Another India, Events, Memories, People. He has also edited books on Shiv Vishwanathan and Gauri Lankesh, which have been translated into various languages. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಚಂದನ್ ಗೌಡ ಅವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಐಸೆಕ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ, ಚಿತ್ರ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಕಾಸಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಮೀ ಇನ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಗೌಡ.
Friends, if Gandhi's ideas, broadly put, represent an extraordinary skepticism and a confidence against a very powerful vision of what it means to be modern, and we all know that. At no point in his thinking, especially after he wrote Hind Swaraj, does he hesitate on this conviction of his. Big technology was being celebrated. He said it displaces labor, destroys community life. Cities were being celebrated as a places of freedom. He said cities promote vice. And the Gandhian world is actually a world. I mean, there's no aspect of life that he hasn't left without offering a reflection on. But this was 100 years ago, and we are now in the 21st century, and it's a very cynical moment that we are all being witness to. There's no shred of idealism on the world stage. Even the very real threat of climate change doesn't make people really become sincere about what they're trying to do inside the countries. It's all half-willed diplomatic speak, and everyone knows that. Even the Israel-Palestine conflict, a horrendous conflict that has happened in front of our own eyes in the last few weeks, you kept thinking, where is a Gandhi-like figure now? If Gandhi were alive, he would have gone there. And I was actually secretly hoping that the Pope would go there, or any other religious authority figure. Now, in this situation, where you have an over-centralized system, where the financial system seems completely opaque and mysterious and large, it's controlling global economies, and the states have become monstrous, they have become overgrown, they're large, and there's a sense of helplessness about what can we do to change the world. The world seems too large and too out of control, and too headed on the path of self-destruction. But at the same time, you also notice a restlessness among people. And I think the restlessness is an important one to recognize, because that is where I think you see some scope for hope of being able to address that. What is the restlessness about? The restlessness is about environmental catastrophes. People are noticing that the weather these days is not what it used to be like. People are also nervous about the food they eat. And people are also nervous about the communities. There's loss of community life. Whether you're in Bangalore, a big city like Bangalore, or in a small village, you sense that things are spinning out of control and you no longer matter. And the Gandhian emphasis on Gram Swaraj or local self-reliance was preeminently about a group of people who do things that allows them to see themselves as people who matter in what's happening to their lives, right? And you could even think about the new right-wing mobilization you've seen in Europe, in England, in Germany, and even the one here. I wouldn't be too easy about this, as a response to a sense of an erosion of community life, about the governments not caring too much about how they handle the migration problem or how they handle the refugee problem. Because if you see this film, I forget the name, the Oak Tree, it's British, Ken Loach has made this film, And there's the line there where one of the villagers says, why were they settled here and not in a richer neighborhood? And that tells you something about how the British government has gone about the settlement process. It is just a top-down decision. They have not consulted anybody. There's no sense of fairness about where they have been housed, etc., etc. There are problems. And it's not a simple question of, okay, here are these illiberals responding in idiotic ways. Anyway, now what's to be done? And this is a big question. And I don't think, it's just too complex. But I think one thing, the Gandhian confidence that a vision of urban progress is a bad vision is still something worth continuing. Because if I was reading Wendell Berry's The Unsettling of America. Yesterday I wrote about it today. And he quotes from US Agricultural Department policy documents in the 70s. And if you read it, it'll seem like you're reading Niti Aayog's documents. Because they're saying the same thing. There are too many people living in villages in America. Then the surplus population has to be transferred out of there to cities. They have to be reskilled, given new employment skills, etc., etc. And you see the same talk happening today. And it's going unquestioned because the vision of an urban India, where 50% of Indians will be in the cities in 2050, 80% in 2080, etc. These are facts being thrown at you, and everyone seems to think that they're perfectly fine facts. And each one of these are actually controversial facts, and they should be seen as not settled facts, and these are all open to rethinking and negotiation. So I would love to hear someone come up with a slogan called rebuilding villages and rebuilding cities, where you are not seeing a future as being headed in just one direction alone. And even villages are also changing. It's not a question of them remaining, rooted in continuing old methods. It's as we know, villages are also dynamic. They're also changing. And it's not just agriculture alone that they're pursuing. There's a multiplicity of livelihoods. And there's an extraordinary creativity and innovation that you will see if you pay attention, if you travel in these places. They're all trying to respond to a very deeply sort of crisis-ridden situation, if you will, but it's not a question of a cop-out or just giving in without struggle. And the second thing, and here is where I think, a life of limits, if a certain vision of, just enjoy life is being laid out in front of us, where you're asked to be consumers and not feel guilt about it. I mean, that's the predominant public attitude now. It's okay to make money and okay to spend a lot of money. You don't owe anyone any explanation, really. I mean, if you look at our sports stars, that's the model that they hold out. Kohli, Sachin Tendulkar, etc. And a whole generation is being, is evolving with this understanding. Now, this idea never had sanctity, as we know. Something about limitless consumption was always a problem, and Gandhi very, very clearly understood this, and he said over and over again that you have to master your passions. A life of restraint is important, a life of limits is important, and he kept saying this is what our saints always knew, our fakirs and rishis knew this all along. And one of the things that I'm sure most of us here have recognized is when Gandhi is always very careful to say these are my ideas but not mine alone. Not mine alone because I've picked them up from observing people around me, and I've noticed that Indians think like this, and I'm only articulating something that's already there. And I think he was not just making it up as a matter of modesty. I think he really meant it, and I really feel the dominant morality here, whatever be its sources, does still resist a certain kind of extravagance, in how one lives, without limits, without restraint. Restraint is still the valued value. So the politics that we have to do, etc., will have to engage because we have grown up in a part of an education system that has taken us away from certain moral conversations. Remember, Gandhi keeps saying to the reader in the Hind Swaraj, look, you try to speak for Indians, but you really don't know Indians. Live with them for 6 months and come back and then we'll talk. And I think that response is still valid. as a response to all of us. And who does he mean by live with the people? He means those who are outside of the charmed, educated circles, right? The people who are illiterate, quote unquote, who are not part of the class of intelligentsia that we encounter. So I think there is something there for any political responses we may have about today's crisis as people to work with and people to learn from, etc. And I think it's very, very, very important. And we, in our modernist hubris, we can be modern in the way we respond to modern crises, and therein lies a problem. If wealth distribution happens in egalitarian ways, if we think the problem is solved, then we haven't understood the Gandhian project at all. Because it's not about wealth creation and distribution in equitable manner. Not that equity didn't matter to him, but that was not the preeminent concern. Wealth does bring with it problems, as he knew. As political scientists will tell you, with increased wealth, there's increased garbage. They'll see a correspondence coordinate in very scientific ways. And they've seen it happen in rich countries. But the imperative, the onus is to show that that equation is not a necessary equation. I mean, it's sort of necessity. So I think there's a lot to be done in the way we go about this politics of, in our work, let's not call it politics, in the work of trying to restore some autonomy, full autonomy, semi-autonomy to local level arrangements, whether you call it a village or an urban municipality or a town municipality, it'll keep shifting, or a state in relation to the center, or India in relation to the West, etc. There are multiple ways of thinking about locality, of course. And so in this case, it's not a question of turning away from the state. We have to work with the state wherever we can. But the state alone can't be you can't place all your faith in the state. You have to find creative solutions outside the state. And one of the Gandhian metaphors was that he envisioned India as a porcupine full of quills. Each village fully autonomous and self-reliant, and any disturbance, they would rise up like a porcupine quill. And it's that kind of preparedness and confidence at the local level is what he pushed for in his thinking, and I think it is still a viable way to think about how to restore local autonomy. Yes, and the way Gandhi refused to think like a political scientist of the state as a state from above. If you change how people live, the complexion of the state changes, the character of the state changes, and I still think that way of thinking of the state as a result of how people live, rather than a state that arrives from above and decides how people live, is a valuable way of thinking. So with these words, I would like to thank Karnataka Gandhi Samarak Nidhi for giving me an opportunity to speak here. And I'll wait for the other speakers to follow and the questions to follow if there will be a session on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank both the speakers for talking about the global challenges and some of the local solutions. We would now like to felicitate the speakers. I request Abhilash, social activist, to come on stage and present the memento to Shri Aragan Annamalai. Abhilash. Now I request Dr. Sandeep, NSS officer, to please come and present the memento to Professor Chandan Gowda. Okay, next we have two pre-recorded videos of speakers who could not come here. The first one is by Ambassador Akbar Ahmed, who's the chair of Islamic Studies at American Universities in Washington, D.C., a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. He has taught at Princeton, Harvard, and Cambridge, and is hailed by the BBC as the world's leading authority on contemporary Islam. Formerly Pakistan's High Commissioner to the UK and Ireland, Ambassador Ahmed has authored over a dozen award-winning books. He's currently exploring the role of America in the conflict between tribe and state in the Muslim world. Please play the video.
Grateful to the Honorable Dr. Vishwakumarji and the Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi for the invitation to participate in this conference. I'm also grateful to the distinguished Kulkarni Sahib for introducing me to him. My topic is the relevance of Mahatma Gandhi's ideas in the 21st century. I'm deeply honored to be amongst this august gathering, even though it is through the modern miracle of video conferencing. In the brief time allotted to me, I will make 3 points. First, the 21st century appears to present a very gloomy picture, at least in the minds of the influential thinkers of our time. From Bernard Henri Levy to Yuval Noah Harari to John Mearsheimer to Henry Kissinger, they point to the devastation brought by climate change, the potential dangers of artificial intelligence, and the widespread political violence emerging out of ethnic and religious conflicts. Looming over the misery of ordinary lives is what Mearsheimer calls great power rivalry, when the individual is further forgotten and dominated by the vast resources and political power of the hegemonic nations. It is here where the humility and compassion of the Mahatma are more relevant than ever. On top of all this, or perhaps because of it, commentators suggest we may be sleepwalking into a third world war, one that may well end human life as we know it on the planet. My second point is that in order to alleviate this widespread gloom and misery, the world desperately needs universal philosophies to embrace the different sections and shapes of human societies. It is in this context that the ideas and example of Mahatma Gandhi become most relevant. His idea of ahimsa, non-violence, shanti, peace, and seva, service to the people, and of course, satyagraha, or non-violent struggle for justice, are the most powerful and relevant aspects of his philosophy for today's world. For me, these values embody his teaching, and they're not only for his faith. For example, he embraced the Muslims. This is what makes him a true saint. He went out of his way to show respect and acceptance for the minority. For example, he wrote the foreword to the life of the Prophet of Islam, read from the Holy Quran in his morning prayer, and chanted his favorite hymn, which included both Ishwar and Allah. The Mahatma showed once again his inclusive embrace of humanity when, even after the bloody and bitter partition in 1947, he declared that he would spend 3 months of every year in Pakistan, as for him, the peoples of both nations were close to his heart. Mr. Jinnah's response was equally magnificent. He ordered his staff that full protocol be provided for the Mahatma as given to a head of state. Perhaps that is why he was assassinated. But that is precisely what, in my eyes and the eyes of millions, makes him a superhero for the ages. The Mahatma presents us with the great Indian paradox. If a true aristocrat is to be defined by courtesy and good manners, then the Mahatma was no less than the most refined princes and maharajas of India. His respect and courtesy were legendary in showing grace and courtesy even in times of acrimony and division. He wrote, as we said previously, the foreword to a book on the Holy Prophet of Islam, and he addressed Mr. Jinnah, a political opponent, the title given to him by his supporters, the Qaid-e-Azam. My third point is to ask ourselves, what are the principles of Gandhian behavior we need to remind ourselves of? What are we to extract from a life which was so rich? Despite the shameful attacks on his reputation online, what we need to share and propagate are the great Gandhian virtues of ahimsa, shanti, and seva. That is why conferences like this are so important. Not only India, but the world needs these Gandhian values. When we heard the Mahatma was killed, Mr. Jinnah, the Qaid-e-Azam, issued an immediate message of condolence. He used the word great 4 times to describe the Mahatma, adding, the Muslims of India had lost their greatest supporter. Both leaders would have been heartbroken to see the condition and predicament of the minorities in their respective nations. To my mind, the reconciliation of these two great men of history is the inevitable destiny of the subcontinent and will bring peace and harmony to this vast and troubled region of the planet. That is why my latest play, Gandhi and Jinnah Return Home, ends with the last scene of the two giants of the subcontinent embracing and acknowledging each other. He is correctly called the Qaid-e-Azam, says the Mahatma, and Jinnah replies, he is indeed the Mahatma. Our South Asian subcontinent in the last century elevated the Mahatma to an icon and then forgot his true message. We have to, all of us, revive the essence of his message for the 21st century. He does not need us. We need him. Thank you.
Significant contributions to exploring Mahatma Gandhi's influence in China, particularly the historical and cultural ties between China and India through Gandhian philosophy. Professor Shang has authored numerous publications, translated key works on Gandhi, and actively promotes Sino-Indian cultural exchange. His work is recognized both in China and internationally, and he frequently participates in lectures and conferences on the impact of Gandhi's ideologies on Chinese society.
Mahatma Gandhi's non Mahatma Gandhi's Nonviolence for Building a Peaceful Society, authored by Quan Yushang, video recorded by Mo Han-shang. Dear Dr. Uday Krishna, Shri Siddaramaiah ji, Sudhindra Kukani, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I am very honored to be invited by Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi to virtually participate in this important international seminar on the theme Mahatma Gandhi for the 21st Century, Building a Global Future of Peace, Justice, Fraternity, and Sustainable Development. In commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the National Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. On this occasion, I would like to talk something about Mahatma Gandhi's nonviolence for building a peaceful society. As we know, nonviolence is advocated in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism in its Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain contexts. Nonviolence, that is, ahimsa, stands for non-injury to living beings. Gandhi uses this phrase, but gives it a total different new meaning. Gandhi refines its meaning by applying the term to human and social interactions especially, and by introducing the positive connotation of ahimsa as love. For Gandhi, nonviolence involves not only the negative connotation of refraining from doing injury to any living being, either physical or mentally, but also the positive connotation of extending the love which one naturally has for one's near relations to all humankind, including one's enemy. It includes the positive connotations of affection, compassion, sympathy, mercy, generosity, service, and self-sacrifice, as well as the negative ones of non-injury and non-harm. In other words, in its positive form, nonviolence means largest love, greatest charity. Nonviolence as love is regarded by Gandhi as a universal principle on which the very existence of the world and human society depend. As he said, though the social structure is not based on a conscious acceptance of nonviolence, all the world over humankind lives. Families are bound together by ties of love, and so are groups in the so-called civilized society called nations. Therefore, nonviolence as love is the law of human species, just as violence is the law of beasts. Nonviolence as love is not the weapon of the weak, but of the strong and brave. It is a moral and soul force, which means to oppose material force with spiritual force, to oppose physical force by soul force, to conquer hatred with love, to return good for evil, to move others with self-suffering and self-sacrifice. Gandhi lived in an age full of violence, which made him seek non-violence as the remedy. Today, the situation in the world is almost the same as in Gandhi's time, if not worse. Violence and conflict still threaten world peace and humankind's existence. Gandhi's remedy is still valid, or rather more urgent and necessary in today's world. Violence cannot prevent violence. On the contrary, it can only accelerate it. No other way but nonviolence can bring peace to the world and welfare to humankind. It is only through nonviolence that the salvation of humankind is possible. So, we should fall back upon the Gandhian philosophy of nonviolence as love, especially Gandhi's doctrine and application of nonviolence not only had a strong influence on the Gandhi's Indian independence movement and the 20th century's world as he lived, but also has a far-reaching influence in the 21st century's world, including China, after his death. Quite often, many of my Indian friends ask me a question. Being a Gandhian scholar, what do you think is the relevance of Mahatma Gandhi to today's China? With this question in mind, since 2012, I have been researching the topic on Gandhi's studies in China over a century-long saga from 1920s to the 21st century. I've written an article, The Relevance of Mahatma Gandhi to China in the 21st century, some cases, for the magazine India-China Chronicle, which is published in November to December 2019. Which consists of 4 parts: Mahatma Gandhi's autobiography, Mahatma Gandhi's nonviolence, Mahatma Gandhi's simple living and high thinking, Mahatma Gandhi's pursuit of public good. Therefore, here I would like to share the second part, Mahatma Gandhi's nonviolence, with you. Mr. Bei Ye, a Chinese writer, scholar, expert of community issues, Under the influence of Mahatma Gandhi's doctrine of nonviolence, applied Gandhi's nonviolent approach to residential community governance so as to safeguard the legal rights of the residents in the community. He put forward a slogan for maintaining legal rights in 2006, that is nonviolence and cooperation, by which to make contributions to building up a harmonious society. He wrote, Mahatma Gandhi created miracles by his spirit of pursuing truth via nonviolence and non-cooperation, and defeated the powerful British Empire by using peaceful methods. We have derived such an inspiration from Mahatma Gandhi as follows. That is, in the process of building up harmonious community, our slogan is to pursue social justice via nonviolence and cooperation. We are now in a historic transformation period. So we can only create our new life via mutual understanding and caring, via nonviolence and cooperation. In Mao's era, there's no such kind of issues in China, because at that time, all estate properties belonged to states and the government, and everyone lived in his or her own working unit apartments by paying very little rental fee. The Department of Estate Properties of the working unit took responsibilities for maintaining it. All people lived in their own working unit apartment and buildings, but in post-Mao's era, especially in late 1990s and early 21st century, all working units apartments were sold to employees, and many more people bought their apartments in newly built residence community areas and moved out of their working unit apartments. Newly built residence community areas were resited with people from different working units, and property management company took responsibilities of maintaining all estate properties. So a new kind of conflicts appeared between property management companies and property owners in its early stage. On March 1st, 2006, CCTV made a TV program called News Pro, the story of property owners maintaining their legal rights. Mr. Beye was one of the 3 interviewees who were either current or previous heads of 3 different residence community areas in Beijing. It is said that when it came to the topic concerning property owners maintaining their legal rights, one could not help having pictures of contradictions and conflicts between property owners and property management companies as state property developer occurred in mind. There were many court cases and some violent incidents. Why residence community areas became battlefields rather than places to live in peace. How to maintain property owners' legal rights when violated. What are the ultimate goals of maintaining property owners' legal rights? In Mr. Beye's opinion, he acts of maintaining property owners' legal rights is a scholar civil experiment. He starts from claims for his own and his neighbors' legal rights, and gradually moves on to focus on public affairs within his residence community, and finally upgrades to ponder over issues of maintaining legal rights of the whole society. Each week, he organizes a virtual education seminar in his apartment, discussing topics concerning virtual education. He believes that virtual education is an integral part of civil education, and the cultivation of awareness of civic obligations is the indispensable prerequisite for maintaining property owners' legal rights. Through nonviolent actions such as talk and negotiation, the conflict between property management companies and property owners is solved peacefully. Mr. Beye's residence community is rewarded, an excellent one in Beijing. Nowadays, there is seldom news about violent incidents in residential community areas. Mr. Beiye keeps on promoting Mahatma Gandhi's thoughts. In his article published on website, he wrote, I believe we can learn a lot of meaningful things from Mahatma Gandhi and India's modernization road, especially some substantially spiritual things, just like our ancestors did when they went to India to get Buddhism. Mahatma Gandhi is our mentor, and his spirit is a good remedy for China's society. Those who are longing for the recovery of humanity and progress of soul can get inspiration and strength from Gandhi's works. I hope to organize a Gandhi fans club on my website so we can keep in touch and exchange ideas. This is what Mr. Beiye did in earlier 21st century in China. I think I have to stop my talk now. Thank you so much for your patience and attention.
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान नाड़े रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे
I regard myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace. I know the value of discipline and truth.
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान नाड़े रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे
I regard myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace. I know the value of discipline and truth. myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace. I know the value of discipline and truth.
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान नाड़े रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे
I regard myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace. I know the value of discipline and truth.
ಹಲೋ.
ಮಾದೇವ 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 ಸೋಜುಗಾದ ಸೂಜು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ದುಂಡು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸೋಜುಗಾದ ಸೂಜು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ದುಂಡು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಂದವರ ಮುಂದಾವರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ತಾವರೆ ಪುಷ್ಪ ಚಂದಕ್ಕಿ ಮಾಲ ಬಿಲ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಚಂದಕ್ಕಿ ಮಾಲೆ ಬಿಲ್ಪತ್ರೆ ತುಳಸಿ ದಳವ ಮಾದಪ್ಪನ ಪೂಜೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೋಜುಗಾದ ಸೂಜು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ದುಂಡು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸೋಜುಗಾದ ಸೂಜು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ದುಂಡು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗಿವ್ನಿ ತುಪ್ಪವ ಕಾಯಿಸಿವ್ನಿ ಕಿತ್ತಾಳೆ ಹನ್ನ ತಂದಿವ್ನಿ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕಿತ್ತಾಳೆ ಹನ್ನ ತಂದಿವ್ನಿ ಮಾದಪ್ಪ ಕಿತ್ತಾಡಿ ಬರುವೆ ಪರಿಸೆಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೋಜುಗಾದ ಸೂಜು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ದುಂಡು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸೋಜುಗಾದ ಸೂಜು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ದುಂಡು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ.
ಅವ್ರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಸ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ? ಓಕೆ.
ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ ಎದೆಯ ತುಂಬ ಎತ್ತಿಕೊಂಡು ಮುತ್ತು ಮಳೆಯ ಸುರಿಸುವೆ ಎದೆಯ ತುಂಬ ಒತ್ತಿಕೊಂಡು ಮುತ್ತು ಮಳೆಯ ಸುರಿಸುವೆ ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ ನನ್ನ ಎದೆಯ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ರಾಣಿಯಾಗುವೆ ನನ್ನ ಎದೆಯ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ರಾಣಿಯಾಗುವೆ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಗುಡಿಸಲಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಧರಿಸಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಗುಡಿಸಲಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಧರಿಸಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ರೇಣು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನಿಸುವೆ, ಬಡವನಾದ ರೇಣು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನಿಸುವೆ. ಉಳ್ಳವರ ಎದೆಗೆ ಒದ್ದು ಮೈಮಾನ ಮುಚ್ಚುವೆ, ಉಳ್ಳವರ ಎದೆಗೆ ಒದ್ದು ಮೈಮಾನ ಮುಚ್ಚುವೆ. ರೆಟ್ಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನ ಜಗವ ಸುತ್ತಿ ತನಿಸುವೆ, ರೆಟ್ಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನ ಜಗವು ಸುತ್ತಿ ತನಿಸುವೆ. ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ, ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ. ಬೆವರು ಹರಿಸಿ ಹೂವ ಬೆಳೆಸಿ ಮುಡಿಯಲಿಟ್ಟು ನಗಿಸುವೆ, ಬೆವರು ಹರಿಸಿ ಹೂವ ಬೆಳೆಸಿ ಮುಡಿಯಲಿಟ್ಟು ನಗಿಸುವೆ. ಭುಜಕ್ಕೆ ಭುಜವ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ನಿಂತು ತೋಳು ಬಂಡಿ ತೊಡಿಸುವೆ, ಭುಜಕ್ಕೆ ಭುಜವ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ನಿಂತು ತೋಳು ಬಂಡಿ ತೊಡಿಸುವೆ. ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ, ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ. ಹರಿವ ನದಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಡ ನಿಂತು ನಿನಗೆ ದಾರಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ, ಹರಿವ ನದಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಡ ನಿಂತು ನಿನಗೆ ದಾರಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ. ಬಿಸಿಲು ಮಳೆಯ ಚಳಿಯ ನುಂಗಿ ನೆರಳು ಬೆಳಕು ಆಗುವೆ, ಬಿಸಿಲು ಮಳೆಯ ಚಳಿಯ ನುಂಗಿ ನೆರಳು ಬೆಳಕು ಆಗುವೆ. ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ, ಎದೆಯ ತುಂಬ ಒತ್ತಿಕೊಂಡು ಮುತ್ತು ಮಳೆಯ ಸುರಿಸುವೆ. ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ, ಬಡವನಾದರೇನು ಪ್ರಿಯೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತು ತಿನ್ನಿಸುವೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ.
ಜೋಗದ ಸಿರಿ ಬೆಳಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಗೆಯ ತೆನೆ ಬಳುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ್ಯಾದ್ರಿಯ ಲೋಹದ ದಿರ ಉತ್ತುಂಗದ ನಿಲುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಹರಿದ್ವರ್ಣವನದ ತೀಗ ಗಂಧ ತರುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ನಿನಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ. ಇತಿಹಾಸದ ಹಿಮದಲ್ಲಿನ ಸಿಂಹಾಸನ ಮಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗತ ಸಾಹಸ ಸಾರುತ್ತಿರುವ ಶಾಸನಗಳ ಸಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಇತಿಹಾಸದ ಹಿಮದಲ್ಲಿನ ಸಿಂಹಾಸನ ಮಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗತ ಸಾಹಸ ಸಾರುತ್ತಿರುವ ಶಾಸನಗಳ ಸಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಓಲೆಗೆರೆಯ ಸಿರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಗುಲಗಳ ಭಿತ್ತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ನಿನಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ. ಹಲವೆನ್ನದ ಹಿರಿಮೆಯೇ ಕುಲವೆನ್ನದ ಗರಿಮೆಯೇ ಸದ್ವಿಕಾಸಶೀಲ ನುಡಿಯ ಲೋಕಾಮೃತ ಸೀಮೆಯೇ, ಹಲವೆನ್ನದ ಹಿರಿಮೆಯೇ ಕುಲವೆನ್ನದ ಗರಿಮೆಯೇ ಸದ್ವಿಕಾಸಶೀಲ ನುಡಿಯ ಲೋಕಾಮೃತ ಸೀಮೆಯೇ. ಓಲೆಗೆರೆಯ ಸಿರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಗುಲಗಳ ಭಿತ್ತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ನಿನಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ. ಜೋಗದ ಸಿರಿ ಬೆಳಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಗೆಯ ತೆನೆ ಬಳುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ್ಯಾದ್ರಿಯ ಲೋಹದ ದಿರ ಉತ್ತುಂಗದ ನಿಲುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಹರಿದ್ವರ್ಣವನದ ತೀಗ ಗಂಧ ತರುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ನಿನಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಹಲೋ.
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे. पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये, पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान नाणे रे. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे.
I regard myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace. I know the value of discipline and truth.
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे. पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये, पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान नाणे रे. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे.
I regard myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace. I know the value of discipline and truth.
ಎಲ್ಲರ ನೋವನು ಬಲ್ಲವನಾದರೆ ಗೆಲ್ಲುವೆ ನೀನು ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರ ನೋವನು ಬಲ್ಲವನಾದರೆ ಗೆಲ್ಲುವೆ ನೀನು ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಲೋಭವಿಲ್ಲದ ಉಪಕಾರವೇ ಸುಖವು, ಲೋಭವಿಲ್ಲದ ಉಪಕಾರವೇ ಸುಖವು ಗರ್ವವು ಬರ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಗೆಲ್ಲುವೆ ನೀನು ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ.
ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಪ್ಪ. I request all the guests we invited. I request Sri H.K. Patil ji, Hon'ble Minister for Law and Parliamentary Affairs. I request Justice Santosh Hegde ji, Sri Ramachandra Rahi ji, our President Dr. Udupi Krishna ji, Dr. Sanjoy Singh, Sri Annamalai, Sri Vishwakumar Yennar, Sri M.C. Narendra, Dr. Jeevan Kumar, Sri H.B. Dinesh, Sri Karl Malwad, please come, sir. Please come on the dais. Annamalai ji, please. Sanjay Singh ji, yes, you are here.
What do you want me?
Please be seated here. Sri Narendra, our secretary. Sri Narendra, please come, sir. Please sit. I request everybody to sit on the chair. Don't move around. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, invitees, delegates from different parts of our country, invitees, my most respected NSS officers from all over Karnataka, and my dear volunteers, dear media friends. As I told you yesterday, it is a historical day, it is a most memorable day, and also it is a great day for Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. Our Central Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi Chairman, Sri Ramachandra Rahi ji, Sri Sanjoy ji, Sri Annamalai and Sri Kumar Prashant ji has given us a rare opportunity to celebrate this 75th commemorative anniversary of Central Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. That is, the theme of this seminar is Mahatma Gandhi for the 21st century. Since yesterday, you all participated actively, and this has never happened in the history of our Gandhi Bhavan. More than 25 persons, resource persons, great scholars, and committed persons who have rendered human service in their own field. They delivered most inspiring and thought-provoking lectures. And many, including Balkiman, the former Secretary General of UNO, and many other from Areyaratne's son from Sri Lanka, and many great leaders, they sent their actually recorded speech, and that also we all enjoyed. Now we are facing a great threat. It is a challenging aspect for all Gandhians and Gandhian institutions. We are facing both internal and external problem. And that's the situation. The youngsters are extremely good. They are not useless. They are useless. They are not properly directed or monitored. They are extremely good. Because as I told you in the early morning, Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi is conducting several programs, including conducting the camps. In almost these camps, these programs are not like ordinary camps which we are conducting in the different colleges. It is having its own sanctity, discipline, and we have the result. And that's why, observing all these things, government of Karnataka has given huge money, trusting the Gandhi Bhavan, and the president, actually our Udayapi Krishna and the members are working hard to take Gandhi's life and principles, messages throughout the country. And as I told you earlier, since our Justice Santosh Hegdeji is here, and we wanted to bring to his notice, ನಮಗೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾನ್ಯ ನ್ಯಾಯಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳಾದ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆಜಿಯವರು ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯುವಕರನ್ನು, ಬಹುಪಾಲು ಯುವಕರನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ತಲುಪಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರ ಹೃದಯವನ್ನು, ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ತಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಯುವಕರು ಮುಗಿ ಬೀಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಮ್ಯಾಡ್ ರಶ್ ಟು ಹಿಯರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರಲ್ಲಂಥ ಆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟು, ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಈಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್, ಈಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಟು ದಿ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹಿತವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡುವಂಥ ನ್ಯಾಯಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ ಸರ್, ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೌಡ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಹೈಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಯು ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ ಇಂಡೆಲಿಬಲ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್. ಯು ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ ಇಂಡೆಲಿಬಲ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಆಸ್ ಎ ಜಡ್ಜ್, ಆಸ್ ಎ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಇವತ್ತು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಅಂತ ಏನಾರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಡಿಸೈರ್ of our President Nadoja, Udayapi Krishna, and Secretary and members, our Vishwakumar, and our Treasurer Dinesh. Everybody has actually, we requested Justice Santosh Hegdeji to come and deliver the valedictory address. He has accepted. I told you in the first day, Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya, we remembered him. One actually, the group of people, they went to him and requested for releasing of a book in a posh hotel. But most astonishing thing is, and he did not agree for that. If you accept my suggestion, if you release your book in Gandhi Bhavan, definitely I will come. That was his answer. This shows the confidence Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya is having. Same thing, almost all judges, Justice Santosh Hegdeji, you are coming here is of great help, sir. Definitely, they all came from different parts of our state, particularly the delegates from all over the country. They are attending here. Actually, as I said, it's a most memorable program and historical program for us. Your presence, our Honorable Minister's presence is of great help for us, and that too in the presence of the Central Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi President, Secretary, and many dignitaries. So now you all enjoyed 27, more than 25 remarkable speech you have heard since yesterday. We did not give much time for actually even for breathing. Only except I apologize on behalf of Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. Yesterday, some problem in lunch because we expected 200 here. This capacity of the hall is 200. We arranged for 300, and it seems Chief Minister has arrived here, and many people rushed. It went up to 600 members. We could not able to manage that. That has happened yesterday, and we apologize particularly the delegates from Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and Bihar, many other places. So with this, in other thing, media coverage is very good, and many people, as I told you in the morning, just if they sent a message, that's all. By observing, by seeing in social media, many people, many aged persons and those who are having faith in Gandhian activities, they arrived to our program. We are all grateful to you on behalf of the Central Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi and Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. Now I request Shri H.V. Dinesh, our treasurer, Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, to invite the dignitaries and other delegates in this assembly. Please.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕಳೆದ 2 ದಿವಸಗಳಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ 2 ದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳ ಈ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಂತಿಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿವರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ವಿವರವಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಸ್ವರೂಪನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತದ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಂಗ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯುನ್ನತ ಹೆಸರು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಸರ್ವೋಚ್ಚ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ಮಾಜಿ ನ್ಯಾಯಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳು ಆದ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತರು ಆಗಿದ್ದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆನ್ನ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಿಂತವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾನೂನು ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ H.K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು. ಅವರು ಪ್ರತಿದಿನವೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಳೆದ 2 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಆಸಕ್ತಿನ ವಹಿಸಿ ಈ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಗೌರವಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು 2 ದಿವಸ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ರಾಹಿ ಅವರು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಹಾಗೂ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದೆಲ್ಲೆಡೆ ಗಾಂಧಿ ವಾತಾವರಣ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಶ್ರಮಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥವರು. ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರನ್ನು ನಾನು ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ 2 ದಿನಗಳ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಸಂಜಯ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರು. ಅವರನ್ನು ನಾನು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ಅಣ್ಣಾಮಲೆಯವರು, ಅವರು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಯಂನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು. ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಹಾಗೂ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ತಜ್ಞರು ಆದ ಶ್ರೀ ಉಡುಪಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರನ್ನು ನಾನು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ಉಡುಪಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರನ್ನು. ಶ್ರೀ ಮಾರ್ಮಾಲ್ಡ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕಳೆದ 2 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರನ್ನು ನಾನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜೀವನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಈ 2 ದಿನಗಳ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿದವರು. ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರನ್ನು ಕರಿಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡಿದವರು ಶ್ರೀ ಜೀವನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ನಾನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೀ N.R. ವಿಶ್ವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು. ಅವರ ಈ 2 ದಿನಗಳ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅವರ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇದೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿವಸ ಅವರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕರೆಯೋದಿರಲಿ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ರೂಪಿಸೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಪರಿಣಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಎನ್.ಆರ್. ವಿಶ್ವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಗಣ್ಯರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಮಾಜಿ ಸಭಾಪತಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಚಿತ್ರಕಲಾ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಿ.ಎಲ್. ಶಂಕರ್ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಾಜಿ ಶಾಸಕರಾದ ಡಿ.ಆರ್. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಾದ ಮಹಿಮಾ ಪಟೇಲ್ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಾಜಿ ಶಾಸಕರಾದ ನಂಜಯ್ಯನ್ ಮಠ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರ ಮೊಮ್ಮಗ ತುಷಾರ್ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರು, ಕುಮಾರ್ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ಅವರು, ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಜರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಪರಿವಾರದ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ 2 ದಿನಗಳಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತು ಗಾಂಧಿ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಅತಿಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸಹ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. Dr. Sanjoy Singh is the Secretary of Central Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, and because of his guidance, his deep involvement in the program, we could able to do this as one of the successful seminar. Now I request Dr. Sanjoy Singh to say a few words.
Thank you. Respected guest and audience. First of all, I would like to congratulate all people of Karnataka, Kannadi people, to beat communal forces in last assembly election and give us a hope to rest of the India that yes, we can beat communal forces. Yes, we can restore or re-establish democratic values in our country. So thank you very much, all Kannada people, those who are here, those who are not here. I salute your spirit. Because when you are coming from the north, the situation and the scenario is completely different. And when you are entered in the south, the scenario is totally different. I don't know how, but I think we have to learn many things from the south. So, dear friends, I was supposed to speak in the inaugural session, but somehow we couldn't manage it. But now I am not going to give my whole speech, but few things I just want to say you. Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi was established in 1948. Soon after Gandhi's assassination, after 14 days, our leaders sat together and established this forum. I call it forum, or at that time it was like a network. So we remember the responsibility. We always remember the responsibility, because that's why we are not celebrating our 75th year. And we know the situation after 1948. So soon after Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi was established, we did a major job. It was on our shoulder. That was the rehabilitation work of the migrant people from the Bangladesh, at the time East Pakistan and the Pakistan. We shouldn't forget that work, because many people doesn't know that Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi was involved in such work. We did work in Punjab, we did work in Haryana, We did work in Bengal, Odisha, Bihar, Assam, and other northeastern region, even Madhya Pradesh also. And very much, we did it very much peacefully and amicably. You can see how many people have been rehabilitated in many cities. Do they have any fight? You can see, you can find out how many Sindhi colonies, even the small towns, such a big, huge, massive rehabilitation work did, and we are proud to say that we did a good role, we played a good role on that job. So after that, many things, few things I should remember. Then there was a big task again came, that is the leprosy things. You know how India was badly affected by the leprosy things. So Gandhi's Smarak Leprosy Foundation, it was established, and after 4 decades, we could proudly say that now there is no such leprosy cases. It was very minimized, and during 90s, government says that India is free of leprosy. Many people say, what is in it? It is simple diseases. But you see, when Gandhi started work with Parchure Sastri, because there was a stigma, leprosy patients were untouchable. They called in different names, like leper, kauri, and what other else. But you see the dignity, the rights, so all those things involved in this, and we proudly say that we are not only help India, but we did work in Southeast Asia, other countries too, to other countries helping eradicating this leprosy. So these 2 things I just mentioning here. Another thing is that Chambal and Bundelkhand Dacoit surrender from 1969 onward to 1974. Even government surrendered. At that time that we couldn't able to do these things, restoring peace, they called the Gandhians, and 262 Gandhi Smarak Nidhi's volunteer joined there. And after 4-5 years, a dialogue with the dacoits, the peace was restoring at that particular, that Chambal and Bundelkhand region. Similarly, this Bhudan movement also, we played a great role. And when the 2 wars, especially in 1971, 1962, and in 1952 also. Especially in 1962, when in the Northeast, when people lose faith in our states, in particularly the border area. So our people, our worker, our volunteer, they worked there. And they gained the confidence of the local people. And they stood up with the Indian soldier and protecting our border. Another major work that we should do, that is called manual scavenger. During the 1960s to 70s, more than 7 lakh toilets were built. When nobody was talking about these things, Nidhi took up this job and we did it. And after that, you can see that there was some policies. Then, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, our first trustees, he sent a group of people to the Japan to study how to sow the paddy. And after that, we did work in Andhra, all the coastal area to the northeast, with the new techniques of paddy and other upgraded crops. So I think in each and everything, Gandhi Nidhi played a role, even the re-establishing democracy also. More than 200 workers were jailed during emergency period. Kudal Commission was imposed. Very humbly and politely we faced that commission also. When today we talked about the globalization and other things, LPG. So during after the 90s, yes, we changed our policies, little bit our programs also. You can see our anti-big dam movements. The right-based movement from 1990s to up to 2010, 2015, the rights-based work was did by Gandhians, including Chief Co movement and all other movements also too. And after later, in the last 1 decade, we are trying to re-establish our democratic values. How many our institutions were attacked? They demolished our Sarva Seva Sangh campus. Modi and Jogi, these two combinations, they demolished, they bulldozing our campus at Sarva Seva Sangh Varanasi. We went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court passed a judgment on Saturday evening. Before reaching Varanasi, they demolished everything. They came up with the force of more than 800 policemen. They targeted simple Gandhian workers. They put them on the jail. And these things happen during the daytime and the night time, both the times. Then they captured Sabarmati Ashram and Gujarat Vidyapith too. This is not only other government institutions that they are capturing and manipulating. These things happened to other Gandhian institutions too. So now, in front of us, we have a big challenge. So we are already started working to come up with a 500 young worker. Kumar Prasanji is very much focusing on that for the training program and all other things. So, and other programs too. We have soon we will announce our future programs too. Gandhi Nidhi did publication lot of Gandhian books in local language. More than 1,000 books published by Gandhi Smarak Nidhi on Gandhi. Around 100 books in Kannada language. Similarly, Odia, Assamese and other language too. We did have a Gandhi film division that filmed 4 or 5 films. We did establish 5 Gandhi museum in different parts of the country. One in Delhi, another in Kolkata, Barakpur, another in Madurai, another in Sabarmati, another in Mani Bhavan, Mumbai. Patna, recently we did another one. And when Mani Bhavan was sold, because that house is not with us, Gandhi used to stay there at Mumbai. So when that house was to sold, so Gandhi Smarak Nidhi purchased. And the common people and the worker, they contribute the money because Gandhi Smarak Nidhi doesn't have the money to buy that house, that memory of Bapu. So with the simple workers, they giving the money, they donated the money, and because that is the prestige, not only the prestige, that is the memory of Bapu. Now that's turned into a good museum in Mumbai. If you go to the Mumbai, you are most welcome there. So with these words, I am concluding these things, and I am very much thankful to Karnataka Gandhi Smarak Nidhi, especially all its member and chairman, Shri Uday P. Krishnaji. Without his help, this is not possible, and he is a very polite man. Throughout India, people knows him. His decency, his simplicity is always inspiring. We are very much thankful to Professor Sivrajuji. He is a close associate and long associate of us. Shri Dr. N. Vishwakumarji, he did a lot for this conference. I think last few months he took a lot of hard work. And then MC Narendraji, Dinesh ji, and all other members and office bearers. Jeevan Kumar ji, special thank to Sudhindra Kulkarni ji, and all other members who helped us. And lastly, to the Karnataka government, especially the Chief Minister and the Minister of Law, Shri H.K. Patil ji. Sir, we are very much thankful to you for your kind support. And we can't think to organize these things in Uttar Pradesh. It is difficult. We have the courage. Don't think that we doesn't have the courage. But we found that this time we should learn something from the south. We gain some experience, then we will go to the north. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Now it is a time to question ourselves, the Gandhian institutions and Gandhians. And Gandhi-minded people, they should question ourselves. What to do with the future? Great threat is there. With all that, actually, I would like to mention here, those were the days that Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi used to give direction to the government of India. Because of the actually efforts made by the Central Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, they could be able to invite Martin Luther King from the USA and make him to travel throughout the country. And that was the strength actually. And Gandhi Bhavans, Gandhi institution should have that strength. See, actually, forget about the political parties or developments or representatives. Now it is in the hands of the Gandhian Gandhian institutions. They should lead the actually youths. They are in state of confusion actually, and they want all the good things. But in future days, definitely people will question the Gandhian institution. If we did not do anything seriously, that will have a bad effects on us. And that is a lesson. That's why this conference should give us a message, right message. And that actually overall view will be presented by our President, Nadaja Udepi Krishnaji, whatever happened, all this to this. And although also I request him to give a message to the Gandhian institutions. Sir, please, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Honorable Justice in Santosh Hegde ji, Honorable Minister Shri H.K. Patil ji, our beloved President of Gandhi Smarak Nidhi New Delhi, Shri Ramchandra Rai ji, and all other distinguished colleagues on the dais and off the dais. I am asked to give you an overview of the 2 days deliberations that has taken place in this hall, and I will very quickly go through the summary of the sessions which have been so kindly recorded by Professor Geeta, of the Department of English of Sheshadripuram College. In the inaugural session, we had the inauguration by the Honorable Chief Minister Shri Siddaramaiah ji. In his inaugural speech, he emphasized on the timeless relevance of Mahatma Gandhi's ideology. He said, the protectors of caste inequality were the ones who killed Gandhiji. He spoke of people who have been deprived of education due to the caste system, resulting in increased inequality. He said that Gandhiji's thoughts are not confined to 20th century, but are relevant universally, even in the present era. Siddaramaiah ji recalled the words of Stephen Hawking that human beings need not go in search of happiness and tranquility in other planets, and emphasized the need to inculcate the spirit of mutual tolerance, coexistence, and brotherhood. Shri Siddaramaiah ji recalled Gandhiji's view that Gram Swaraj is the only way to Purna Swaraj. Shri H.K. Patil ji spoke about the relevance of this international seminar. He congratulated all the delegates for being part of the seminar and instilling the values of Gandhiji. He specifically mentioned about Mr. Karl Malmud, who was inspired by the Gandhian values, who contributed in digitizing over 11,000 books about Gandhiji and made them available on the Internet Archive. Shri Patil ji also appreciated our Honorable Chief Minister Siddaramaiah ji for his constant support in building up Gandhi Bhavans in all the 25 districts of Karnataka. Shri Ramchandra Rahi ji gave his presidential remarks, and he told us that, the Gandhi Smarak Nidhi, which was initially proposed by the Indian National Congress, was not constituted by the government, but by the people who in turn helped to inculcate Gandhiji's values through this institution. There should be a correlation between society and state to build a better nation, he said. He remembered Vinoba Bhave, called the first Satyagrahi of India's freedom movement, who envisioned a non-violent and equal social order across India's landscape. He concluded with a call to generate people's power to save democracy. And following this, we had a keynote address by Shri Tushar Gandhi. Tushar Gandhi, as you all know, is the great-grandson of Mahatma Gandhi and Kasturba Gandhi. Shri Tushar Gandhi appreciated our Honorable Chief Minister for his constant support towards the upliftment of Gandhi Smarak Nidhi. Gandhiji's main strength was the ability to make people convince, which is highly impossible at the present time. He motivates the new generation to know the principles of Gandhi and inculcate the same in their life and keep them alive. He highlighted the importance and urgency of starting a united movement to save Gandhian values, calling for self-introspection of Gandhian organizations. And the session on Gandhi, conflict resolution and peace building, we had distinguished speakers like Dr. John Challadurai, Mario Marazzetti, Mr. Banki Moon, Shri Kumar Prashant. This session emphasized the need of the era of refined civilian relationship, massive attack on fundamental and human rights. In the world of thorough compartmentalization dictated by industrialized division of labor, in which humanity finds itself having lost the sense of purpose and identity, Gandhiji showed a holistic way that leads us into experiencing life in its fullness. The holistic perspective is from the realization of truth as God, which is eternal and all-encompassing reality. Gandhiji is making a choice of resolving conflicts in non-violent ways was through Satyagraha. At present scenario, Satyagraha can be adopted by speaking the truth and supporting the people who speak the truth. The session on Gandhi for Sustainable and Equitable Development, which had distinguished speakers like Mr. Prasanna Heggodu, Dr. Vinay S. Ariyaratne, Professor D.M. Divakar, Mr. Uttam Kumar Sinha. This session emphasized that creation of wealth through fairer means and without endangering sustainable development has to be the basis of economic policy. Simple living and high thinking should be our philosophy of life. Speakers highlighted on the Gandhian ideas, which are spiritually oriented and have a holistic approach. There is an urge to save the earth, and the earth will save us. The human greed, persisting to draw more by exploiting more, will deplete the resource. The day the resources vanish and the earth becomes a barren piece of planet, so we need to adopt a simple and friendly environment approach. The session on Gandhi, democracy and dissent had distinguished speakers like Justice H.N. Nagmohan Das, Dr. C.B. Joseph and Professor Jagdish Chaturvedi. The session laid emphasis on the fact that dissent is a part and parcel of a democratic setup. Gandhiji wanted citizens who expressed dissent against tyranny and violence. His idea of democracy was a discrimination-free India based on the philosophy of fearlessness and aparigraha, which inspired Gandhi to coin the term Satyagraha. The speakers lamented on the fact that the corporate houses have taken over our democracy. Our politics increasingly seems unmoored from certain human values considered essential for democracy, which is challenging. The political reforms, fundamental rights, the political system were discussed to ensure building a value-based society. The second day, that is today, we began with the session on Gandhian values and the revolutionary power of technology. Is a synthesis possible? And we had distinguished speakers like Mr. Sudhindra Kulkarni, Mr. Sam Pitroda, Mr. Karl Malmud, Mr. Kollegal Sharma. The session discussed about the principles and values of Gandhiji is timeless till the human species last. A reference to the book Music of the Spinning Wheel, Mahatma Gandhi's manifesto for the internet age, reveals the transformative potential of modern technologies, dispelling the misconception that Gandhi was opposed to scientific progress. Gandhiji advocated for small, local and predominantly village-based technology to help India's villages to become self-reliant. It was Rajiv Gandhi and his advisor Sam Pitroda's efforts that set the stage for the telecom revolution that has put mobile phones in the hands of India's masses. The session concluded to posit the internet as an avatar of the spinning wheel, provided the evolution of the digital era is guided by mankind's ancient wisdom to minimize its perils and maximize its promises, and a call for all of us to become internet satyagrahis. The session, Dialogue Among Religions for Peace and Harmony, had distinguished speakers like Swami Nityastanandaji Maharaj of Ramakrishna Mutt, Bangalore, Archbishop Reverend Felix Machado, Shri Raha Naba, and Dr. Kezavino Aram. The session enlightened the audience and students about Gandhiji's Satya and Ahimsa. Morality cannot be practiced without truth. Humanity, morality and spirituality are essential aspects of any religion. If we emphasize spirituality, then we can attain morality. Citing examples of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and Swami Vivekananda, that there is no religion higher than truth and righteousness, and one need to have a yearning for God. Cultivating friendly relationship and theme of peace is the need of the hour. A common thread to all faith groups is the tendency to reduce the freedom of religion to the mere freedom of private worship, and all the believers should therefore strengthen religious freedom by promoting inter-religious dialogue. The session concluded on the Gandhiji's vision of Sarvodaya, that is, welfare of all, and peace that aims to address the social issues of relevance and promote community development. We need to follow the footprints and ideology of non-violence, and peace will then be restored in the society and state. The last session on Gandhi, globalization and global governance had distinguished speakers like Shri A. Annamalai, Professor Akbar Ahmad, Professor Chandan Gowda, and Professor Konyu Shang. The session was thought-provoking on globalization, which is curbing the autonomy of nation states and enforcing a convergence of national policies, but also disabling democracy, and with it the legitimacy of national political systems, altering the nature of sovereignty. The speakers gave insights of how globalization favors capital-intensive, labor-saving modern technology. The session concluded with the thought of India moving towards a plutocracy. Thank you very much for my patient hearing.
Thank you very much, sir, for presenting the deliberations of this seminar. On behalf of Gandhian Institution, I am grateful to you. Now, I would like to mention one thing here. I don't know how many of you has seen the photograph and the statement. One statement actually we displayed in our President's chamber that says, Mahatma Gandhi, the man who could not be killed. Mahatma Gandhi, the man who could not be killed. And one of the actually an article by our Samstakul Delhi Gandhi Smaraka, it mentioned that no bullet can kill Gandhi. No bullet can kill Gandhi. No burial ground can bury Gandhi forever. We may kill him physically, but nobody can kill the principles and life journey of Mahatma Gandhi. That is the strength. That is the only strength to the Gandhian institutions and Gandhians. And actually, I would like to bring one important information. Actually, it is our ambition of our president. We displayed one photo. We put the one photo there, just entrance. Our Patil ji has noticed that, and he has mentioned in one of the functions. That says there is a super court than the courts of justice. That is the court of conscience. That supersedes all other courts in the world. That is the statement made by Mahatma Gandhi. So we have so much. And now, justice, sir. Yes, sir. Now actually, Justice Santosh Hegde ji and our Patil ji and Dr. Patil ji here, many actually stalwarts are here. Actually, they are rare to be seen in public life in this materialistic world. Sir, it's our really fortunate, particularly the youngsters. We want to hear you, sir. I request you to deliver the valedictory address.
President of this evening's function, Honorable Shri H.K. Patil, the dignitaries in the dais, Dr. Woody P. Krishna, Shri Ramachandra Rahe, Dr. Sanjoy Singh, Shri N.R. Vishwakumar, Shri M.C. Narendra, Dr. Karl Malmud, Shri Annamalai, Shri H.B. Dinesh, Professor Jeevan Kumar, ladies and gentlemen present in this evening's function. Talking anything more about Mahatma Gandhi would be like carrying coal to Newcastle, so I will not be making that effort. But when I was invited for this function, I was thinking what would be the subject that I'll be delivering on the valedictory address. Then I thought Mahatma Gandhi believed in a value-based society. He wanted the society to be people-friendly and human. In that thinking, I have decided to speak on fallen social values and the consequences of the same. Ladies and gentlemen, I have worked in many positions, but until I came to the institution of Karnataka Lokayukta, I very often felt that I was a frog in the well. I did not know the sufferings of the people. I was comfortable. I thought most of the people were comfortable. Contrary to the thinking, I found there was a lot of sufferings of the people, that too from the hands of an institution called administration. I'm not a politician, never been one. I was wondering why this was happening like this in a country like ours, which was full of moral values and social values. Then I realized fault does not lie with individuals. Fault lies with the society in which we are. When I was young, my parents told me the do's and don'ts of life. And if there was somebody who was sent to jail in my village, they wouldn't allow me to go near that house. There was a restriction on me to visiting that house. That was a social conviction of the people. It's not from the court of law. And it was a punishment not only to the man who committed the mistake, but it was a punishment to the whole family. So people were afraid to commit social errors. Things have changed very much today. Today's society respects money and power, nothing else. Consequently, there is a mad race to become rich or powerful. There is nothing wrong in becoming rich, nothing wrong in becoming powerful, provided you take the right path, but not by putting your hand into somebody's pocket or stealing from somebody's plate. That's the problem that we are facing today, ladies and gentlemen. What's the way out? What is the cause of all this? Then I realized the cause is the development, I'm using this word deliberately, development of a disease called greed. This greed has no limitation. Any amount you make is not enough. You want more and more and more. It's not confined to any particular field in the society. It has inflicted almost every part of every work and profession in the society. Just to give an example, there was a scam called Jeep scam, and country lost 52 lakhs of rupees in that transaction in importing Jeep vehicles from Great Britain to India for our soldiers. Then came a scam called Bofors. Country lost 64 crores of rupees in importing weapons for our soldiers. Then came a scam called Commonwealth Games. Country lost 70,000 crores. These figures are not mine. These are figures given to Government of India by a constitutional authority called CAG, the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. He said in the Commonwealth Games, few people swindled 70,000 crores. Then there was a scam called 2G scam. Country lost 1,76,000 crores. Then came a scam called Colgate, the coal scam. Country lost 1,86,000 crores. Then came a scam called Rafael. Country lost over 2 lakh crores. In single instances, I'm talking about, in a decade, there will be thousands of scams. And if all the money calculated in the, so which is siphoned off in a scam, is put together and calculated, how much do you think country would have lost? In 1985, then the Prime Minister of India, late Rajiv Gandhi, made a public statement that out of 1 rupee government gave for development then in 1985, only 15 paise went to the targeted project. We are in 2024. Greed has not come down. How much do you think today it will be going? I would not want to guess. I leave it to you all to guess. What is the development that is happening? Where will our country go? Will there be peace in the society, which was the theme of late Mahatma Gandhi? Will there be peace and solidarity in the society? There will be a mad rush to become rich. What is the way out? No law can prevent it. There is no way by which this disease called greed can be controlled by medicine. The only way out, ladies and gentlemen, is a social value which our elders established in the society called contentment in life or tripti. There is no other way out. There was greed at that point of time also, so the elders established this value called contentment in life and all. Contentment doesn't mean at one stage you get a degree, you get a job, then you become a sannyasi. No. Everybody must have an ambition, Kannadalli akanksha anteve, to become somebody rich, become somebody big. Legitimately earned wealth is no product of sin. Earn crores of rupees. Spend it the way you want. If you develop some sense of charity, spend it on that. Pay your taxes. That is contentment. Contentment doesn't mean that you're desperately you get a job, that's the end of it. You must be satisfied with that. Ladies and gentlemen, contentment need not be bought in a chemical shop. You got to develop it. But the problem is, when I was young, my parents told me the do's and don'ts. And I went to school, I had a subject called moral science, Niti Pata, which reiterated what my parents told me. Today, most of the parents are working. They have problems in their workplace. They bring the problem home. They work on computers at home. They give a child an iPhone. iPhones have nothing to show about social values. Where do these children learn? There is a lack of this value mainly because of the social habits. We have to change. We have to change not only for ourselves, we have to change for our children, their children, if you want peace and solidarity in the society. This type of way of making money will never ever have peace and solidarity in the society. There will be friction. There is bound to be revolutions. And in revolution, there is no winner. I'm sure Mahatma Gandhi would have never ever tolerated this greed in the society. Greed can be inculcated by yourself. I can assure you, the contentment in life brings complete satisfaction in you. You are happy with what you legitimately have. If you don't have that happiness, that's when the problem starts. You buy your post, you make money all possible ways, which will deprive somebody who is legitimately entitled for that. The man who is deprived that will not keep quiet. Therefore, for the future, for peace and solidarity and contentment, you've got to have this value. Otherwise, I don't think it is possible. There is a requirement of another value called humanism. We are not born human beings. There is no species called human beings. We are born to a species called Homo sapiens in science, and which has got nothing to do with humanism. Humanism is a value which you inculcate and exhibit in your life. In Karnataka, poets have written, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಗುರುಗಳು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನೇ ಆಗು ನಿನಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದವನಾಗು, ಆದರೆ ಮೊದಲು ಮಾನವನಾಗು ಅಂತಾರೆ. Become what you want to become in life, but become a human being first. I have been to more than 1,833 educational institutions as of day before yesterday, and I convey a slogan of my own to the students. Even though if you are not born as a human being, in the journey of your life, if you acquire humanism and die as a human being, there is no better glory than that. Ladies and gentlemen, to become a human being is one of the greatest part of human life. Without humanism, you can never be a human being. And without humanism, there can be no peace and solidarity in the society. How will you live? Do you think you acquire money in the wrongful way, you'll be happy? I was watching the television a few months back. A very powerful person's house was raided, and they showed 252 crores of rupees bundled up and kept in the cupboards. That money can never go back, because you can never say it's my money, which is not tax paid and which is not kept in a bank. How will you feel? Do you think the people who acquire such money get sleep in the night? No. They are afraid when ED will raid them, income tax people will raid them, when the robbers come to the house, and with so much of cash in the house, what will the children's future be? There will be never any happiness in that money. And if you have no happiness, forget being a human being. Ladies and gentlemen, I have seen many, many instances. Let me mention a few of them. In 2008, an handicapped tailor and his wife brought a 6-month-old child to my office. I asked him, what's the problem? He said, this child looks perfectly all right. It has no rectum. It eats through the mouth, defecates through the mouth. The local doctor said, don't worry. Take the child to a specialty hospital where pediatric surgeon will rectify it. They took the child to a government hospital. The pediatric surgeon examines the child and says, I'll do everything all right, but it'll cost you so much money. Money is not expenses, money is bribe. The husband and wife had collected some money, beg, borrow, steal, and they taken it and they kept the money in doctor's table. He counted the money and said, for this money, I'll make a hole near the rib cage. The fecal matters will go out from there, and the child has to wear a bag throughout the life. Fortunately for the child, they didn't agree. They took the money back and brought the child to Lokayukta office. And the Lokayukta officers took the child to a hospital in Old Airport Road, a private hospital, begged of the doctors to do the operation. And that child is today a 16-year-old girl doing her SSLC with no things at all problem. This doctor must have prayed to God, give me education, make me a doctor, make me a pediatric surgeon, get me a government job. God gave everything. And comes a child, 6-month-old child, to which he could have given a future. But the greed didn't allow him. What it does to the society, this greed. Another instance of another lady over 85 years came to me. I asked her, what's your problem? She said, I have no income. One son is working in Mumbai. He sends me 250 rupees by money order, and the postman wants 10%. Though I had no jurisdiction over the postman who is a central government employee, and I contacted a central government officer who pleaded that he has no officers available to do this job. So Karnataka Lokayukta police went and spoke to the postman and solved that problem. Look at the sufferings of the people. I'm not talking about this political party, that person or this person. I'm talking about the people in the society. How can you forget that you are a human being? Even today, these values are there. I'll give you one example. In 2011, one youngster called Harish Nanjappa was riding a motorcycle on the outskirts of Bengaluru. A lorry which came with a punctured tire ran over him, and the body was severed into 2 pieces. He was still alive. And there were many people who were photographing, videographing. He pleaded with them to give little water. Not a single person gave it. The ambulance came. The staff picked up the pieces of the body and put it in the ambulance. You're still alive. He told the staff, please tell the doctors to donate my eyes. This is not a story. None of these were stories made up by me. I have records for all these stories. I was invited by the Zee TV to give a posthumous award to his Harish Nanjappa's mother. Zee TV organized the function and I went there. There are people who have these values, but they have no values. The society doesn't respect them. You talk about them and say, oh, he's a useless chap. He doesn't take, he doesn't allow others to take. This is the problem we face today in society. Ladies and gentlemen, if only you could inculcate these 2 values and inculcate them in your children and grandchildren, I'm sure we'll come back to a society which Mahatma Gandhi wanted, without which any amount of development you make will never bring peace in the society. I thank Mr. Udi Krishna and others for giving me this opportunity of being in front of you, and thank you all for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Friends, what else we want? Sir, you are touching the heart and soul of the youngsters today. You inspired them, you instilled the strength and confidence in them. And it's a great service, sir. He has reached more than 2 lakhs youngsters. More than 2 lakhs youngsters. Many institutions. And we are so fortunate because you people are with the institutions like us and we are having confidence, sir. ನೀವುಗಳು ಎಚ್ ಕೆ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಜಿ ಅವರು, ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿ ಎಲ್ ಶಂಕರ್, ಪ್ರಮೋದ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿ ಆರ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಜಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, 95 ಜನ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಥರದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಲುಕ್ಕೇ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೆ, ಖಂಡಿತ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಟ್ಟಿಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂಥನ್ ದಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್, ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ನಿಂತಿರೋದೇ ಅದರಿಂದ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಂತಿರೋದೇ ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥವರ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳಿಂದ, ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ನಿರಾಶರಾಗಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕಳೆದು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ವೋ ಏನೋ. ನೆನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಬಿ ಎಲ್ ಶಂಕರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಮೋದ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು 2 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತುಷಾರ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ರೈಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎಸ್ಟರ್ಡೇ ಹಿ ಸ್ಯಾಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ 2 days. ಈಗ ಹಿ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಬೈ 4:15 ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದರು. ಎಂತೆಂಥ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಉಪಕಾರ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ನೀವು ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಭಾಷಣ ನಮಗೆ ನಿಜವಾಗಲೂ ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ಫುಲ್, ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ಸ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ವಿಶ್ವಕುಮಾರ್ ಟು ಸೇ ಎ ಫ್ಯೂ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್. Youngsters. Actually, when we thought of, when we received the direction from the central office to conduct this program, rare program, then immediately our president and members thought that we should request our H.K. Patil ji to be the honorary president for this celebration committee. He never said no for any demand of Gandhi Bhavan. We are so grateful. Immediately he took the initiative, and even whatever the problems we are facing, we will not go directly to anybody. Directly we will go to actually wrote directly to our Patil ji's office. And actually ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು. So far, any big programs like this, we never conducted without the presence of our Patil ji. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಓ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಅವರೊಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಶಕ್ತಿ. ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನಾವು ಏನೂ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಶಸ್ಸು ಸರ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಸಲ್ಲುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯಂತೆ ಅವರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೀಯ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿ, ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಆತ್ಮಾವಲೋಕನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಚ್ಚುವಂಥ ಅದ್ಭುತ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ದಯಪಾಲಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನ್ಯಾಯಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳಾದ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಹೆಗಡೆಯವರೇ, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅವಲೋಕನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಓಡೆ ಪಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣರವರೇ, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಂದವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾದವರು, ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಜಮಾನ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬಿಗು ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಆ ಬಿಗು ಘನತೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾನ್ಯ ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ರಾಹಿ ಅವರೇ, ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದ ಧೈರ್ಯವಂತರಾದ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿ ನವದೆಹಲಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಯಾದ ಸಂಜಯ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ರವರೇ, ಗೆಳೆಯರಾದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ವಿಶ್ವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಗಾಂಧಿವಾದಿಗಳು, ಈ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಗೌರವ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಅವರೇ, ಇವರು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಎದುರಿಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು ಅವರು ಯಾರ ಹೆಸರು ಬಿಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಂಥವ್ರ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರು ಕೂತಾರೆ. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ, ಪ್ರೋಟೋಕಾಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆದಂಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ವಿಷ್ಡ್ ಇದ್ದರು ಅಂದರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ರೋನಾಗ ಕುಂಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನದಾಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಈಗ ಪ್ರೋಟೋಕಾಲ್ ಈಸ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ಡ್. ಸುಧೀಂದ್ರ ಕುಲಕರ್ಣಿಜಿ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್. ಹಿ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ರೋ, ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೀಟ್. ಎ ಟ್ರೂ ಗಾಂಧಿಯನ್. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ತತ್ವ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತಗಳಂತೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿ ನೇಕಾರರ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ಹೇಗಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಸನ್ನರವರು, ಅವರು ದೂರದಲ್ಲೇ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮತನವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಲ್ಪಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಶ್ರಮ ಪಡುವಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೂ ರಾಜಕೀಯಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಅದೇ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಂಜೇನ್ಮಠರು ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ನೀಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸದಸ್ಯನಾದಾಗ, ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕನಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ, ಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ತಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಶೈಲಿಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ನೀಡಿದಂಥ, ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ BL ಶಂಕರ್ ಅವರು, ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಸಭಾಪತಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆಯವರು, ನನ್ನ ಹಿರಿಯ ಸಹೋದರಾದ DR ಪಾಟೀಲರು, ಪ್ರಮೋದ್ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರು, ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿ, ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಳುವಳಿ ನಡೀತು. ಅದರ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕರ ರೀತಿ ಜಯಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ರವರ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಮೀಪದ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿರೋದು ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಈ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರದ ಘನತೆಯನ್ನು, ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನು, ಸತ್ವವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಜೀವನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕಾರ್ಲ್ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ರವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷನಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಮಯ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೂ ಇದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ನಾನು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಂಜಯ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ ಮಾತಿನಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನೋಡಿ, ಪ್ರಸಂಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂತು ಅಂದರೆ, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಅವರ. ಸಂಜಯ್ ಸಿಂಗ್, ಸೋ ಬೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್, seldom we come across such a bold persons in South India. I am happy that in Uttar Pradesh you are all fighting against the government, against the communal things, and Now you have openly spoken about protection of properties, assets of Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರು ಮೇಲೆ, ವಿನೋಬಾ ಭಾವೆ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರು ಮೇಲೆ ಭೂದಾನ ಚಳವಳಿಗಳು ನಡೆದರೆ ಲಕ್ಷ ಲಕ್ಷ ಎಕರೆ ಭೂಮಿ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ದಾನ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದು ಆಸ್ತಿ ವಿಚಾರದೊಳಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಭಾಳ ಜೋಶಿನಿಂದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಚಂಬಲ್ ಕಣಿವೆಯ ದರೋಡೆಕೋರರನ್ನು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕರೆ, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹಿಂಬಾಲಿಕರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕರೆ. ಚಂಬಲ್ ಕಣಿವೆ ದರೋಡೆಕಾರರು ಬಂಡೇಲ್ಖಂಡ್ ದರೋಡೆಕೋರರು ಬಂದು ತಮ್ಮ ರಿವಾಲ್ವರ್ನ, ತಮ್ಮ ಗನ್ನನ್ನು, ತಮ್ಮ ರೈಫಲನ್ನು, ತಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ಯಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಂದು ಇಟ್ಟು ಶರಣರಾದರು. ಗಾಂಧಿ ತತ್ವ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯ ಅನುಯಾಯಿಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಾವು ಗಾಂಧಿನ ಮರೆಯಂಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಎದಾದಾನ, ಅವನ ಚಸ್ಮಾ ಇದಲ್ಲ, ಚಸ್ಮನ್ನ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿ ನಾವು ಗಾಂಧಿನ ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ದರೋಡೆಕಾರರು ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಫೋಟೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚೆಚ್ಚು ಕಾಣ್ತಾವೆ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಾರ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನಿಸೋದಿಲ್ವೋ? ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್. What is happening in administration? What type of governance that we are giving, whether it is central government, state governments? ಒಂದು ಕಾಲ ಇತ್ತು, ಹೆಂಗೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಲಂಚ ತೊಗೊತಿದ್ರು, ದುಡ್ಡು ತೊಗೋತಿದ್ರು, ಒಂದು ಆಬ್ಲಿಗೇಷನ್ ಏನೋ ನೋಡಿ ಮತ್ತೇನೋ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಿದ್ರು, ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಿದ್ರು, ಒಂದು ಮನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಿದ್ರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕಳುವಿನ ಸ್ವರೂಪ, ದರೋಡೆಯ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ನಿಮಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅದರದ್ದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ದರೋಡೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್, ಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಟು his brother, his son-in-law, his sons, or to some of his friends. Direct transfer from government account to their account. Unheard of in the government working all these years. But this is the type of frauds which have started in our administrations. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಾ ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಈ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿ ನಾವು ಕೇವಲ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್, ಕೇವಲ ಅಡ್ವೈಸಸ್, ಕೇವಲ ಚಿಂತನ ಮಂಥನ ಇವನ್ನಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಡೇಂಜರಸ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿನ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಶಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೊರಹೊಮ್ಮಿ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನಗಳನ್ನು, ಜನರನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೂಡಿ ಹಾಕುವಂಥ ದುರ್ದೈವ ನಮ್ಮದು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ. ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ವಿರುದ್ಧ, ಮಾಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಳವಳಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಯಿತು. ಆದರೆ ದುರಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಸತ್ತು ಹೋಯಿತು. ಹಲವಾರು ಕಾರಣ ಇರಬಹುದು. ಆದರೆ ಅವತ್ತಿಗಿಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೆಟ್ಟ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಏನಾಯಿತು? ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನವರು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಲನ್ನು ದೇಶದೊಳಗೆ ಬಹಿರಂಗಪಡಿಸಿದರು. 16,000 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಒಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷ ಅದನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟರ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನದ ಅನ್ವಯ ಅದು ಬಹಿರಂಗಗೊಳ್ತು. ವಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರ್ಯಾಚುಲೇಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಜುಡಿಷರಿ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಬೋಲ್ಡ್ನೆಸ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಶೋನ್ and they have brought to the notice of people what is all happening in the country. But that is not enough. ಅದೇ ಮುಂದೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ದೇ ಸೆಡ್ ಆಗೋದಾಗೈತಿ, ಈಗ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಈಗ ಹೆಂಗಂದ್ರು ಮರ್ಡ್ರ್ ಆಗ್ಯದ, ಅವ ಮರ್ಡ್ರ್ ಆದವ ಸತ್ತ ಬಿಟ್ಟಾನ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಕೇಸ್ ಚಿಂತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಂಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲೋ we are committing blunders even in judiciary, political administration. ಹಿಂಗಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ತೊಂದರೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ. ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇವೆ. ನಿಮಗೊಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಕ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ಗೋಡ್ಸೆಯವರ ಗುಡಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಗೋಡ್ಸೆಯವರ ಗುಡಿಗೆ ಬಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಇರಲಿ. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ತತ್ವ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ ಏನು? ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮೀಪ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ಯಾವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಕೊಡಿಸಿದರು? ಅದು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಜಗತ್ತಿನೊಳಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಪ್ಪಿತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದರು? ಅವರು ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹ ತತ್ವವನ್ನು ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಈ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರ ಇದರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಭಾರತೀಯರು ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಗುಂಡು, ಅವರ ಬಂದೂಕು, ಅವರ ಕೆನಾನ್ಸ್, ಅವ್ರ ಬಾಂಬು ಇದ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕುರಿ ಸತ್ತಂಗೆ ಸತ್ತು ಹೊಕ್ಕೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹದ ಮೂಲಕ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನೇ ಜಾಗೃತಿಗೊಳಿಸೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡಿ, ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿ, ಆಮರಣ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಗಳಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತಿಕೆಯ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆ ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಟುಡೇ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದೇ. ಅಂಡರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 309, which was drafted by Lord Macaulay, this is in Indian Penal Code under 309, it provides that whoever attempts to commit suicide and does any act towards the commission of such offence shall be punished with simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year or with fine or with both. This was the Indian Penal Code section 309 all these years. Now Indian Penal Code is changed. It has become Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita. Under Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita ಏನು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂದರೆ, the section states, I quote, whoever attempts to commit suicide with the intent to compel or restrain any public servant from discharging his duty shall be punished with simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year or with fine or with both or with community service. This means people who go on hunger strike can be booked for this crime. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಸುಯಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ ಗುನ್ನೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಸುಯಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು ನೀವು, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗುನ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಿಮಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ನೀವು ಸುಯಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನೀವು ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ದಿ ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹ, ಆಮರಣ ಉಪವಾಸ. ನೀವು ಆಮರಣ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೋಗಿ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ನಾಗ ಕುಂತ್ರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಬೇಕಾದ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿಬಿಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅಂದರೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹದ ಆ ತತ್ವವನ್ನೇ, ಆ ಸತ್ವವನ್ನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾನೂನಿನಿಂದ ಕಿತ್ತೊಗೆಯುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿ, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಇಟ್ಟವರು, ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಟ್ಟವರು ನಾವು ಧ್ವನಿ ಎತ್ತಬೇಕು. ದುರ್ದೈವ ಅಂದರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಒಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಉಳಿದ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಈ ಧ್ವನಿನೇ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹವನ್ನು ಹತ್ತಿಕ್ಕುವ ಈ ಕಾನೂನು ಹೇಗೆ ನೀವು ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀರಿ? ಹೌ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್? ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗಬೇಕು. ಈ ಸಬರ್ಮತಿ ಆಶ್ರಮದ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಉಳಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ತುಷಾರ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. He was mentioning about protecting the assets of Sabarmati Ashram. ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿ, ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಆಗಿ, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಆಸ್ತಿನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾನೂನುಗಳು ಬರಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಬೇಕಂದಾಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ವಕ್ಫ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಕೋಆಪ್ಟಿವ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಸೆಟ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಯಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? Because this Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi is nothing but a government organization. It is government patronized organization. Of course, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ನೀವು ಏನು ಸಹಾಯ ತಗೋಬೇಡ್ರಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅವತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಬಿಕಮ್ಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಟ್. ದಿ Prime Minister becomes Vice President of it. The Home Minister and Deputy Prime Minister also becomes Vice President of it. ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ತಿನ್ ಲೈನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೇನು ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಕೂಡಿರೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಆದರೆ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿ, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಆಸ್ತಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗಿನ ಖಾದಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೋದ್ಯೋಗಗಳ ಆಸ್ತಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಭೂದಾನದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಕರೆ. ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್, ಈ ಒಂದು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಏನು ಸೆಮಿನಾರನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರದ ಮೂಲಕ ಒಂದು ಕರೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದೊಳಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು 85 ವರ್ಷ, ನನಗೆ ಇನ್ನು 15 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತ ಹಂಗೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 15 ವರ್ಷ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೂ 30 ವರ್ಷ ನೀವು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇರ್ತೀರಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡಕತ್ತೆ 70 ವರ್ಷದವ್ರಿದ್ದ ನೋಡಕತ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈಗ ಏನು ಫರ್ಕ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಗದಿಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ 75 ಇದ್ದು ನಿಮಗೆ. ಅವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಏನೂ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವತ್ತಿನಗಿಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಯುಷ್ಯ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಲಿ. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ದೊಡ್ಡದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ವಿಚಾರನೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಕೈನೂ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದೊಳಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದರು ಇಡಿ ಅದು ಇದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಹತ್ತದ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು. ರಾತ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಅವನೇನು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಕತ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ, ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಹತ್ತತ್ತೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು 1000 ಕೋಟಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆರಾಮ್ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಹತ್ತ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಸಮಾಜ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆನೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಜಯನೂ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ದುರ್ದೈವದ್ದು. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಿಷ್ಟವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆತ್ಮಾವಲೋಕನ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿಕಾರಕ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳನ್ನು ಇಡಬೇಕು. ಏನು ಬೇಡ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಯವರು ಯು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ 10 people in a year. ನೀವು ಹಿಂಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಲಿಗೇಷನ್ ಬಂದವು, ಇಷ್ಟು 100 ಕೋಟಿ ಆಗ್ಯದ, ಇಷ್ಟು 1000 ಕೋಟಿ ಆಗ್ಯದ, ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ, ಇನ್ನು ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಏನೂ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೆಂಗೆ ಚಂಬಲ್ ಕಣಿವೆಯವರು ಬಂದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಆ ಹತ್ಯಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ನೋ ಮೋರ್ ಲೂಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಹಂಗೆ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಟುಡೇ ಮೈ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್, ಐ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ stoop down to that level, I will not get involved to that ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಈ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು ಬಂದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿತರಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಖಾದಿ ಶಾಲ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುವಂಗೆ ಆದರೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಈಸಿ, ಇದು ಹಗರಿದು ಬಂದು ಹೋದರೆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಯಾರು ಕರಿತೀರಿ ಅದು ಭಾಳ ಮಹತ್ವ ಆಕೈತಿ. ಯಾರು ಕರಿತೀರಿ, ಯಾರು ಶಾಲ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಿ ಅದು ಭಾಳ ಮಹತ್ವ ಆಕೈತಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಿನೊಳಗೆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗುವಂಥ, ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಆದರೆ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ತತ್ವ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತದಿಂದ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದೆ. ಅವರು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಓಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣರವರು, ಅದರಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಹಿತೈಷಿಗಳಾದ ಶಿವರಾಜ್ ಅವರು, ನಮ್ಮ ತಿಪ್ಪಣ್ಣವರು ಹಗಲಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಶಿವರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರೊವೋಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಈಗ ಭಾಳ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇವರು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ನಾ ಮಾಡಿದ ಕೆಲಸ ಗೌರವಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹ್ಞೂ ಅಂದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನೇನೋ ಇದ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಈಸ್ ಡನ್ ಬೈ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಓಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ, ವಿಶ್ವಕುಮಾರ್, ದಿನೇಶ್, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶಿವರಾಜ್, ಬಳಿಗೇರ್, ಜೀವನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದೀಸ್ ಪೀಪಲ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಂದ್ರದಿಂದ ಸಂಜಯ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರು. ನೋಡಿರಿ, ನಾನು ಇದರೊಳಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಮಂದಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೊಸಬರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಾರ ಕಾರ್ಲ್ ಮಲ್ಮಡ್ ಅವರು. ಆ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಪ್ರೀಚಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಆ ಬದುಕು, ಆ ಬದುಕಿಗೆ ಮಾರು ಹೋಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದೊಳಗೆ ಈ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನ ಹುಡುಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಸುಮಾರು ಲಕ್ಷ ಲಕ್ಷ ಪೇಜು ಡಿಜಿಟಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. 11,000 ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ಡಿಜಿಟಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 135 ಕೋಟಿ ಮಂದಿ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ನಾವು. ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಈ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಇದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ನಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗುರ್ತಾಗಬಾರ್ದು, ನಮಗಷ್ಟೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಹೇಳಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
Thank you very much, sir. You have refused most confidence on Gandhi Bhavan. Many of you don't know, whatever he wanted to do, a very important responsibility he used to entrust the Gandhi Bhavan. He was the first minister, as I know, entrusted the social audit of the Panchayat Raj department to the president of Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, Dr. Srinivasaya. Our Qureshi is here. Ombudsman, he nominated state ombudsman. Our chairman was served as a ombudsman. That much confidence you are having, sir. We will try to at least to actually do our best, whatever the responsibility you have given to us. ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಅಂದರೆ ನೆನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದೇ ಸಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆಜಿಯವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಯಚ್ ಪಟೇಲ್ ಸನ್, ದಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಸನ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್, ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಹಿಮಾ ಪಟೇಲ್. Almost he is frustrated in present politics. He is frustrated actually. He never bribed anybody for getting elected as the member of Legislative Assembly to Karnataka. Once at least, he never actually disgusted about that. He is sitting here right from yesterday. 2 days he is sitting. ನನ್ನ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನ್ಮ ಸಾರ್ಥಕವಾಯಿತು, ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನದ ಶ್ರಮ ಸಾರ್ಥಕವಾಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಅಂತ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿದ್ದವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು. ಈ ಡಿಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. ಈ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಮಡ್ನ ಯು ಕುಡ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್ and he has succeeded and he did his best. So much great contribution he has given without charging a single pie to Karnataka Gandhi Spark Nidhi, and that's why ನಮಗೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು. ನಾವು ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಶ್ರೀ ವಿಶ್ವಕುಮಾರ್ ಟು ಸೇ ಎ ಫ್ಯೂ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ನಾವೇನು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೀವಿ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿವರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ನಮಗಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆನೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಈಗ ಯಾಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಉಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಗುರುತರವಾದ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲಿದೆ. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವಾಗ ಇದು ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಏಜು. ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ನಾಳೆ ಹಾಳಾಗ್ತವೆ, ಸುಟ್ಟೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಗೆದ್ದಿಡ್ದೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಏಜ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯನ ಉಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಅದು ಉಳಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಈ ಡಿಜಿಟಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗೆಳೆಯ ಓಂ ಶಿವಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸುಮಾರು 10 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದಲೇ ವಚನ ಸಂಪುಟ ಅಂತ ಇಡೀ ವಚನಗಳನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ, ಯಾವ ವಚನ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾವ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಪದ, ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ವಚನ ಸಂಪುಟವನ್ನು ಡಿಜಿಟೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ತುಂಬ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಯಾವತ್ತು 15 ವರ್ಷ 10 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಡಿಜಿಟೈಸೇಷನ್ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಓಂ ಶಿವಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ವಚನ ಸಂಪುಟವನ್ನು ತಂದರು. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕನಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತಂದು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು ನನಗೆ. ಆವಾಗ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ಡಿಜಿಟೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಇದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಲ್ ಮಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅವರು ಅಮೇರಿಕಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಡ್ಕಾಸ್ಟನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ರೇಡಿಯೋವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಮೊದಲ ಮಹನೀಯರವರು. ಅವರು ವೈಟ್ ಹೌಸ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಹಂಚಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒತ್ತಡ ತಂದು ವೈಟ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಲೈವ್ ಟೆಲಿಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಂತಹ ಮಹನೀಯರು ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವರು ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಇನ್ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 6-7 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಡಿಜಿಟೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ನೆಹರು ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಗದಂಥ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಆ ಇನ್ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ ಸೀರೀಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಡಿಜಿಟೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅತ್ಯಗಂತವಂಥ ಅಮೂಲ್ಯವಾದ ಜಾಗವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸುಮಾರು 25 ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನಿಂಗ್ ಮಿಷಿನ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆ ಜಾಗವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೆರವು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅವರ ಹೊಸ ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ಲೈನ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ನ್ಯೂ ಸ್ಪಿನ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಸ್ಪಿನ್ನಿಂಗ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮೃತಿದವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ನ್ಯೂ ಸ್ಪಿನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸುಮಾರು 11,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಡಿಜಿಟೈಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ನಿಧಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಡ್ರೈವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕು ಆವಾಗ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಕಾರ್ಲ್ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಶ್ರೀ ಓಂ ಶಿವಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಅವರು.
Thank you, Mr. Vishu Kumar. Honorable Minister Patil ji, Honorable Justice Hedge ji, Sri Raha ji, Dr. Krishna ji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I begin, I want to say one thing. The Honorable Justice gave an amazing speech that was full of statistics and examples, and you couldn't see that. He had no notes. It was all in his head. That was fairly remarkable, sir. So when Gandhi was a young man in London, there were two books that changed his life. One was the Bhagavad Gita, which he read in the English translation, the Song Celestial. The second was an obscure legal treatise called Snell on Equity. In Snell on Equity, Gandhi learned about trusteeship. It was a foundational part of his philosophy all his life. Wealth must be held in trust for society. Wealth must be used to advance all the people. Wealth should not be closely guarded, not hoarded, used merely for conspicuous and gratuitous consumption. Gandhi was usually referring to wealth as in money or real estate or physical assets such as gold. But the Vachanas and the Sanskrit shlokas, the ancient texts of India that form the foundation and the history of this great country, they teach us that knowledge is the true wealth. Knowledge is the path to wisdom. Knowledge is the path to enlightenment. Ambedkar taught us that without knowledge, without education, we would never have government by the people. Government that we own, government that serves us all. Knowledge is the path to true democracy. Knowledge is the very essence of the aims and goals so eloquently set out in the preamble to the Constitution. Knowledge is the foundation of equality of status and opportunity. Knowledge is essential for the liberty of thought and expression. Knowledge ensures the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. Today, we will have on this stage 12 Gandhi organizations from all across India. Today, we have a national gathering, indeed an international gathering, of groups dedicated to spreading the message of the Mahatma. For the last several months, we have been digitizing every single book here in the Karnataka, Gandhi, Smaraka, Nidhi libraries. Today, we are presenting all of those 11,700 books relating to Gandhi in digital format to these organizations that will be here on stage, making them the trustees of this knowledge. The collection includes the collected works of Gandhi, the Desai diaries, the Navi Jeevan Trust pamphlets, the Pyara Lal biographies, hundreds of books about Gandhi, audio of 126 speeches that Gandhi gave on All India Radio. The collection includes all 107 volumes of the selected works of Nehru, the complete works of Ambedkar, the correspondence of Sardar Patil, books by Radhakrishnan and Subhash Chandra Bose. The collection includes materials in 12 languages. Now, some of these materials are in the public domain. They're available on the internet for anybody to access. There's a QR code on the stage. You can take a picture of it. It'll bring you to the collection. But some of these books are subject to copyright. The Copyright Act of India is very specific about what copyright means. It is the limited right to the authors and publishers to sell their books. This is an incentive for authors and publishers to make money. But the purpose of copyright is to increase and promote the diffusion of knowledge. Copyright is an act for the benefit of society, for the benefit of the people. The Copyright Act of India balances the rights of authors and publishers with a series of exceptions. Even if a book is in copyright, the International Marrakesh Treaty, which India led the way in getting enacted, and which is an integral part of Indian law, allows any book to be made available to the blind and visually impaired. Likewise, the Copyright Act of India says research uses are an exception to copyright. It says that any materials may be used in the course of instruction. This is because these uses are integral to the fundamental rights expressed in the Constitution. Copyright is for the people, and these exceptions ensure that those aims are met. So today we are making these materials available across India to the librarians of these wonderful organizations that will be represented here on stage. We are asking the librarians of these institutions to become trustees, to make these materials available for non-commercial uses, and to do so within the parameters of the Copyright Act of India. We are asking them to be the guardians of this knowledge. This is the first release of the All India Gandhi Library. We have offered to digitize at no cost additional Gandhi materials these organizations may possess to add to the collection. We've already assisted the Gandhi Smarak Nidhis of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and we welcome any additional materials. You send, we scan. As we say, scanning is the new spinning. It is our bread labor. So let us make this a truly national library, a modern library, an all India Gandhi library for the 21st century. Knowledge is how we can spread the message of the Mahatma. Let us all become the trustees of this knowledge. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Gyan.
Thank you, Mulmarji, for your selfless service to the Gandhian institutions. And now, Sri Om Prakash, actually, he coordinated so much with Karl Muhammad, and we are grateful to him also. Now, a few minutes we will take. Last part is a vote of thanks. Now I ask Om Sri Prakash to conduct this program.
Thank you, sir. So now we would be presenting All India Gandhi Library to all the following Gandhi institutions. I request Honorable Minister Shri H.K. Patil ji to help us, and along with Udupi Krishna ji to present these libraries to the institutions. First, I would request Dr. Sanjay Singha, Secretary Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi, to receive the first Gandhi Library.
Thank you.
This one I will give it to you.
No. Nandarav and Chandil you remove. I will take it.
Shri Subbarao, President, Telangana Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. Please, sir. And next we have Shri Deepthi Bora, Chairperson, Assam Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. Yeah, Shri Senthil Kumar, Trustee, Tamil Nadu Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. Request Shri Anand Kumar Sharan, Secretary of Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. Srimati Ranjana Goyal, Advisor, Chandigarh Gandhi Bhavan. Shri Kumar Prashant, Chairman, Gandhi Peace Foundation, New Delhi. Professor G.B. Shivraj, Trustee, Kasturba Gandhi National Memorial Trust. Dr. John Chaladurai, Dean and Head, Department of Gandhi Studies, MGM University, Aurangabad. Shri Uttam Kumar Sinha, Joint Director, National Gandhi Museum, Rajghat, New Delhi. Shri Nandarao, Secretary, Gandhi Museum, Madurai. I request Dr. Abhida Begum to receive the library on behalf of Shri Shevagram Ashram, Pratisthana.
Take a photo.
ಬನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद शिवा.
ಸರ್ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಸರ್ I request Kal Malamat sir to present the library to Honorary Minister Shri H.K. Patil. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, and we request Professor Odepe Krishna sir to hand over the library to Santosh Shagdi ji sir. We request all the dignitaries to come for a group photo.
No. Chair is here, sir. Chair is here. No, sir. Cover.
మీ ఫోన్ మీ ఫోన్
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. We will be sending the library to the rest of the Gandhi organizations via post in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, the last part is a vote of thanks. Dr. Jeevan Kumar is not for name or fame. He worked behind all these activities. All credit, major portion of the work goes to him. Yesterday, we did a mistake because of the paucity of this time. We could not actually provide an opportunity to speak on many issues. The whole seminar overview, actually, he wanted to give. We have interested him, but he could not do that. And actually, we are ever grateful. Gandhi Bhavan, of course, he is the member of our Karnataka Gandhi Smaraka Nidhi. With all that, actually, he served as the director of Gandhi Bhavan in Bengaluru University, and now he is the resource person in our H.K. Patil ji's dream university, that is Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University in Gadaga. He is the resource person. He wanted, apart from that, I don't know how many of you heard about P.A. Nazrat. He was the ambassador in Germany, China, many places, and he has written a wonderful book, that is Gandhi, an Outstanding Leader, and he has started the International Sarvodaya Foundation, and now he is actually in charge of that. He has Nazrat. Yes, he is the managing trustee. Now I request him to propose a vote of thanks. Please, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a suggestion. Dr. Krishna, please. The relevance of Gandhi for the century is highly possible only if we can support the farmers of India. Today the Parliament of India is sleeping, ineffective, farmers are agitating. Can we pass a resolution from here and send to the farmers supporting their agitation for basic minimum MSP? Can we do that? Pass a resolution.
Definitely. Our president will do that. So whenever there is a great crisis, our Gandhi Bhavan never hesitate to give an appeal, and we fought for that.
We already in there in Singha border and everywhere.
Yes.
We already passed it.
Yes, our Sanjoy ji has. Yes, sir. Okay. Definitely we will do it, sir. Yes. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of a two-day international seminar. We provided you with an intellectual feast, but we also have subjected you to what we call seminar fatigue. I'm sure all of you are experiencing seminar fatigue, so I will not take long. You've been a very good audience. You've been with us through these 2 days. It's a formality that we have to do. I would seek your patience for just a few minutes. Honorable Justice Santosh Hegde spoke from his heart. As usual, it's a pleasure to listen to him. And if there are two things that we take home with us, sir, after listening to you, one value of contentment and the other value of humanism. Thank you very much, sir, for that very inspiring inaugural, very inspiring valedictory address. The presidential address was delivered by the Honorable Minister, H.K. Patil, a very unusual minister, as you know. He was with us both at the inaugural as well as this valedictory. Chairman of the organizing committee, he's been with us, advising us and supporting us in several ways. Thank you very much, H.K. Patil ji, for being with us. We look forward to your continued support. To the central, I think central is not right, the Gandhi Central Gandhi Smarak Nidhi, the Gandhi Smarak Nidhi. We are grateful to its chairman, Ramchandra Rahi ji. Thank you very much, sir. To Dr. Sanjoy Singha, the secretary, thank you very much for entrusting us with the responsibility of celebrating 75 years of the Gandhi Smarak Nidhi. Thank you very much. To my colleagues on the Karnataka Gandhi Smarak Nidhi, the chairman W.P. Krishna, to the working chairman, working president, Mr. N.R. Vishwakumar, to MC Narendra, secretary, to Dinesh, and most of all to Shivraj. All colleagues of mine, honestly speaking, they have done all the work. I'm not sure why they said, I deserve to be here, I deserve some credit for it. Ella kelsa neevella madidira, nim jote irtene anta heli hinde ide. Adre, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks on this occasion. Dr. Karl Malmud is with us. Malmud is with us here. I don't know how much we can thank you, sir. You have used very Gandhian terminology when you said what you did is bread labor. It is indeed bread labor and much more. Thank you for the enormous work that you have done and that will continue to be with us. 12,000 books or so digitalizing, that's no small work. We are indeed very grateful to you for the enormous work that you have done. To the dignitaries of the days, we have again a galaxy of people here, be it Mr. B.L. Shankar, be it Mr. D.R. Patil, be it Mahima Patel, Mr. Vijay Rao, Mr. Pramod Hegde, Mr. E.P. Menon, Ranjir Math, and so many others. Thank you very much for being with us and inspiring us. There's a small formality that we have to do. It will take 2 minutes. We have to present mementos to those who have slogged to make this two-day event a success. So I request Justice Santosh Hegde to give a memento to Sharda. I hope they're all ready here. Sharda Naure, Janvi Pai Naure, Om Shiv Prakash Naure, Prabhakar Naure, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ we need to give you mementos. Firstly, Sharda from Justice Santosh Hegde.
Deepti Barua wanted to honor H.K. Patil ji.
Okay, so we'll do that first and then.
Announce ಮಾಡಿ.
ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ?
Assam.
Deepti Barua.
Assam, from Assam.
Oh, Deepti Barua from Assam would like to felicitate the Justice Santosh Hegde. H.K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ನವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ದೀಪ್ತಿ ಬರುವನವರು ಅಸ್ಸಾಮಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರೋರು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಬನ್ನಿ ಶಶಿಕಲಾ, ಬೇಗ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಣೀಶ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಪಣೀಶ್ ಬಾರ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಕೊಡಿ ಬೇಗ ಕೊಡಿ.
Thank you, ma'am.
ಆ ಕಡೆ ತಿರುಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಬರೋ. ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಯಾರು ಬೇಡ ಸರ್, ಸರಿ ಯಾರು ಬೇಡ, ಯಾರು ಬೇಡ, ಯಾರು ಬೇಡ ಬೇಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಜಿ.ಬಿ. ಶಿವರಾಜ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
ಜಿ.ಬಿ. ಶಿವರಾಜ್ ನಿಮಗೂ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೊಡಿ.
ನಮಗೆ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಂದೆ.
Thank you, Justice Hegde. These are 4 people we thought we must honor on this occasion, and their work has been partly on the stage and partly behind the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I would be failing in my duty if I do not mention the contribution rendered to us by Dr. Sudhindra Kulkarni. If this seminar has an international flavor, the credit should go to Dr. Sudhindra Kulkarni. I hope he is here. He was sitting somewhere at the back. But his service in the organizing of the seminar has been immense, be it the choice of the themes, the sub-themes, as well as giving it international flavor. Dr. Sudhindra Kulkarni deserves our enormous appreciation. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? So thank you very much. all those audio clips that you saw on the screen, be it a small speech by a former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, or be it the last person you saw today, a professor from China, Professor Shang. All those arrangements were made thanks to Dr. Sudhindra Kulkarni, who has amazing international contacts, and therefore I thought we should place on record and felicitate him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, to a few other people we are beholden. To Mr. Annamalai, who's been supporting us, whether you are in Delhi or here, you have been behind us. Thank you very much. To Mr. Kumar Prashant, Chairman of the Gandhi Peace Foundation, Delhi. What you did yesterday, sir, after the keynote address was simply amazing. And I would like each one of you to remember that he has given us his manifesto. If you remember, talisman. If you remember the Gandhian talisman, I think after listening to him, I would like to call it the Kumar Prashant talisman, where he has told each one of us that we have to belong to certain categories and take a position in this world when truth is a casualty. Thank you very much, sir, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, a whole team of volunteers have been behind us, helping us in and out. NSS officers, without the NSS officers, particularly of Seshadripuram College, this program may not have gone off as well. To the NSS students, I'm sorry we couldn't seat all of you here. We had to push you to another hall and say, you please watch the proceedings from the live screening. Thank you very much. And to all the volunteers who've been working night and day, several days before this event and right up to today, thank you very much. Last but not yes, they are on my list. Last but not least, media, very supportive. Today's paper carries events of all that happened yesterday. All the English papers I saw had at least 3 to 4 columns on all the events. Thank you. The media has to be appreciated by us. To the delegates, all of you, thank you from Assam, from different states you have come here. To the participants, to the students, particularly to the foreign students. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂಸೆ ಕೊಟ್ವಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ. I think we didn't do enough justice to the foreign students, particularly from Africa. When the speakers were speaking in Kannada and in Hindi, I could observe them looking at each other, trying to figure out what was happening. But thank you very much. We hope you imbibe something from what we have done. A note of apology, there were some hiccups. This is our first international conference. We thought well enough, but there were some hiccups. We apologize for that, but we assure you, on the next time we organize events like this, none of those hiccups will surface. If there's one person very upset with us, is Mr. E.P. Menon. You don't see him at any public function without raising his hand and asking a few questions. We said, no, we're not going to have any questions because we want you all to listen to it. It was like a monologue. We apologize, but again, next time we will not do that. The trouble,
He raised one question.
he managed to raise a question. Hats off to him. But none of the others, we threw open the floor. We will make amends. The problem happened because we invited a lot of people. Most of the people said, yes, they're going to come. We thought there would be some backouts. We would have some space for question and answer. We couldn't do that. But nonetheless, thank you very much. Mr. E.P. Menon, you managed to have your way. So I'm through with the vote of thanks. Thank you very much. We look forward to your continued presence on occasions like this. Ellargo namaskara, ellargo vandanagalu.
One minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. National anthem ಇದೆ. 1 ನಿಮಿಷ. Please be seated. 1 minute ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನದ ನೌಕರ ವರ್ಗದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹಗಲು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಕಳೆದ 3-4 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಯೋಗೀಶ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸುಶೀಲಮ್ಮ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು, ಶಶಿಕಲಾ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ತನುಜ, ಸಂತೋಷ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಶೆಟ್ಟಪ್ಪ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ 4 ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ ಅಂತೂ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ಡಿಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ದೇ ವರ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಗೌರವ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಹುತಮ ಕೂಟ ಅದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಸೆಲೆಬ್ರೇಷನ್ನು. ಮೈ ಹಂಬಲ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಯು, you heard so much, you have taken so much, all the cream of this program you have actually digested. My request is, do your best. That is the only thing we can respect Mahatma Gandhi ji. And now I request all of you stand for national anthem. ಹುಡುಗರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವೇ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಇನ್ಯಾರು ಆಳ್ತಾರೆ? ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಸ್, ಜನಗಣ ಮನ ಅಧಿನಾಯಕ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಭಾರತ.